Recording in progress.
Good morning. We are going on the record at 9:02 a.m. Eastern Standard Time on Friday, June 25th, 2021. Please silence your cell phone, computer tones, or any other electronic devices you have near you. Audio and video recording will continue to take place unless all parties agree to go off the record. This is Media Unit Number 1 of the video recorded deposition of Dani Lever in the matter of independent investigation under New York State Executive Law Section 63(8). My name is Mark Friedman. I'm your certified video and legal specialist. Your court reporter today is Melissa Gilmore, and we are both from the firm of Veritex Legal Solutions. This deposition is being held via remote video conference. All counsel consent to this remote video arrangement and waive any objections to this manner of reporting. If there are any objections to the court reporter swearing the witness remotely and this remote video arrangement, please state them now. Hearing no objection, would counsel now state on the record their appearances and affiliations, beginning with the noticing attorney.
Good morning. Abena Menu from the law firm of Cleary, Gottlieb, Steen & Hamilton, but acting as a special deputy to the First Deputy Attorney General for the New York State Attorney General's office.
Good morning. I'm Jennifer Kennedy Park from the law firm Cleary, Gottlieb, Steen & Hamilton. Similarly, for today's purposes, I'm a special deputy to the First Deputy Attorney General of the New York Attorney General's office.
Edward Spiro of Morvillo, Abramowitz, Brandeis, and Nanello for Dani Lever.
And Mary Vitale, also from Morvillo and Abramowitz, on behalf of Ms. Lever.
Any other appearances?
Suji Lee, Associate Cleary Gottlieb, but for the purposes of today's special assistant to the First Deputy General for the New York Attorney General. Thank you.
Would the court reporter please swear in our witness, and we can proceed.
Can I ask you to raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give would be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. All set.
Thank you. Ms. Lever, before I start asking questions, I'm going to give you some background information and some ground rules. The New York Attorney General has appointed the law firms Cleary, Gottlieb, Steen & Hamilton, and Vladeck, Raskin, and Clark to conduct an independent investigation under New York Executive Law Section 63(8) into allegations of sexual harassment brought against Governor Andrew Cuomo, as well as the surrounding circumstances. You are here today pursuant to a subpoena issued in connection with this investigation. I will note that today's proceeding is being video recorded. You are under oath, and that means you must testify fully and truthfully, just as if you were in a court sitting before a judge and jury. Your testimony is subject to a penalty of perjury. Do you understand?
Yes.
If you would like to make any brief sworn statement, we ask that you do so at the conclusion of our examination today. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Although this is a civil investigation, the New York Attorney General's office also has criminal enforcement powers. You have the right to refuse to answer a question if answering the question would incriminate you, but any failure to answer can be used against you in a court of law in a civil, non-criminal proceeding. Asserting your Fifth Amendment privilege does have evidentiary significance. If you choose to assert your Fifth Amendment privilege, that fact could be presented to a judge or jury in a civil proceeding who would be free to draw a conclusion from your assertion of that privilege. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You're appearing today with attorneys present. You may consult with your attorneys if you have any questions about attorney-client privilege. Do you understand?
Yes.
As you can see, we have a court reporter present with us in the virtual room, and she needs to take down my questions and your answers to create a transcript. So that our court reporter can create a clean record, please provide a verbal response to each question. Please do not shake or nod your head or give responses like, mm-hmm. Do you understand?
Yes.
If you do not know the answer to a question, please say you do not know. Please let me finish my question before you begin to answer, and I'll try to do the same so we do not talk over each other. This is important to allow our court reporter to create the transcript. You will not be permitted to review a transcript of the testimony you're given. If at any time today you want to clarify an answer you've given, please let me know. If you do not understand a question, please let me know, and I'll try to ask the question in a different way. I will be asking about names and dates and other specific information. Even if you don't remember a specific name or date, I would ask that you give me your best approximate answer while indicating that your answer may not be exact. If you need a break at any point, please let me know. But if there's a question pending that you haven't answered yet, please answer the question first and then we can take a break. Please confirm who's in the room with you, Ms. Lever.
Ed.
Please confirm that you're not using any technology to create a recording of the proceeding on your end.
I am not.
And please confirm that includes screen capturing tools. You're not using any.
No, confirmed.
That's correct.
Please confirm that you're not letting anyone else listen in, including through the use of any devices.
Confirmed.
That's correct.
Please confirm that you are not and will not communicate in real time or during breaks with anyone else about the substance of your testimony.
Confirmed.
And counsel, please provide the same confirmations, both
Yes.
Mr. Spiro and Ms. Vitale.
Yes, I assume she's free to consult with counsel during breaks.
Regarding the application of privilege, correct?
Correct.
Confirmed.
Okay. And Ms. Vitale, you're confirming all of the points that I had?
Yes.
Okay. Executive Law 63(8), the provision under which this investigation is being conducted, prohibits you and your counsel from revealing anything about what we ask or what you say during your testimony to anyone. If anyone asks you to disclose any such information, please let us know, including any reason they give for seeking such information, and we'll discuss with you whether any disclosure will be permitted. Please note that you are protected from retaliation for participating in today's testimony. We ask that you let us know if you're concerned about any potential retaliation from anyone, including the executive chamber. Ms. Lever, are you taking any medication or drugs that might make it difficult for you to understand my questions?
No.
Have you had any alcohol today?
No.
Is there any reason why you would not be able to answer my questions fully and truthfully?
No.
And I see you have a screen in front of you. Can you just confirm what that is?
Yeah, it's just a computer that has the digital exhibits or documents that you guys are going to bring up today.
Okay, thank you. Please state your name, date of birth, and current home and business address for the record.
Dani Lever. My address is
And what about your,
sorry.
and what about your business address?
I am working remotely currently, but it will be in Hudson Yard eventually.
Ms. Lever, have you ever given testimony?
No.
Did you do anything to prepare to testify today?
I met with my lawyers.
Did you do anything else?
No. I reviewed, certain documents that they provided me.
How many times did you meet with your lawyers?
Over the last week, a handful of times. I can't say with exact certainty, but I would, somewhere between 8 and 10 hours.
In total?
Yes.
Which lawyers did you meet with?
Ed Spiro and Mary Vitale.
Did you speak with anyone else other than your lawyers to prepare to testify? We're going to pull up tab 5 and we'll mark it as an exhibit.
I have it open, thank you.
Okay. Is this the testimony subpoena you received from our office?
Yes.
Did you read it?
Yes.
Do you understand that this testimony you're giving today is being taken pursuant to the subpoena?
Yes.
Please turn to tab 6, which we will also mark as an exhibit.
I I have it open, thank you.
Okay. Is this a document subpoena you received from our office?
Yes,
Did you read the subpoena?
yes.
Were you the person who gathered the documents that were sent to our office?
My counsel collected those documents.
We provided an affidavit of compliance yesterday, so that lays out what was done in terms of complying with the subpoena.
Ms. Lever, let's turn to your educational background. Please take us through your educational background, starting with college.
I went to University of Wisconsin-Madison. I majored in journalism and mass communications
And when did you graduate?
in 2009.
Please give an overview of your employment history, identifying your positions and start and end dates.
Following college, I was a fellow at the Clinton Foundation for about 4 or 5 months. I then interned at then Attorney General Andrew Cuomo's office as a press intern. I then went to a small consulting firm called V-Shift, where I worked on digital campaigning for the DGA 2010 cycle. Following that, I went to Attorney General Eric Schneiderman's office in 2011 as a press assistant. I then went to Pennsylvania to work for Obama's campaign in 2012, also as a press officer. When I returned, I was Bill Thompson's press secretary for mayor in the 2013 race. I then did a few months consulting for at his consulting firm, and then I began working at the governor's office in January of 2014.
What positions did you hold in the executive chamber?
Sorry, I should just add that I also in 2018 left state service and worked on the governor's reelection campaign, and then I came back to state service. My positions were first deputy press secretary, communications director, and on the campaign I was communications director.
Okay. And you're no longer in the executive chamber, correct?
Correct. I left in August of 2020.
Where did you go?
I work at Facebook now.
What's your position?
Communications manager.
When's the first time you met Andrew Cuomo?
I may have met him, when I interned, but my first meaningful meeting of him was when I started working there in 2014.
And by there, you mean in the executive chamber?
Correct.
What was that interaction?
I don't recall specifically. Obviously, I began working with him and having, certain levels of contact with him at various events.
How did you come to work in the executive chamber?
Melissa DeRosa had been the deputy chief of staff when I worked for Attorney General Eric Schneiderman, and after the 2013 campaign for Bill Thompson, I obviously, was interviewing at many places, and I interviewed for the first deputy press secretary position.
When did you first meet Melissa DeRosa?
It would have been 2011 or so, when we worked together at the Attorney General's office.
What was her position when you started working at the Attorney General's office?
Deputy chief of staff.
Did you report to her then?
No, I reported to the communications director.
So did Melissa DeRosa approach you about a position in the executive chamber?
I don't recall who made the initial outreach. I obviously was looking for a job and, talking to anyone in my network.
Was there an interview process?
Yes.
What was that process?
I don't fully recall, but I met with, various members of the press team and Melissa.
Do you remember anyone else you met with apart from Melissa?
I would have assumed it was, but I don't fully recall. At the time, the press secretary to the governor, who I would have been reporting to.
Did you meet with the governor as part of the interview process?
No.
Which office were you based out of when you worked in the executive chamber?
My home base was New York City, but I spent a significant amount of time in Albany.
And where was your office? I'm assuming it was in 633 3rd Avenue, correct?
Yep.
What floor?
39.
And where on the 39th floor?
I had 3 offices actually. How would you like me to describe where?
In relation to the governor, where were your offices?
My first 2 offices were actually straight down the hall from him, across the way. And then my final office was 3 doors down from him on the left. Or I guess if you're facing the governor's office, on the right. If you're facing the stairs, it's on the left.
And is there a reason you had 3 different offices?
Yeah, my first office, I was first deputy press secretary. Then I moved offices when I got promoted to press secretary. When I left the office to work on the campaign, I, obviously moved all of my stuff out. And then when I came back, I was put into another office. I also came back with a different title.
What led to your promotion from first deputy press secretary to press secretary?
Time and incredibly hard work.
Who gave you the promotion?
It would have been, our chief of staff and secretary. Sorry, I'm just trying to recall who was secretary at the time. I believe it was Bill. It would have been the communications director, chief of staff, secretary. Everybody sort of approves, I believe, advancement.
And then after that, you worked on the campaign as director of communications, correct?
Yep.
How did that come up?
Short stint. It was, approximately 2 months. It was just for the general election.
And how did that come about?
I'm sure I had expressed interest in working on the campaign, and it's pretty normal to want to work on cycles when you have worked in politics for a long time. I obviously had come from the campaigning world.
So is it your recollection that you made the decision to seek the opportunity to work on the campaign?
I may have been asked and, happily took the opportunity.
And do you remember whether you were asked and took the opportunity?
I definitely took the opportunity. It was a conversation with Melissa. I assumed she asked me if I would want to work on the campaign, and I said I did.
And then how were you promoted to communications director?
When I had the title, obviously, on the campaign, and when I came back, I did not want to take my old title. I wanted to show upward momentum, and I had asked if I could come back as communications director.
Did you ask if you could come back as communications director during your initial discussions with Melissa about leaving to join for the campaign?
I don't recall that. I actually wasn't sure I was going to come back at all. So we would not have discussed title at that point.
Okay. What's the reason you weren't sure if you were going to come back at all?
Just if I wanted to change. I decided I did want to go back.
So did you have a conversation with anyone about going back to the executive chamber?
Sorry, anyone in my life or anyone in the office?
Anyone in the chamber?
Oh, I spoke to Melissa when I decided I did want to come back, and then, obviously we discussed what position I would come back and in what form. I believe I
And
also spoke to Linda Lacewell about it, who handled some of our personnel stuff.
And do
So
you
sorry,
remember-
I apologize. I just didn't, you said Linda, what was the last name?
Oh, Linda Lacewell.
Thank you.
I believe she was chief of staff at the time.
what conversation did you have with Melissa DeRosa about coming back to the chamber?
Just that, I wanted to come back. I did not know how long I wanted to stay, but I definitely wanted to come back. And then when I decided I, wanted to stay for a real amount of time, I asked if I could come back as communications director.
What discussion did you have with Linda Lacewell?
It would have been around the same thing. She, just my desire to come back and the salary at which I wanted to come back in.
When you took on the position as communications director for the campaign, did you succeed anyone in that position?
No, there were already communications people on the campaign, actually. I went, sort of as an additive, just to help in the final stretch.
Was there a communications director before you?
I don't believe so. I think there was a press secretary, and then we had a consultant.
And then what about when you came back to the chamber? Had there been someone in the position of communications director?
No, it was a vacant position when I came back.
Who had last held that role? And how long was the position vacant?
I don't recall.
Did you report to Melissa DeRosa throughout your time in the executive chamber?
Definitely as communications director. When I first started as first deputy press secretary, I believe the reporting structure would have been to me, if I recall correctly.
Who did you report to in each position that you held in the executive chamber?
First deputy press secretary would have been, Melissa was the communications director, so ultimately I reported to her. When I was press secretary, I reported to who was the communications director. He then departed, and I became communications director when I came back from the campaign, and I reported to Melissa.
And what about when you worked on the campaign? Who did you report to?
The campaign manager. His name was.
During your time in the chamber, were you involved in hiring any staff members?
Yes.
Who?
Members of my team.
How many members of your team were you involved in hiring?
I don't recall specifically.
Do you have a general sense?
No. Would have been a handful.
Do you remember any of their names?
No. We hired as a press assistant. Obviously, I, helped promote Peter Ajamian in various roles. I would have met with any new hires coming onto the team.
Were you involved in vetting prospective hires?
You mean background checks?
Start with background checks. Were you involved in background checks of prospective hires? Were you involved in considering prospective hires for positions in the chamber?
Yes, for my own team.
And what was that process?
I would have been as communications director, I probably would have been the last interview for, any various member, somebody who's either changing jobs or, being hired on. But it was a standard interview process where they would have met with various people on my team before, obviously being recommended that I take the meeting and make, input into the final decision.
Were you ever involved in determining who traveled with the governor?
To a certain extent, traveling from the press office, I would have been, not, people from other teams.
And what factors did you consider in making those decisions?
Location, who he needed to have on the ground, what made sense based on the type of event. You know, for example, if it was a event surrounding, you know, our transportation policy, I would have asked somebody who worked on transportation issues to advance that event.
And in your work on the press team, were you involved in research?
Sorry, can you explain more about what research you mean?
Were you involved in any type of research?
I mean, you know, when you're handling a press story, you obviously need to research the facts of the issue that you're working on.
So is that a yes?
I think it would be research in terms of, you know, if I was dealing with a certain subject matter, that I would be researching the background and facts of that issue.
What is your understanding of opposition research?
It's something that's used it's most standardly when you're working, you know, on a political campaign, but it's something that you would use against an opponent.
And during your time in the governor's office, were you involved in opposition research?
More so probably on the campaign. It's a standard tactic. I don't recall on the, you know, specifically working on that in the governor's office.
You say more so when you were on the campaign, but focusing on your time in the executive chamber, did you ever, were you ever involved in opposition research?
I don't recall.
Did you receive training on sexual harassment when you worked in the executive chamber?
Yes.
How often?
I believe it was annually, but I don't fully recall.
What was the format of those trainings?
When I believe when I first started in, you know, the onboarding, it was printed material. There could have been online courses throughout my tenure there, and then towards the end, I believe it was printed material.
And when you say it was printed material, can you explain how that worked?
It would have been, you know, the presentation printed.
Who printed the presentation?
I don't recall specifically.
How would you get the printed materials?
It was likely left, you know, on my desk or handed to me by an assistant.
And what would you do with the printed materials?
Look through it.
And I think you said when you started, it was in a different format. Is that, am I summarizing that correctly?
Yes, when I, you know, in the onboarding package, I believe it comes in a package, but again, I don't recall specifically.
Did you ever do online sexual harassment trainings?
I don't recall.
So after you reviewed the materials, were you required to do anything else?
I believe, you know, we sign for any trainings that we do.
And did you do all of your trainings using printed materials?
I don't recall.
Other than training on sexual harassment, did you get any other training during your time in the executive chamber?
We've, you know, training on financial disclosure and some other things that we do annually, but again, I don't recall the specifics.
And do you recall the format of those trainings?
I don't.
What do you understand sexual harassment is?
I'm not a lawyer, sorry. I don't know the definition of sexual harassment.
And I'm not asking you from a lawyer's perspective. I'm asking, do you have an understanding of sexual harassment?
Yes.
Okay, what is your, sorry. I don't know if Melissa, you got the end of that.
Generally, yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry. There was an objection, right? I think I heard. Did I hear an objection?
No objection.
Oh, sorry. I thought I heard. Okay. Sorry, can you repeat your answer?
I said I generally have a sense of sexual harassment.
And what is your understanding of sexual harassment?
You know, unwanted touching or things of that nature.
Other than unwanted touching, do you understand sexual harassment to include anything else?
I think it includes a lot of other things. I'm sorry, I can't think of them off the top of my head.
Can statements be part of sexual harassment in your understanding?
My understanding is yes, statements can be part of it.
What is your understanding of the process to report sexual harassment by executive chamber employees?
It would have, been reported to somebody in council's office as well as the chief of staff.
Anyone else?
Not that I can think of.
And did the process for reporting sexual harassment by executive chamber employees change at any point?
I believe it changed after the new law changed, but I don't recall specifically when that was.
And what new law are you referring to?
The law was passed by New York State.
And generally speaking, what was the law that was passed by New York State?
I think it strengthened, women's rights on various different fronts.
And how did it strengthen women's rights on various different fronts?
I don't recall all of the details of the law.
And I'm not asking for the details, generally speaking.
I don't recall.
What is your understanding of the process to investigate sexual harassment by executive chamber employees?
I don't know.
What is your understanding of the duties and responsibilities of supervisors in the executive chamber if someone reported sexual harassment by a member of the chamber?
I would have reported it to, someone in council's office and to the chief of staff.
And is that it?
Sorry, can you repeat?
Is that it? Would you have reported to anyone else as a supervisor?
No, I don't.
Would you ever? Is it your understanding that an allegation of sexual harassment by an executive chamber employee needs to be investigated?
Yes.
When you were in the executive chamber, did you have any understanding that employees were not supposed to be retaliated against for complaining about harassment or discrimination?
Yes.
When you were in the executive chamber, did you have an understanding that even former employees were protected if they spoke up about experiences they had during their employment?
Yes.
Did you ever see an employee handbook for the executive chamber?
I don't recall.
Let's pull up tab 15.
Sorry, what was that number?
15.
Okay.
So tab 15 is the State of New York Executive Department, Equal Employment Opportunity in New York State Rights and Responsibilities, a handbook for employees of New York State agencies, dated December 2018. Have you seen this document before?
I have it open in front of me. I don't recall seeing it.
Please go to page 17. And please read the first full paragraph beginning hostile environment to yourself. Let me know when you're done.
Okay.
Were you made aware of this definition of sexual harassment when you worked in the executive chamber?
I don't recall.
Is it consistent with your understanding of sexual harassment?
As a general policy,
Excuse me?
like as a general definition?
As any type of definition, is it consistent with your understanding of sexual harassment?
Yes.
All right, so please read the 5th paragraph, last sentence, beginning furthermore, any supervisory to yourself.
Yes, I see that.
Were you made aware of this obligation when you worked in the chamber?
Yes, and yes.
And to be clear, this is the obligation for any supervisory or managerial employee who observes or otherwise becomes aware of conduct of a sexually harassing nature to report such conduct so that it can be investigated. You see that?
Yes, I see it here on the page.
Okay. So let's turn to page 40. And please read the last paragraph under adverse employment action to yourself.
I see it.
Were you made aware of this definition of retaliation when you worked in the executive chamber?
I don't recall.
Any reason to believe it's incorrect?
No.
When you were in the press office in the executive chamber, did you make any public statements about the administration's policies on sexual harassment?
I don't recall specifically, but I would not be surprised if I had. I was an on-the-record spokesperson.
Let's go to tab 13.
I don't have a 13.
Yeah, we go from 9 to 14.
Okay,
Exhibits
well-
that we received.
we'll put it up. Okay,
Did you make it larger? It's very difficult for us to see.
Or do you mind if I get up and go closer to the screen?
happy for you to get up and go closer to the screen. And let's scroll down to Ms. Lever's statement. It's on the 3rd page in the middle. Yep, exactly. So it says this year, Governor Cuomo signed the strongest anti-sexual harassment policy in the country. It closed gaping loopholes that entrapped women in toxic workplaces, extended protections to contracted workers, and strengthened rules that prevent companies from shirking their responsibility to root out bad actors instead of sweeping problems under the rug.
I'm walking back to the chair.
Okay. So I just read a statement that's attributed to you in this article. Excuse me, I didn't hear you.
Oh, sorry, I just said I read it, yes, thank you.
Did you believe that statement when you made it?
Yes, I wouldn't say something on the record that I didn't believe.
What did you understand by toxic workplaces?
I don't recall specifically on this quote.
What did you understand generally by toxic workplaces?
I think in this context, it's toxic workplace as it relates to sexual harassment.
And what would that mean?
That people should not, be exposed to that environment in the workplace.
And how did Governor Cuomo's anti-sexual harassment policy prevent companies from shirking their responsibilities to root out bad actors?
Sorry, I don't remember the specifics of the law.
And I'll say this now and going forward, even if you don't understand the specifics, I'm interested in your general understanding. So generally speaking, how did Governor Cuomo's anti-sexual harassment policy strengthen rules that prevent companies from shirking their responsibility to root out bad actors?
I assume,
Don't provide an assumption. If you have a recollection, whether it's a specific or general one, provide that, but don't assume something. Ms. Maynard's looking for your best recollection, whether it's general or specific.
I'm also interested in, I will also ask about your assumptions, but please go ahead.
I don't know.
What do you assume?
I can't with certainty assume, I'm sorry.
I'm not asking you to speak with certainty. You were starting to say you assume. Please finish that sentence.
To make sure that people who, sexually harass others it's handled appropriately.
Meaning what?
It depends on the confines of the law of what that, penalty is supposed to be, which I obviously don't have specifics on.
But when you say the idea is that people who are involved in sexual harassment are penalized, is that what you're saying?
I think it's the actor, not the person involved, but yes.
And how did the governor's policy prevent companies from sweeping problems under the rug?
I don't know.
What would you assume?
I'm going to object to a question calling for an assumption.
You can object, but this is not a deposition. Please answer, Ms. Lever.
Can you repeat the question?
How do you assume that the governor's policy prevented companies from sweeping problems under the rug?
I'm assuming that, things were handled appropriately.
And what do you mean when you say you're assuming that things were handled appropriately?
That they were reported appropriately and handled appropriately. I obviously, can't speak to every instance.
All right, we'll put up tab 14 now. Ms. Lever, do you recognize this document?
Yes. I see it here on the screen.
Okay. And we'll mark it as an exhibit, and the other documents we've put up so far will also mark as exhibits.
Can I take a minute to read this, please?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
What's the reason what is this document?
From what I can see, it's a letter to the editor that was submitted to the Times Union.
By whom?
Someone who worked for me on my behalf.
And why were you providing this letter to the editor to the Times Union?
I don't recall the specifics, but generally a letter to the editor is in response to a story that's written or an editorial, depending, on which one.
And do you remember the story that's referenced in the first paragraph?
I don't recall, sorry, with any specificity.
How about generally?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure if I handled the original story, but sorry, I don't recall with any detail.
And what about generally?
I obviously was regarding a DCJS case from the subject line.
And you said at the end of the first paragraph that every allegation, well, let me just read the full sentence. You said, with something as important as the safety and well-being of victims who feel they have been harassed, the facts matter, and it is why every allegation must be thoroughly and rigorously investigated. Is that a statement that you believe?
Yes.
And in the third paragraph, you said the executive chamber actually took action and referred the allegations to the agency tasked with investigating these cases immediately, not months after they came to our attention. What agency were you referring to?
It likely would have been the Office of Employee Relations. We called it GOER.
What is GOER?
It's an agent. I actually am not sure if it's an agency, but it's an office that handles, employment issues, is my understanding.
And what is your understanding of GOER's role in handling employment issues?
I don't know the specifics of their role. I know that, employee matters are reported to it.
And does that include harassment allegations?
I would assume so.
And what was the significance in your statement of the executive chamber referring the allegations to GOER immediately and not months after they came to the executive chamber's attention?
That the governor's office handled the referral properly.
All right, so we'll turn to our next document. Okay, and we'll mark it as an exhibit.
What's the number?
It's on the screen. I don't think you have it in your set. So you can take a minute to review it.
Sorry, can you slow down? Okay. I'm sorry, could you go back to the top? Are you finished? Sorry, I just scrolled. Okay, thank you.
Lever, this document is a December 3rd, 2018 memo from Lauren Grasslet's all Executive Chamber employees, correct?
Correct.
Are you familiar with the process that's described in the memo for investigating complaints of protected class employment discrimination?
That it would be reported to various people or to goer.
Okay, what's the basis for your statement that it would be reported to various people or to goer?
It says that you can, sorry, I have context, but it says that you can file a complaint with your supervisor, executive staff. It looks like that paragraph at the bottom of this page.
All right, let's scroll down.
That's what I was referring to.
And then what does it say after that?
Says you may file a complaint with your supervisor, manager, executive staff, counsel's office, or human resources. Each of these individuals is required to send your complaint to goer so that it will be investigated. If you file a complaint with any of these individuals and you do not hear from goer investigator within 1 week, please contact goer.
So is this memo, which says that any complaints need to be referred to goer, consistent with your understanding of the process for investigating complaints of protected class employment discrimination in the chamber?
I mean, this is a copy of the policy, so yes.
And is it consistent with what you understood when you were in the chamber?
Yes.
All right, please return to your seat so you can be on camera. Before December 2020, did you ever talk to reporters about possible stories or reporting about the executive chamber workplace?
Before December 2020?
Yes.
I don't recall specific conversations.
Are you generally aware of any contact that you had with reporters about possible reporting on the workplace in the executive chamber before December 2020?
I believe reporters understood that it was a demanding office to work in.
And I'm not asking about what reporters understood. I'm asking whether you ever talked to reporters about possible stories that they were considering writing about the workplace in the executive chamber.
I'm sorry, I don't recall specific conversations.
Do you recall generally any conversations with reporters about possible stories discussing the workplace in the executive chamber?
I imagine from time to time it came up. I obviously had worked there for over 6 years.
Okay. When did it come up?
I don't recall.
Did you ever have press points or talking points for reporters about the culture of the executive chamber?
No, not in a meaningful way. I mean,
And what do you mean when you say not in a meaningful way?
I would describe the environment that, we worked under, that it wasn't, said in bullet points. It was if I was having a conversation.
Did you ever prepare statements about the workplace in the executive chamber for reporters who were considering reporting on the workplace there?
I don't recall, but if I was asked, I probably would have put out a statement.
And what would the statement have said?
That it's a tough place to work. I'm sorry, I can't recall specifically what I would have said, given I don't know exactly what the questions would be.
And I've said this before, and I will keep saying it, just to try to save you some time today. If you don't understand the specifics, I'm still interested in your general recollection.
In that circumstance, you should ask the question rather than have confusion as to what Ms. Lever specifically recalls versus what she may generally recall.
Ms. Lever, do you generally recall talking to reporters about possible stories discussing the executive chamber's workplace?
I don't, but I expect over the 6 years in working there that I spoke to them about it from time to time.
And were any articles ultimately published about the workplace culture in the executive chamber before December 2020?
There may have been a few.
Do you remember any?
I'm sorry, not off the top of my head.
Was the executive chamber successful in stopping the publication of stories about the workplace culture in the executive chamber prior to December 2020?
Preventing stories, you said?
Yes.
I wouldn't be able to speak to every story. I think it was pretty well known that it was a tough environment to work, and that we, worked very hard with reporters, and we, yeah.
Was the executive chamber successful in stopping the publication of stories about the workplace culture in the executive chamber?
I don't recall specifically, preventing stories about our workplace culture. I think it had been reported on in the past.
But you can't remember a single story.
I'm sorry, not off the top of my head right now.
What devices were you issued as an employee in the executive chamber?
My BlackBerry, a desktop computer, desktop phone, and a work laptop.
And how did you use your BlackBerry?
For email and messages.
And what kinds of messages did you use your BlackBerry for?
There's a type of message called pin message that we use in addition to email.
And when you say...
We did not have texting on our BlackBerries. So we communicated on it's called PIN, but it was a different way of texting, basically.
Who did you communicate with using pins?
Any number of people at all, could have pinned anybody that had a BlackBerry.
Were there particular people you used pins with?
Again, it would have been any employee, from senior staff to anyone who was issued a BlackBerry would have had a PIN, and we often communicated on PIN message.
Did you ever pin with the governor?
Yes.
How often?
Probably almost daily. It was one of the forms that we communicated.
What were the other forms? Excuse me?
One of the main forms by which we communicated.
What were the other forms of communication between you and the governor?
In person or on the phone.
Was there a reason that pins were one of the main forms of communication between you and the governor?
Yeah, he does not have an email.
Did you have an understanding of why he did not have an email?
I imagine it was for privacy, but I can't speak to that. Obviously, it's not my decision.
When you say you imagine it was for privacy, what do you mean by that?
I think, when you work in government, we were asked to use our BlackBerries because we had heard that they were a safer form of communication.
And who asked you to use your BlackBerries?
I don't recall. It was, but it's known to be a more secure device, apparently.
And when were you told that?
I don't recall.
Were you told that when you worked in the executive chamber?
Yeah, I think it was why we were provided with BlackBerries.
Were you told that when you worked in the Attorney General's office?
Yes, I recall also having, I'm sorry, I actually don't recall what kind of device I had in the Attorney General's office. For Eric Schneiderman, you mean, right?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I don't recall what device we had. I think in my entirety of my time in government, I've had BlackBerries, so.
And when you worked in Eric Schneiderman's office, were you told to use pins?
I'm so sorry, I don't recall. It was 10 years ago. I also was a, pretty junior staffer, so.
Do you recall if Mr. Snyderman had a email address?
I don't.
And do you have an understanding as to why PIN messaging or BlackBerry, sorry, are more secure?
Not particularly.
What about generally?
I don't know if it has to do with their infrastructure or hardware. I mean, the device itself, I think, it's sort of well known that people in various corporate businesses use BlackBerry as a form of phone.
At Facebook, do you use a BlackBerry?
No, I actually use an iPhone.
When you're in the chamber, did you set any auto delete rules on your emails?
I had a 30-day deletion policy.
And how did that come about?
I don't recall. I had so many emails that, it was, I think, an effort to help manage my inbox.
Did you have any auto delete rules on your BlackBerries?
No, I don't think so. I don't know if that is, I don't know if that has the capabilities.
Did you speak with anyone about setting an auto delete rule for your email?
You had to get permission to do it, I believe.
Who did you have to get permission from?
I don't remember. I think it's set by, our computer staff, our IT department.
And other than the IT department, did you have any other discussions about setting an auto delete rule for your emails?
I don't believe so. Not that I recall.
Before December 2020, were you aware of any allegations of potential sexual harassment against Andrew Cuomo?
Sorry, can you repeat?
Before December 2020, were you aware of any allegations against Andrew Cuomo of potential sexual harassment?
No.
Were you aware of any concerns that had been raised about Andrew Cuomo's conduct before December 2020?
There was one instance, yes.
Okay, what was that instance?
I had heard a rumor that Charlotte Bennett had an uncomfortable situation with the governor. Interaction, I should say, with the governor.
What did you hear?
That was it. That she had an uncomfortable interaction with the governor.
Who'd you hear it from?
Annabelle Walsh.
When did you hear that?
I don't recall specifically. It was sometime over the summer before I was departing the office in 2020.
Did you hear from Mr. and Miss Walsh together or separately?
I don't recall.
How did you hear this from Annabelle Walsh?
It was a conversation that I was relaying.
And did you speak with in person or using a device?
In person.
And what did they say about the conversation?
That Charlotte had told some friends that some friends and my former colleagues that she had had an uncomfortable interaction with the governor.
Anything else?
No, and I did not have additional details.
Did you ask any questions?
Not that I can recall.
Was Annabelle there when she told you this?
I don't recall. I believe so, but I don't recall.
You remember when in the summer she told you this?
No. It would have been before I departed in August.
When in August did you depart?
Early to mid. I think my date switched about a week at some point, but by mid-August I had departed.
Did you report to anyone what told you?
I remember Annabelle saying that she was going to report it to Jill, and Charlotte worked for Annabelle, not for me.
Is it your understanding that you would not need to report an allegation if the employee did not personally report to you?
No, I just think I had known that Annabelle was.
So when you had this conversation with Annabelle, it was before Annabelle or anyone, let me start again. At the time when you had the conversation with Annabelle, was it your understanding that they had not yet reported to Jill?
Sorry, I don't recall the details of, I don't know when the report was made.
You said earlier that Annabelle said she would report to Jill, correct?
Yes, I just can't remember if she said I reported or will report. I just can't recall specifically.
Okay, so even though earlier you said Annabelle said she would report to Jill, now you're saying you can't remember if Annabelle said she would report to Jill or that she had reported to Jill, correct?
Yes, sorry about the confusion.
Did you ever check with Jill?
No, I did not discuss the matter.
Why not?
I don't recall ever discussing the matter with Jill.
Sorry, my question's a bit different. I'm asking, why did you never check with Jill to see whether or not the report had been made?
I don't know.
Okay.
Did you ask for any other information about the uncomfortable interaction that Charlotte apparently had with the governor?
I don't recall asking for additional information.
Is there a reason you did not want to know?
No. No reason. I think it was a personal issue.
At the time you were a supervisor in the chamber, correct?
I was a member of senior staff, yes.
You would not describe yourself as a supervisor in the executive chamber, as a communications director?
Oh, no, certainly to my team. I supervise my team, of course.
And more generally, you are a supervisor in the executive chamber, correct?
In terms of having a supervisory role, then yes.
Did you think that you had any obligations as a supervisor in the executive chamber with respect to potential issues of protected class discrimination?
Yes, if it were, ever reported to me, I would have carried through the correct processes. It was not reported to me. However, I was not there when Charlotte spoke about it, and I had confirmation that Annabelle was going to bring it to her supervisor.
What confirmation is that?
That she had said she was either, had or was planning to report it to Jill.
Okay. And again, you never checked with Jill to make sure that a complaint in fact had been made, correct?
I don't recall. I don't recall speaking to her about it, sorry.
At a convenient point, we've been going for over an hour. It would be good to take a break.
Okay, we'll look for that point soon. You described the issue as a personal issue, right? You described what told you about Charlotte's uncomfortable interaction with the governor as a personal issue. What did you mean by that?
I just meant that it was something that Charlotte happened to Charlotte.
Okay, Melissa, can you read back the question I asked and the answer that it was a personal issue?
Yes, your question was, You described the issue as a person, this last question you're talking about?
No,
Oh,
earlier.
Previously? Oh, sorry. Yes, let me find that.
Thank you.
Okay, the question was, is there a reason you did not want to know? Answer, no, no reason. I think you know it was a personal issue.
Thank you. So what did you mean by that it was a personal issue?
I'm sorry. I think I meant that it was, not something that I was probing for additional information on.
Did you see it as a workplace issue?
I had no details of what it was, just that it was uncomfortable, so.
Okay. Charlotte was an employee in the executive chamber, correct?
Yes,
Charlotte was a junior staff member in the executive chamber, correct?
yes.
And you heard that she had an uncomfortable interaction with all of your supervisor, correct?
Yes.
And how was that a personal issue for Charlotte?
I'm sorry, I meant it in the way that she, it was happening to her. It was personal for Charlotte, and Charlotte did not speak to me directly about it.
So did the fact that it was happening to Charlotte absolve you of any responsibility in the situation?
No, it was speculative, and I do not have additional details on it.
Did you speak to Charlotte?
No.
What's the reason you didn't speak to Charlotte?
What's the reason I didn't speak to Charlotte?
Right, to get additional details.
I imagine I felt that it was up to her if she wanted to share those details with me.
So you didn't speak to Jill, you didn't speak to Charlotte. Did you speak with anyone about what you heard from Annabelle?
No. Not that I recall.
And that would include the governor, correct?
Correct.
Did you understand the nature of the uncomfortable interaction that Charlotte had with the governor?
Not at that time.
Did he tell you under what circumstances he learned about Charlotte's uncomfortable interaction with the governor?
I believe he had said that it was, a night that some colleagues were out drinking and that she had disclosed it to a group of people.
What else did he say during the conversations about Charlotte's uncomfortable interaction with the governor?
That was basically the extent of the conversation, as I recall.
Did he say who was part of the conversation?
No, I believe was there, he had said, and a few others. I'm sorry, I don't know every name.
Did you speak with, and did you understand if Annabelle was there when Charlotte relayed the information about her interaction with the governor?
I don't know. I don't believe so.
Did you speak with about what you heard from?
No.
How soon after you heard from Charlotte about her uncomfortable interaction with the governor did you speak with?
I don't know.
Was it days after?
I wasn't part of the initial conversation, so I don't know exactly when that happened, nor do I recall the exact time I spoke to her.
Based on your recollection, do you think that you and spoke months after his discussion with Charlotte?
No. No. I think it was, relatively soon after the fact. I just don't recall, and I obviously don't know when it happened.
And where were you at the time you spoke with geographically?
In Albany. I had been in Albany basically from the beginning of the year through the time I departed.
When is the first time you became aware of allegations of potential sexual harassment against Andrew Cuomo, setting aside what you heard from?
It would have been likely when Lindsay Boylan began tweeting about him.
And when was that?
You can answer.
I believe it was in the beginning of 2020.
Now, about 10 minutes ago, I asked for a break, and you said you would do so when you moved on to a different subject.
I actually went to the bathroom also. Is that okay?
Sure, we can stop for you to go to the bathroom.
Okay.
How much time do you need, Ms. Lever?
Just a few minutes.
Stand by. Stand by. The time is 10:19 a.m. We're going off the record. This will end media unit number 1. The time is 10:28 a.m. We are back on the record. This will be the start of media unit number 2. Council?
Hello, and sorry, I should also introduce myself since I joined a little bit late. My name is Yannick Grant. I'm a partner of Vladeck, Raskin and Clark. One question, I believe earlier you testified that Linda Lacewell was involved in personnel stuff for the executive chamber. What is your understanding of Ms. Lacewell's role in that capacity?
I don't recall. I believe she was chief of staff at the time that I returned. So it would have been normal course to speak to her about my return to the office.
Okay. And I believe also earlier you testified that when relaying a story, it's important to research the facts of what you're working on. Is that correct?
Yes.
Why is it important to research the facts of a story?
To make sure that you can respond with accuracy.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, go ahead.
No, that was it.
Okay. And that's it, actually. Go ahead.
I was just going to say to, familiarize yourself with the subject matter of a story and respond accurately.
Ms. Lever, before we went on break, you had just referenced Lindsay Boylan's tweets.
Mm-hmm.
You know Lindsay Boylan, correct?
I do.
When did you first meet her?
I don't recall. It would have been when she was working for the Empire State Development Corporation and I was with the governor's office.
How often did you interact with Ms. Boylan during your time in the chamber?
Before she moved to the chamber, I would have interacted with her on, matters relating to our economic development projects and, policies, events, and then would have interacted with her more regularly when she came to the office.
And what about after she moved to the chamber?
That's what I meant, more regularly.
Okay. What was the nature of your relationship with Ms. Boylan?
We were friends. We had a professional and personal relationship.
What was your understanding of Ms. Boylan's relationship with the governor?
My understanding was that it was professional.
Did you observe any interactions between Ms. Boylan and the governor?
Yes, often. We, anytime she was in a meeting with him or traveling with him to an event.
What did you observe in those interactions?
Just standard. We would be oftentimes briefing him on policy, on details of events we were headed to, very, standard work matters.
Did you observe Ms. Boylan or the governor touch each other?
No, not that I recall.
Did you observe Ms. Boylan or the governor flirt with each other?
No, not that I recall.
Did you ever observe the governor yell at Ms. Boylan?
Not that I recall.
Did you ever speak with Ms. Boylan about any interactions she had with the governor?
Interactions about work or any interaction at all?
Any interactions at all?
We would have discussed normal work course.
What do you mean by that?
If he told her something about work that needed to be relayed to me and vice versa, we would have discussed that.
Did you and Ms. Boylan ever speak about the way the governor conducted himself?
Not in a meaningful way that I can recall.
What about setting aside anything in a meaningful way? Did you ever speak with Ms. Boylan about the governor's conduct?
No, not that I can recall.
Did you ever speak with Ms. Boylan about the governor's management style?
On occasion.
What did you speak about?
I don't recall specifically, but I can imagine, we talked about it being a hard place to work, that we had deadlines, that we needed to get him policy, that we needed to adequately brief him. Very standard conversations I would have had with her, with many others in the office.
Did you ever speak with her about the governor's preferences in terms of how staff handled projects?
I can't recall specifically, but that again would have been, a standard conversation I would have had with colleagues about, obviously, meeting the standards of the governor.
And what did you understand to be the standards of the governor?
He had incredibly high standards for everyone that worked for him, and he required that those standards were met.
Did you ever talk to Ms. Boylan about the governor liking closers or pushers?
I don't recall, but closers meaning, he liked things to get over a finish line. That sounds like a standard thing, I might say.
And what do you mean when you say he likes things to get over the finish line?
Just to be, tasks to be completed.
And did it matter to him what methods were used to get the tasks completed?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
In your understanding, did it matter to the governor what methods staff members used to make sure that tasks would get completed?
I don't think there's like a science to it. I think he just wanted things done.
Did you ever talk to Ms. Boylan about the governor liking pushers?
I don't recall.
Have you ever used that term, pushers?
I think in the context of, making sure that things get finished in terms of a project, I could see my saying, pushing something forward is not totally out of the realm of something I might say.
Do you ever describe the governor as liking pushers?
I don't recall.
All right, let's go to tab 9. So let's go to row or message number 106. And we can start at 105. Yeah, great.
105, you said?
Yes, this is a series of text messages in April 2018 between you and Lindsay Boylan, correct? 105 down?
Yes.
Okay. And you say to Ms. Boylan, he isn't into is a problem because she's fabulous. He refers to the governor, correct?
I'm sorry, you said 105. I don't see that there.
Let's go to 108.
Oh, sorry. Okay, 1 second. Yep.
He isn't into which is a problem because she's fabulous. You see that?
Yes, I do.
He refers to the governor?
Yes, I believe so, without, obviously being able to recall everything from 2018.
All right, you want to look at 103 and tell me if that jogs your memory about whether he refers to the governor?
Oh, yes, yes.
Okay.
That was Lindsay to me who said the governor.
Okay, so does that jog your memory that when you say he in message 108, you're referring to the governor?
It makes sense based on the documents in front of me, yes.
Who is,
Someone who used to work for us in the chamber.
and what's her last name?
Her last name is,
What did you mean when you said the governor wasn't into?
I don't recall. I imagine that he, preferred other people to work with.
He didn't like working with, is that what you're saying?
I mean, it appears what my text says.
And then let's go down to 122. You see that?
Yep.
You say she's not a pusher, he likes pushers. What did you mean by that?
I don't recall, I'm sorry.
All right, in context, what do you think you meant?
I first say she's brilliant and hardworking and good. She's not a pusher, he likes pushers. I imagine it means that she's not, incredibly forceful about in her demeanor.
And going lower on that page in the messages 161 and 162, Ms. Boylan says to you, I can't sometimes with this job, I literally cannot. How do you interpret Ms. Boylan's statements?
I would assume that's just normal, work friends complaining about work stuff. Those texts are months after the texts.
Understood. What do you understand by Ms. Boylan's statement, I can't sometimes with this job?
Based on the context in this document, I would assume she had a work frustration.
Did Ms. Boylan ever complain to you about work frustrations in the executive chamber?
Yeah, I think we spoke about work frustrations to each other. I mean, we were friends at work. It would have been standard, work chatter, if you will.
And was it standard work chatter between you and Ms. Boylan for Ms. Boylan to complain to you about the job?
I don't recall it happening often, but we had a personal relationship.
Did it ever happen?
Well, obviously it happened in this instance.
Did it happen any other times?
I don't recall.
Did Ms. Boylan ever talk to you about wanting to quit her job at the chamber?
I believe she had left the office at one point and I asked her, if she was okay. Again, we had a personal relationship.
And what did she say?
I don't recall. Is it in this group of texts for me to?
I'm not asking about these texts. I'm asking about your recollection that Ms. Boylan left the office once and you asked if she was okay. What happened?
I don't know. I was not involved in the, issue before asking if she was okay.
And when you say you understood she left the office, what do you mean by that?
I believe she had said that she quit.
Okay. How did you learn that she said she had quit?
She texted me that.
When was that?
I don't recall the date.
Did she in fact quit on that occasion?
I don't recall because she had come back to the office at other points. So I'm not sure which time I'm referring to.
Okay. Did Ms. Boylan threaten to quit the executive chamber on more than one occasion?
I don't believe to me. I don't recall.
Did Ms. Boylan threaten to quit the executive chamber to someone else on more than one occasion?
I believe she had tried or quit maybe a few times. Again, I don't recall.
You said that you and Ms. Boylan would discuss your work frustrations, correct?
Yes. on a
What,
case.
sorry for interrupting. Do you recall which frustrations Ms. Boylan shared with you?
No, I don't.
Do you recall which frustrations you shared with Ms. Boylan?
No, I don't. I don't.
Do you recall any frustrations you had on the job at the executive chamber?
Yes, it could oftentimes be a frustrating place to work.
What are some of the things you recall?
It was, really hard and demanding. It was incredibly stressful. It was obviously very high impact. It was more stress than not stress, frankly. The majority of the time you are spent pretty stressed out.
Anything else?
Of specific frustrations?
Or general frustrations that you recall?
Oh, I mean, it's a lot of time away. It's living out of a hotel often. It's ridiculous work hours. It's, just really a very high intense work environment.
How does it compare to your current job?
My current job is pretty stressful too, but not to the same extent. I obviously work in the private sector for a private company, and it's quite different than making sure that 20 million people are like safe and accounted for.
Right.
I also, have the benefit of working from home for the time being, and I did not have that when I worked for the governor's office. So all in all, it's a bit less stressful.
So you mentioned that you believe Ms. Boylan threatened to resign from the executive chamber on more than one occasion. On one occasion, she texted you. How did you hear about Ms. Boylan's threats to resign from the executive chamber on the other occasions?
I don't recall.
Did you hear about it from Ms. Boylan herself?
I don't recall.
Let's turn to messages 166 and 167. So here Ms. Boylan says, to you, I should have stayed at ESD. At least people there treat each other with respect. What do you understand by Ms. Boylan's statements there?
That she regretted coming to the governor's office, but obviously I can't speak on behalf of Lindsay.
Is that something that Ms. Boylan told you on other occasions?
Not that I recall.
Do you recall one way or the other?
No.
What do you understand by Lindsay's statement, at least people there treat each other with respect?
Again, not wanting to speak for Lindsay, I assumed she meant that she felt disrespected.
And to be clear, when I ask what you understand by something, I'm not asking you to speak for anyone. I'm asking about your understanding.
Right, but I mean, these messages without context from many years ago, it's hard for me to completely say with certainty what my understanding is because I don't have all of the facts.
Did Lindsay Boylan ever complain to you about people in the executive chamber making her feel disrespected?
I don't recall outside of this instance of the text that I'm reading.
Is it consistent with your understanding of the discussions you had with Lindsay Boylan about her frustrations in the executive chamber, that she felt people there did not treat her with respect?
My interactions with Lindsay were mostly positive, actually, and so I obviously can't speak to her interactions with other people in the office. I think we respected one another, and I had assumed, that her overall impression of the office was a positive one.
And I'm not asking about how you treated her. Did Lindsay Boylan ever complain to you about anyone in the executive chamber treating her disrespectfully?
I don't recall.
Did Lindsay Boylan ever complain about the way Melissa DeRosa interacted with her to you?
I don't recall that.
Let's go to message.
Sorry, if you go to message 168, it says, hang on, going to call you in a few.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a message from you to Miss Boylan, correct?
Yes.
And it was about 14 minutes after the text, at least people treat each other with respect, correct?
Yes.
Okay, do you recall that conversation?
No, I don't. I imagine I was calling to check on her.
Okay. And I believe just now you testified that you had understood that most of Miss Boylan's interactions were positive.
I said I think her impression of the office was positive.
Okay, what's your basis for that understanding?
You know, in the times that we spent together, it was focused on work, doing good things for the people of New York. I thought that it was overall positive, the stuff that we worked on together.
Anything else beyond the stuff that you worked on together that left you with the impression that most of her interactions were positive in the chamber?
No, and I, of course, cannot speak to all of her interactions.
All right.
But you haven't spoken to any of her interactions, right? You just said that she liked the work that you all did in the chamber, right?
I said for the most part, my interactions with her, I felt were positive, which are the interactions I can speak to.
Okay. But you're not speaking to the interactions Lindsay Boylan had with anyone else in the chamber, correct?
Right, because I don't recall all of her other interactions with other people in the chamber.
Did Lindsay Boylan ever describe the chamber as a toxic environment?
I don't recall. It was a tough place to work. So if we were friends, and I could imagine her obviously airing her frustration to me, but I don't recall specifically.
Generally speaking, do you recall Lindsay Boylan describing the chamber as a toxic environment?
No.
Let's go to message 293. And it looks like here, Ms. Boylan is consoling you about something. She says, he was in such a crummy mood today. I'm sorry, I just know he said something unfair and not about you at all today. What's the context of this statement from Lindsay to you?
I don't know.
Does he refer to the governor?
Without assuming, I assume.
And what's the basis for that assumption?
Just the way it's phrased.
Do you remember an interaction you had with the governor in August of 2018?
No, I spent almost, I had daily interactions with the governor, so it would be hard for me to recall.
Did the governor ever say things to you that were unfair?
I certainly felt so.
What are examples?
I can't think of specific examples, but it had very high standards. There were really hard days. There were really hard moments of certain days. I can't, specifically recall an instance where I felt treated unfair, but I can tell you that there were definitely times where I felt I was treated unfairly.
And tell me generally, what made you feel like you were treated unfairly?
I'm sure it would have been reaction to my work product. I thought it was at a certain caliber and he did not.
And how would he have reacted in those, how did he react in those circumstances?
I mean, again, not a science, but he would have told me he was, that it was not, the right approach or the right tactic, or I should go back to the drawing board, or I didn't do something well. And standard things you might hear from your boss.
Did he ever tell you that he could do your job better than you could do your job?
I can't recall specifically.
Did he ever make statements along those lines?
Sure, on occasion.
Okay, let's go to message number 7789 to 7791. And these are messages between you and Annabelle Walsh.
Yes.
Okay. In September 2018, and Walsh says, I actually fucking hate this place. You ask what's happening, and she says, nothing, I just hate this place. I would never agree with Lindsay on anything, but it is, she says, ducking, presumably meant to say fucking, toxic. Did you ever have conversations with Annabelle Walsh about her frustrations with the workplace environment in the chamber?
Yes, absolutely.
And what do you understand by Annabelle's statement? I would never agree with Lindsay on anything, but it is fucking toxic.
I mean, I obviously don't have the context, but I imagine she was having a very frustrating moment at work.
And do you understand from Annabelle's statement that she was saying Lindsay described the chamber's workplace environment as toxic?
Yes.
Is that consistent with things that you heard from Lindsay about the workplace environment in the chamber?
I don't think I can generalize on that. Obviously I said we had a, close professional and personal relationship, and we would chat about frustrations we were feeling. I can't generally say that she felt it was toxic all the time.
Did she ever describe the environment in the chamber as toxic?
I said earlier, I don't recall her using that with me specifically. Maybe she used it with Annabelle from this case.
You said just now you don't remember her generally saying the environment in the chamber was toxic all the time, which suggested that she said, at least on one occasion, that the environment in the chamber was toxic. Is that correct?
I meant, the general description of the office culture. And I think you'd asked me earlier if I remember Lindsay using the word toxic.
Do you remember Lindsay ever describing the general environment in the chamber as toxic?
No, I don't recall.
Were you in the chamber when Lindsay stopped working there?
Yes.
Okay. What did you, did Lindsay tell you that she was leaving the chamber?
At one point she had said she, wanted to quit, but I don't recall if that was a time where she then came back. Because as I said, there was a time when she left and then, came back either, within days.
Were you in the chamber when Lindsay ultimately left the chamber?
I would have either been at the chamber or at the campaign.
And did Lindsay talk to you about her departure from the chamber when she finally did leave?
Not that I recall in, any meaningful way.
When you say not that you recall in any meaningful way, what do you mean by that?
I can't remember if she actually, said goodbye. I might have already been gone from the office. I don't recall when she left.
Did anyone tell you about Lindsay's departure from the chamber?
Not that I recall.
Did Peter Ajemian?
I assume I had heard.
Okay, why do you assume you heard?
Because, we was a senior staff member leaving the office.
And what did you hear about Lindsay leaving the office at the time?
I don't recall.
Did you hear anything about the circumstances under which Lindsay left the office?
I don't.
Okay. Did you ever try to persuade Lindsay to stay in the chamber?
I don't recall, trying to persuade her. I think I had reached out as a friend to listen to make sure she was okay.
And what did you learn when you reached out as a friend?
I don't recall the phone conversation. I actually don't recall if we ever connected via phone from the previous questions you guys had asked me.
All right, let's go to tab 16.
One six, you said?
1-6, yes.
Okay.
And we'll mark this and the previous document as an exhibit. So this, what is this? Ms. Lever, do you recognize it?
It looks like text messages between a group of people.
Okay. And who is that group of people?
Melissa, Annabelle, Stephanie, Jill, Andrew, and myself.
And is this from a particular chat room or thread?
The name on the left column says Mean Girls.
And what does that refer to?
It refers to a joke that the 6 of us had in the office.
Who are the 6 of you?
Melissa, I imagine it's this group here in the text. Melissa, Annabelle, Steph, Jill, myself.
Is Andrew Ball part of this?
I don't know, he's in the text chain. I
And
was
is
like unlikely that he was considered. I think he probably more used the term.
excuse me? You trailed off at the end. What did you say?
Oh, I just said he was in this text group. Unlikely that he was in the group.
Who set up this group?
I don't recall.
Did you all call yourselves Mean Girls?
On occasion, it was just a joke amongst, a group of people, and obviously, it's not how we, or not how I treated anybody. It was a reference to a movie.
What was the joke?
That we, were a group of women, that it was just really, truly a funny joke amongst the people in this text.
So how was, how did the fact that you were a group of women correspond to the name Mean Girls?
There's a movie about a group of women called.
There are other movies about groups of women. Why did you choose that one?
It's called Mean Girls, the movie.
Right.
Oh, it was, about a very close-knit group of girls. It was again, a joke. It was like a funny inside joke.
And I'm trying to understand, what was the inside joke?
So there was a group of us that, really had a large role in the day-to-day work of the governor's office, and we jokingly referred to ourselves as Mean Girls.
Okay. Do you run the place?
Do I?
Did you all run the chamber?
I don't know how to answer that.
Did you manage the chamber, this group of women who you described as Mean Girls?
I think it's more that we managed, the day-to-day work of the governor.
And the first message, number 2363, is a post of a link to a tweet by Lindsay Boylan. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, yes.
And this, and we can show you later if you'd like, but this tweet is talking about plans for Amazon to move to New York City. Is that consistent with your recollection?
I can't see the tweet. Do you mind pulling it up?
We'll pull it up and take more time to put it up. But Jill DeRosier says, didn't she help negotiate it? Do you know what that refers to?
Without seeing the tweet, I can't say. Is there?
Okay.
Do you want to describe to me the contents of the tweet?
We'll take a minute and pull up the tweet.
Okay, thank you.
While we're pulling up the tweet, Was the joke that the behavior of your group reflected the behavior of the group in the movie that was led by Regina George?
That was the joke, but I just want to reiterate that is not a fair characterization of how, certainly I and other people treated others in the office.
But in naming yourselves, or whomever named that group, or in discussing yourselves and jokingly discussing yourselves as the Mean Girls, it was that it reflected the behavior of this group led by Regina George in the movie made by Tina Fey back in 2000 and something, correct?
Correct.
All right.
So we have the tweet up.
Oh, sorry. Do you mind if I just, I have very poor vision. Thank you. I see it.
Okay. What's the reason you sent Lindsay Boylan's tweet to the Mean Girls group?
I was probably just flagging it. We often do that. It was also, it's totally standard to send around flag tweets and stuff like that.
And why were you flagging the tweet to this group in particular?
Well, Amazon was at the time, or I guess a little beforehand, had been a, massive project for the governor's office. And so her commentary on it would have been relevant.
And how did you view Lindsay's commentary on Amazon?
I mean, I don't recall. I don't recall.
Did you view it positively? Lindsay's tweet about the Amazon?
I don't think it was positive or negative. I think she was making a position on whether workers would have the ability to unionize.
And how did you feel about the fact that she was taking this position?
I actually can't recall our position, but I do remember we were negotiating with Amazon. And obviously there was a lot going on, but I don't think that I don't know. I don't recall. I don't think her, her tweet was reflective of being positive or negative though. I can't remember if it was a different position the office had taken.
Did you speak with Lindsay about that tweet?
I don't recall speaking to her about that tweet, no. I only had a handful of interactions with her, I believe, after she departed.
Stephanie Benson responds, well, now we've heard from the real authority. How do you interpret Stephanie Benson's response to Lindsay's tweet?
I can't speak to that.
What's your understanding of Stephanie Benson's statement? Well, now we've heard from the real authority.
That obviously she was not taking the Lindsay's statement seriously.
Was Ms. Benson, do you understand Ms. Benson's statement to be sarcastic?
Yes.
And Jill DeRosier responded, didn't she help negotiate it? How do you understand Jill's response to Lindsay's tweet?
That Lindsay was obviously heavily involved in the deal to win HQ2 in Long Island City. So the fact that she had now changed her position was surprising to Jill.
And were you flagging Lindsay's tweet because in your view, Lindsay had now changed her position on Amazon?
Again, I don't recall where the governor's office was on unionization, so I can't speak to that. From based on the plain reading of this, it appears that it was a departure from the position she used to negotiate.
Would others in the governor's office besides those on this check exchange have been involved or worked on the Amazon headquarter issue?
Would other people in the office have worked on Amazon deal?
Yeah.
Yes, a tremendous amount of people. It was a marquee project for us at the time.
Do you recall whether or not you flagged this tweet for them?
I don't. I might have flagged it for Robert, but I don't recall.
Is there any reason why you made sure to flag it to the Mean Girls group and not to others in the office who may have had an interest in the project?
No, I mean, truly, everyone on this chain would have also been interested in the project. It was, again, a marquee project for the office at the time.
Okay.
All right, let's turn to tab 17, and you should take a minute to review the document so you can refamiliarize yourself with it. I'll mark it as an exhibit.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So starting with the messages from 966 on, looks like the name of this group text is Somehow We're in Charge. Who was part of that group?
It looks like Melissa, myself, Stephanie, Annabelle, Rich, Jim, Robert, Jill, Beth, Peter.
And what did that name mean?
I mean, this is obviously a large portion of senior staff, so I think it was a joke that somehow this group of people is in charge.
And this was another inside joke?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. So starting with message 967, you say, "What the fuck?" Were you reacting to Lindsay Boylan's tweet, which is on the last page of the document?
Had it been sent to, like, the text before in that chain, the tweet was sent around?
I'm seeing what you're seeing in the document. So I think that's a question for you.
There's a blank the blank document is the tweet, I assume. The blank from Melissa to me, to the group.
Why did you respond, "What the fuck"?
I think I was pretty shocked at the contents of that tweet.
What were you shocked by?
That Lindsay had suggested that she could not be the mother of young children when she worked in the governor's office.
How are you seeing that in Lindsay's tweet?
I was the only mother of young children on senior staff in my last job in politics. They didn't get it, even with all the right policies. It was a toxic and demoralizing experience.
And what was your interpretation of those statements again?
That the office did not understand how she could be a mother of young children in her job.
I believe earlier you described the office as being a place where there were long hours and lots of intensity, correct?
Yes.
Do you have a sense of whether or not that sort of environment would be difficult for a young mother to navigate?
I don't so much disagree that it is a hard place, you're often taken away from your family. I think the issue I had was that Lindsay was suggesting that because I had many conversations with her, and this is not the position that was relayed to me.
Okay.
And later in the text at message 970, Jim Malatras said, "Let's release some of her cray emails." What do you understand by Malatras' statement?
I don't know what he was referring to.
Okay. Did you speak with anyone about responding to Lindsay's tweet about being a mother in the chamber?
I did. I spoke to Melissa about it, and I believe office of the council.
What did you speak with Melissa about?
Well, first of all, I had been personally offended by the tweet. And second of all, I also was the communications director at the time, or press secretary, communications director. So I expected that we might have to have a response from the office.
And just to be clear, you were personally offended by the tweet because Lindsay Boylan said something in public that she hadn't told you privately?
No, because I had specifically had multiple conversations with her around this topic, and she had given me completely different advice than what she had put in that tweet. I had many times brought up the fact that I was concerned about how just as a young, ambitious female, how you can have a family and work in an environment such as this one, if not, many others. And she would say to me that you can totally have kids in this office. You just need to have enough money to afford childcare, nannies, and taxi cabs. And, those stuck with me because I did not feel like I was in a position where I could afford those things. And so it's something that is, pretty fresh in my brain because it's something I was offended by. She also brought, work, and it was just not accurate how she had, or from my actual conversations with her, the way that she spoke in that tweet was not accurate reflection of how she felt. So you could say I was offended by it, yes.
So just so I understand, it sounds like Lindsay Boylan's tweet actually reflected the concerns you had about, well, how can you be a mother in an environment like the chamber, correct? Your issue with Lindsay Boylan's tweet is that, in your understanding, even though she was a mother in the chamber, her experience was fine because she had the money to afford taxis and childcare. Is that correct?
That was the advice that she had given me when I brought up my own concerns regarding that. And by the way, it wouldn't have just been in the chamber, right? It was like this idea that as a young woman, when you want to have a robust career and also a family, this is not new to Lindsay and I discussing this as an issue. But the tweet was certainly not reflective of the advice that she had provided me in the past.
And how is the tweet not reflective of advice that she had given you?
Because she never suggested that, that it was a toxic, demoralizing experience, and that, obviously her position was that it was hard to have young children, and be a senior staff member. And that's not how she had reflected it to me.
Earlier, I asked you several times whether Lindsay described the environment in the chamber as toxic. You said you did not recall. Now you're saying that she did not describe the environment in the chamber as toxic?
I think we're speaking about specifically being a mother in our office. And I still do not recall her using the phrase toxic to me specifically.
We looked at text earlier between you and Annabelle Walsh where the word toxic was used, though, correct?
Yes, by Annabelle.
Okay.
So describe what Lindsay said.
It was a tough workplace. It was at times toxic. I just don't recall specific instances where Lindsay used that specific phrase with me. I can understand why she felt it was toxic. As I have said, it was an incredibly hard place to work. I agree. It was a very hard place to work.
So what is your complaint about the veracity of the tweet? Is it the fact that Ms. Boylan never said it specifically and that's it, not that fact that it may have actually reflected the working environment in the chamber?
Yes, that she was trying to suggest that she lacked the ability to be a young mom in our office when she had told me the opposite of that.
But where in the tweet does she say she couldn't be a young mom in the chamber? She says she was the only mother of young children on senior staff. They didn't get it.
It was a toxic and demoralizing experience. That is not how she described her experience to me.
And there's the last sentence which you haven't read.
Now I run my own company full of especially moms.
But you've also said you don't recall whether she described the environment as toxic. I just want to be clear. Are you saying, no, she did not describe the environment as toxic, or I do not recall if she described the environment as toxic?
I mean, I don't recall. Based on this tweet, she's suggesting it was toxic and demoralizing experience to be a mother in our office. And that obviously, you know, was a departure from our conversations regarding this exact topic.
But you're adding those words. She just says it was a toxic and demoralizing experience, right?
That the office didn't get her being a mother, even though we had the right policies. Right? I mean,
And how did that, go ahead.
Nothing.
What
How did
policy? Sorry.
How did that contradict what she said about, well, if you have money, you can afford, you can get childcare and taxis?
Because she said it wasn't a challenge if you could afford nannies and taxis.
What wasn't a challenge?
Being a mom in this job.
You referenced policies. What policies are you talking about?
Lindsay referenced policies.
Okay.
So you said you were personally offended, and then as the communications director, you felt like you needed to come up with a response. Did Melissa?
I would have had to be, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Go ahead.
I would have had to be prepared for reporters, you know, to ask me for a response. Obviously, you know, it says Lindsay Boylan for Congress and primary Nadler. So she was running for public office. So it would be, you know, completely understandable that I would have had to prepare a response should reporters come to me asking me to respond to her tweet.
So I think maybe we've been speaking past each other. Is it the case that you thought Lindsay Boylan was making a statement about the chamber in the context of running for Congress to further her political ambition? Is that how you interpreted the statement?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Is it the case that you thought Lindsay Boylan was just making a statement about being a mother in the chamber so that she could further her political ambitions?
And I can't speak to her specific motivations. My point was that reporters could ask me for a reaction to her tweet because she was running for Congress, and I didn't even know that this was at that time. I'm just looking at her hashtags in her tweet below.
I'm going back to you saying you were personally offended, which I'm still trying to understand.
Got it. Sorry. I was personally offended because I was offended at the time about what Lindsay had said to me. I was offended at the idea that I would only be able to have kids and stay in this job, which I loved, if I had enough money. And so I remember being offended at the time regarding that. So I was even more offended when she then came out and said something that was drastically different than that. I believe that was not how she felt.
Did you speak with Lindsay Boylan about her tweet?
I think I tried to contact her actually, but I don't think I ever spoke to her.
What's the reason you tried to contact her?
I think from both hats, a friend who was confused and from, my point of needing to defend the governor. And so I probably would have asked what was going on.
Did you have any conversations with Melissa DeRosa about Lindsay Boylan's tweet?
I think we bounced back and forth a draft of what I would have to say to press, to make a public comment about it.
Did you end up making a public comment about Lindsay Boylan's tweet?
No, I don't think any reporters ended up asking me, and it wasn't something I was going to do proactively. It would have just been reactively.
Did you have a discussion with anyone in the chamber at the time about releasing Ms. Boylan's personal records in response to this tweet?
No, not that I recall.
Did you consider releasing Ms. Boylan's personal records in response to this tweet?
No.
Why not?
I'm not sure I knew of them at the time, but I don't recall.
And you said you would not have released a statement proactively. You'd have released it reactively. Why is that?
I think, from a strategic perspective, obviously, if I was asked, I would have had to defend the office, our policies and senior staff, but there was no need to, proactively, put this out. It would have likely given it more oxygen. It would have caused, I think nobody actually reported on the tweet. And had we put out a statement, it would have likely been reported on. And so when you're deciding on a strategy, it's, you weigh whether or not you're actually creating more of a story if you respond.
And let's turn to message 9672 just to see a draft of a statement.
I'm sorry, do you mind just repeating the number?
Yes, 9672.
Okay.
So this is a statement that came from Melissa DeRosa to you, correct?
Yep.
Who drafted the statement?
I assume Melissa, if she sent it to me, but I don't recall.
Okay. And do you agree with that statement?
The contents of it?
Yes.
That she's politicizing it? I think that's fair. She, hashtagged her campaign, so I imagine it was a position she was taking in a political arena.
Did you fact check the statement?
I don't know how I would fact check someone's opinion, but I knew it to be false because I have had, many conversations with Lindsay about this topic.
When you said you knew it to be false.
Oh, I'm sorry. At the time we had spoken about it, it was a different position than she had. I obviously can't speak to whether her position changed or, false or the truth or false. I would not be able to fact check.
And just to be clear about what was false about her statement, was it false that Lindsay Boylan was the only mother of young children on senior staff? Is that what you're saying was false?
I think there were other parents, definitely, maybe young. There were definitely a lot of fathers, but.
Was it false that she described herself as the only mother of young children?
I can't recall everyone's family status, but I don't know.
Okay. How about the next statement? They didn't get it even with all the right policies. Was that statement false?
I think it's certainly subjective.
Is that statement false?
I think many people understood how challenging it was to have kids in the executive chamber. As we discussed, it was a pretty time-consuming job. So I don't think it's false. I don't think it's accurate to say that other people didn't get it, and I don't think she should be speaking for other people.
But do you think that statement is false?
I don't know. I can't speak to the truth or falsity of the statement. I can say that I imagine other people also felt that it was a tough place to have children. So the generalization that they didn't get it is probably inaccurate.
And can you speak to the truth or falsity of the statement, it was a toxic and demoralizing experience? Is that something you could speak to?
If that was her position, then again, I would not fact check her position. But it was a departure from the many conversations that the two of us had had on the matter.
And finally, she said, now I run my own company full of especially moms. Was that statement false?
I obviously can't speak to her company.
Let's turn to tab 20. And we'll mark it as an exhibit. Do you recognize this document, Ms. Lever?
These are texts 20, you said, right?
Yes.
These are texts between Lindsay and myself, yes.
And what do you remember about these texts?
They were texts Lindsay sent to me after she left the office.
Did you respond to them?
I think I had responded to the final text to ask her to stop contacting me, but it looks like that's not in this batch.
What was your reaction to her text?
Which one?
This text here.
The absolutely not helpful?
Yes.
Absolutely not helpful specific response to a tragedy. Did you want to say something?
No, it just it continues on after the picture.
Oh. Sorry, can you repeat the question?
What was your reaction to the absolutely not helpful specific response and the futures coming after assholes text?
Obviously it's not a text you like to get. I was upset by it.
What upset you?
I think for a number of reasons. One, that she was, politicizing this executive order in the height of COVID as if it was a direct attack on her. And then saying the future is coming after assholes, it felt like she was calling me an asshole. I don't think anyone likes to be called that.
Were you scared by Ms. Boylan's text?
Scared?
Yeah.
I was disheartened by it and surprised by it. I don't know how fearful I was, but I do think it's threatening.
How is it threatening?
I think where it says, I see what the point is here, I will find ways to respond to the message, the future is coming after assholes.
What did you understand?
Threatening to me.
And how was it threatening to you?
I think she was saying that she was going to respond to our executive order in a way that obviously she felt like she, needed to attack us, or I can't speak to, the word choice, but you could understand why somebody would interpret this as a threat.
Did you interpret it as a threat?
Yes, I was upset by it.
And who did you interpret it as a threat against?
I guess everyone she was, calling assholes. I imagine it was the governor and senior staff. I don't know. I cannot speak on behalf of Ms. Boylan.
And when you say our and us, you're referring to the executive chamber, correct?
At the time, I was still an employee of the executive chamber, correct?
But when you were just now were referring to our and us, you were referring to the executive chamber, correct?
Yes, but at the time that I was working there.
And did you understand the threat to be directed toward the executive chamber?
I'm sorry, I can't speak for her.
I said, did you understand? Sorry.
Yeah.
Was there anything in particular you were concerned Ms. Boylan may do?
No, you asked me if I was scared. I didn't think that, she's gonna hurt me or anything like that, but she was in the middle of a race. It was obviously political. The executive order was applied to elections across the entire state, and obviously, as I'm sure you guys know, it was out of an abundance of caution to make sure that people weren't door knocking and having face-to-face interactions. So it was just a shocking and disheartening thing to receive.
Okay, but my question was a little bit more specific, meaning, was there anything in particular you were concerned she may do in response or in retribution based on the fact that she had sent what you describe as a threatening text message?
No.
Okay. And to go back to a document we looked at before this last document, in Mr. Rose's draft statement, it said that the claims Ms. Boylan had made were bizarre. Do you have an understanding of what Ms. DeRosa meant by bizarre?
No, I think, generally it was a pretty weird thing to tweet.
Why was it weird?
Well, from my perspective, it was weird because that was obviously not the contents of conversations that had predated that between the two of us. But I don't think anybody thought that Lindsay felt that way. That was bizarre.
Did you talk to anybody else about their impressions about what Miss Boylan would have thought?
About what Ms. Boylan would have thought?
Sorry, that was a bit mangled. Let me try again. You say that you didn't understand that Miss Boylan's tweet was inconsistent with what she had said before to you, correct?
Right.
Okay. And you said that others understood that it was inconsistent, Miss Boylan's position now as opposed to what happened back in the day, correct?
Yes.
Okay. My question is then, did you speak to anyone? Meaning, did you speak to Melissa DeRosa, for instance, about?
Oh, got it. Sorry. Well, at the time, I obviously worked in the chamber that I received these messages. And I think other members of the office received them, similar ones. And I probably, in sharing those, relayed probably to, some members of senior staff and to council, other conversations I'd had with her, but I can't recall.
Okay.
And Annabelle had previously said Lindsay described the chamber as a toxic workplace, correct?
Yeah. Were those, I obviously don't have the timestamp on Annabelle's text. I don't know if it was predates this, but.
Let's go back to it.
Is that in this chain?
It's not in this chain. I'll just let you know the tab number.
Oh, I see it. 9/17/2018. Okay. Yes, it predates that. Yeah, I'd love to.
Can we take a short break?
After I ask my next couple of questions. So Lindsay's tweet that the chamber was a toxic and demoralizing experience, at least that was consistent with what Annabelle said Lindsay had said about the chamber, correct?
I'm sorry, I can't speak to Annabelle's text, but.
I'm asking you to speak to what was written in Annabelle's text in September 2018, where she says she agrees with Lindsay that the chamber is toxic. And I'm saying that is consistent with what Lindsay later tweets about the chamber, correct?
Yes.
Okay, we can take our break.
Thank
How long
you.
do you need?
Just a few minutes, please.
Stand by. The time is 11:35 a.m. We're going off the record, and this will end media unit number 2. 1 second. The time is 11:48 a.m. We are back on the record. This will be the start of media unit number 3. Council?
Thank you. Ms. Lever, earlier on, we talked about a draft statement that Melissa DeRosa had sent to you, as a proposed response to Lindsay's tweet about being a mother in the chamber. Other than Melissa DeRosa, did you discuss that draft statement with anyone else?
I believe I discussed it with the council, to the governor.
And who was that?
Alfonso. David.
Okay. And what was the purpose of the discussion with Mr. David?
Anytime I, say something publicly from the office, I would have sought guidance from council.
What sort of guidance would you have sought from council?
Are you seeking legal advice from Mr. David?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, if you wanted me to hear you, Mr. Spiro, I did not.
I would have been seeking legal advice.
Sorry, I wanted to just make sure I didn't need to take something down that your attorney said.
No, I would have been seeking legal advice on a statement.
Okay. All right, Ms. Lever, let's turn to your experience working in the executive chamber.
Okay.
I think earlier you referenced interactions with the governor when you worked in the chamber. How often did you interact with the governor?
I would say almost daily.
And was this the case throughout the time you spent in the chamber?
No. When I first started as first deputy press secretary, I would have interacted him most likely around details of events that I was working on. You know, as a junior staffer in the press office, you it's called advance work, but you basically like advance many events that the governor attends. So I would have seen him at events and, you know, on occasion briefed him on an event, but it wasn't until I had been there for a while that I started daily interactions with him.
And what was the position you held when you started daily interactions with the governor?
Probably press secretary. I can't recall specifically, but obviously as I got more senior, I spent more time with him.
Please describe your relationship with the governor during your time in the chamber.
We were very close. We were close professionally and personally. We spent an inordinate amount of time together.
And when you say you are close personally, what do you mean by that?
You know, he knew my family. He knew my friends. You know, we had a close personal relationship.
How did he know your family?
He had met them. They either, you know, had come to events, or I certainly spoke about them often. And he would have met them over my time at the governor's office. He did, in fact, meet them over my time at the governor's office.
Who did he meet?
My parents, my sister, I think an aunt. I spent a lot of time with him, and you know, some of those public events my parents and family members have come to.
And what about professionally? How are you close professionally?
Just that we work together so closely. You know, I handled everything public facing from the office. And obviously he's a very public figure.
Did you ever travel together with the governor?
Yes, often.
Did you ever travel outside of New York State together?
Yes, I think I traveled with him to Vegas once. I traveled with him to DC. I can't remember if there's others, but yes, he rarely left New York. But it would not be abnormal if I traveled with him to Israel multiple times. On the rare occasions, it would not be abnormal for him to have somebody who handled, you know, press with him in and out of state.
Did you ever go to his residence?
The mansion, yes, and his former residence in Westchester, I have been at too, to meet him, you know, for events.
How many times did you go to his residence in Westchester?
Rarely, and if I did, you know, I would have been dropped off and gotten into his, you know, our motorcade basically, which is only 2 cars. That makes it sound like it's a whole fleet, but I would have gone into the car and waited for him there.
And what about the executive mansion? How many times did you go there?
I would not be able to put a number on it. We did a lot of work from there. We had a lot of events there. It's a, you know, it's a museum. So he used to host the press and various elected officials. It's like it's an open, like almost a public space.
Did you ever socialize with the governor?
How do I define socialize?
I'll put the question back to you. How do you define socialize in the context of your interactions with the governor?
You mean spend time after work hours? On occasion.
Where would you spend time after work hours?
He would sometimes host parties, or the campaign would host parties that some folks were invited to. He used to host us for dinner sometimes in Albany, either large groups or small groups. We obviously were living up there, for a significant portion of the week. And so at times he would invite us over for dinner.
Who else would be invited?
I think, without being able to tally, there were events where there was a lot of staff that were invited. There were events where there was more, senior staff invited. There were events that junior staff was invited. I mean, it varied.
What was the governor's conduct toward members of his staff?
Like every time, every interaction with staff, I wouldn't be able to speak to.
Okay, so speaking more generally.
I think it depended on the day, on the time, on the issue we were dealing with.
Okay. So depending on the day, the time, and the issue, how would the governor treat members of his staff?
There were times where it was obviously incredibly professional, all about work. There were times where people were in a lighter mood. There were times where people were in a worse mood and things were more combative or frustrating. It's a normal, any workplace, I assume, has moments.
And tell me about times when things were more combative.
As I said earlier, it's a really hard place to work. The environment could be, pretty brutal at times. We did not have good night's sleeps for years. There was a ton of work to be done. It was a, really taxing place to work, at times overwhelming.
Was the governor ever brutal towards staff members?
Yeah.
In what way?
He'd lose his temper, or he would question your caliber of work.
And what would the governor do when he lost his temper?
I can't speak to every time.
And I'm not asking you to speak to every time.
But you're asking me to speak to every time he lost his temper?
No, I said I'm not asking you to speak to every time.
Oh, so can you rephrase the question?
Yes. How did the governor, what do you recall about what the governor did when he lost his temper?
I think it depended. I've seen him yell. I've been on the other side of, I've been yelled at. I've seen him act just generally frustrated without yelling. I've, seen him excuse members of the staff when he was frustrated by the work. He's been disappointed. Varying degrees of actions, I guess.
And tell me about occasions when the governor yelled at you. What was the reason the governor yelled at you?
I can't speak to specific actions, but again, if he questioned my product, he thought I handled a story poorly, if I didn't brief him properly, those could all be instances where he would react.
Did the governor ever curse at you?
Not that I recall.
Did you ever hear the governor use curse words directed at any staff member?
Again, not that I could specifically recall, but it's not something that would surprise me if it happened.
Is it something that would surprise you if the governor ever used curse words toward you?
We've had our head-to-heads. I'm not being shy about that. I just can't remember if he actually, cursed at me.
And what are you describing as head-to-heads?
The moments that I referenced earlier about, again, if you were not satisfied by my work product, a story I worked on, a briefing of him. There were moments like that.
There are moments like that when what happened?
When he
What was his reaction?
Oh, I mean, again, you had asked about the head-to-heads. That's what I was referring to.
But what do you mean by head-to-heads? Were you yelling at the governor?
I tried my best never to, raise my voice to my boss, but I would, try to advocate for myself and for my team.
And the governor would yell at you, correct?
Not every instance was yelling, as I said, again, his reactions ran a gamut, but, or a spectrum, but, in instances where he was unsatisfied and I thought that my work was satisfactory, I would have done my best to explain to him why it was satisfactory.
Did the governor ever throw anything at you?
No.
Did he ever throw anything toward you?
No. Not that I can recall.
Did he ever throw anything in your presence?
Not that I can recall.
How frequently did the governor yell at you?
Again, I worked there for 6.5 years.
To the best of your recollection, how frequently?
Like a real, it was a tough place to work. I can't put a number on it. The massive fights maybe were obviously not our daily interactions. As I said, we were very close. There were also times where we had got along just fine, and he was, proud and invested in the work that I was producing. But again, it's a hard place to work. It was very demanding.
Once a month?
Getting yelled at?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I don't think I could tally it.
Do you have a sense whether or not it would be more or less? Meaning more than once a month, less than once a month?
I think in specifics of yelling, him like raising his voice, I would not be able to put a number on it. I imagine it was less, but him being frustrated, that, as I said, it could have been a specific moment in any day, right? Like there were also that same day, there would have been lighter moments. I'm sorry, I can't quantify it for you.
Okay, and besides yelling and conveying his disappointment, which I think is one of the things you listed earlier as his response, when he was upset or angry, how did he convey his disappointment beyond yelling? He being
said, this is not good work product, or this is not how it should have been handled, or why didn't you tell me about this, or why didn't I know about this story, or why didn't you brief me? I mean, I, again, was in charge of a lot of his public facing stuff. So it would have been relayed in very varied ways.
And how frequently did the governor relay or convey disappointment to you?
Again, I'm sorry, I can't quantify it. But as I said, it was a tough place to work. I don't know if, I can tell you more or less an amount. But it was often a high stress environment.
Gotcha. And when you described him excusing members, what do you mean?
Oh, that he would maybe like leave a room, or he would ask others to leave the room.
Did he ever ask you to leave the room?
Yeah.
How often?
Again, I can't say I don't think that was incredibly often, but when he wants to end a conversation, he'll say, okay, the meeting's over. That's what I mean by excusing, by the way, like sort of shutting down a meeting.
Are there times that he told you to leave the meeting even though the meeting continued?
No, not that I can recall.
Has he ever done that to anyone else?
He could have, you know, said to somebody, go figure out what the subject is, or go figure out the policy, or go get more facts in the middle of the meeting.
And beyond that, did he ever excuse somebody or tell someone to leave a meeting that was still going on?
That's what I mean. I mean, like, if there was a group of people and somebody, you know, didn't have an answer, he could have said individually, please go find that answer and leave and come back when you have the answer.
Okay.
But again, you know, these are.
And are you saying there was never a time that the person was told to leave without the expectation that he or she should come back at some point with an answer?
I can't speak to every time there was a meeting.
I'm asking you to the best of your recollection, based on your observations.
Speaking over the witness, can you just allow her to finish her?
Oh, sorry. I'm very sorry.
I was just going to say, you know, I obviously can't speak to every meeting, and to the best of my recollection, I can't remember a time where he individually dismissed somebody without the expectation that they were going to figure something out that he was requesting.
Okay.
I'm not saying, you know, just again, it was 6.5 years of my life, so I can't recall every instance.
Did the governor ever behave abusively toward you?
What's the definition of abuse?
What's your definition?
I don't know.
It was your question. She asked for clarification and you're throwing it back at her. That's not fair. Come on.
Do you have a colloquial understanding of what the word abuse means?
Yes.
Okay, and what is that colloquial understanding of the word abuse?
I guess it's when somebody exerts a certain level of, I actually don't know, certain level of pressure and power, and somebody is in a, you know, worse position.
Did the governor ever act abusively toward you under your definition of abusive behavior?
I don't know if I would use that term. It was a tough, really tough place to work. I think I agree with everything I've said. You know, it was at times toxic. It was a tough place to work. It was long hours. It was, you know, also incredibly rewarding. And there's a reason why people stay as long as they do. We were able to help craft policy for 20 million people. It's like, you know, it was really a highlight of my career. But that doesn't mean that it doesn't come with the stress and anxiety of creating policies that are going to better 20 million people.
And my question wasn't about what was rewarding about the job. And at the end, at the end of our meeting, you'll have a chance to give a statement and you can speak to that and anything else you'd like. My question was more about the way the governor treated you.
No, and I said I wouldn't use the term abusive. But yes, at times I could have seen myself feeling that way based on my own colloquial definition.
Okay, so you would, to make sure I'm understanding what you're saying, you would not describe the governor's treatment of you when you worked in the chamber as abusive, but you can see yourself having felt like the governor was treating you in an abusive way when you were in the chamber. Is that correct?
At certain times is what I said, yes.
Okay. Did you ever cry as a result of interactions you had with the governor?
That was under my definition, right? Just for the record.
Yes, it was under your definition. Did you ever cry as a result of interactions you had with the governor?
Yes.
How often?
I'm an emotional person, so I cry often. I don't mean to say this, like, you know, make a joke of it, but I am emotive. And so I cry in high stress situations, no matter if those are professional or personal. But I would say often, even maybe if it weren't always warranted.
Did you cry once a day when you worked in the chamber?
No.
Once a week?
No.
Once a month?
Again, I can't quantify it, but when I'm in tough situations, my natural instinct is to emote, which I can't quantify the number. Oh, I'm sorry. I was just pontificating. That's obviously like, you know, I think we're supposed to advocate and stand strong and not show emotion all the time. That's a general position, not something I'm saying at the governor's office.
Did you ever cry in the governor's presence, meaning after an interaction, you began crying before leaving the governor's presence?
Yeah, I think there's a few occasions where I would have teared up in front of the governor.
Do you recall how the governor responded in those situations?
No.
You,
Sure, it was off-putting, but no, I can't recall.
when you say off-putting, meaning that how the governor responded would be off-putting, or that your crying was off-putting to the governor?
I think that, you know, I don't think anyone's aim is to make somebody cry. So I think probably that reaction would have been off-putting to, my crying would have been off-putting to him. But again, I can't speak for him and I don't recall.
Okay.
Since you joined Facebook, have you had any interactions with your supervisor that led you to cry?
No.
When you worked for the Clinton Foundation, did you have any interactions with your supervisor that led you to cry?
Not that I recall. It was, you know, 12 years ago.
When you worked in A.G. Schneiderman's office, did you have any interactions with your supervisor that led you to cry?
There were definitely instances that made me upset. You know, that also, any sort of political office, there's times when there's very high stress environments, but I can't recall.
When you worked on the Obama campaign, did you have any interactions with your supervisor that led you to cry?
No.
When you worked on Bill Thompson's mayoral campaign, did you have any interactions with your supervisor that led you to cry?
Yes, definitely. It was a really tough campaign.
And who was your supervisor?
By the way, my supervisor didn't make me cry, but I cried.
That wasn't my question. My question was whether you had any interactions with your supervisor that led you to cry when you worked on.
I can't recall if it was specifically with my supervisor, but there were frustrations definitely amongst staff. I mean, it was a tough race.
And I'll repeat the question. And if the answer is no, or you can't recall, please let me know. When you worked on Bill Thompson's mayoral campaign, did you have any interactions with your supervisor that led you to cry?
I can't recall.
And I think you mentioned a job you did with when you worked in that position. Did you have any interactions with your supervisor that led you to cry?
No.
Earlier, you mentioned that you went to the mansion on various occasions. Did any of those occasions involve alcohol?
Yes.
Did any of them take place in the evening?
Yes.
Were any of those at the pool in the mansion?
It's called the pool house. There's a structure that is near the pool where some of the events that were hosted at the mansion would have been hosted.
Are you aware of any chamber staff who swam in the pool in the mansion?
Not at any event that I was present for.
Are you aware of any?
You know, I've been at events where, you know, kids, if it's I think for Easter he does an event where people come with their families. And I do believe there's swimming there. But in terms of the evening parties, I don't recall being at any party that people were swimming.
Are you aware of any senior staff swimming in the pool at the mansion?
I had heard, I think maybe even more recently from reporters that there were rumors that there was swimming in the pool. Again, I was not present, so I don't know.
Before hearing recently from reporters, Did you ever hear about senior staff in the chamber swimming in the pool at the mansion?
I'm sorry, I have a vague recollection, but again, I can't decide, I can't, determine if it was predates the reporters telling me or before that.
What's that vague?
I was not there. I'm sorry?
Sorry, I'll let you finish.
No, I was saying I wasn't, I have never been at a party where there was swimming that I can recall.
Are you aware of senior staff swimming in the chamber? Are you aware of senior staff swimming in the pool at the mansion?
As I just said, I had heard rumors of that from reporters, and I can't remember if I had heard that prior or if I'm conflating, the two instances of hearing it.
And what's your vague recollection?
Well, from reporters, there was a suggestion that people jumped in the pool.
And who were the people who you heard jumped in the pool?
I believe it was one of them, and might have been another.
Do you have any personal knowledge of this?
No, not that I can recall. I wasn't there, so in the instance that had been sort of rumored to me.
And what did you hear as part of that discussion?
That people jumped in the pool at the governor's house.
Did you hear anything else?
Could you be more specific? I don't recall specific details of it.
I want to hear everything that you heard from reporters about people jumping in the pool at the mansion.
One reporter's recollection was that there was skinny dipping.
By whom?
I believe it was.
Which reporter told you this?
I can't recall. There were a few reporters. It was a rumor that was circulating around the time of the allegations.
And what did you say in response to that information?
Well, first I would have said I wasn't there. And I believe that told me that that absolutely was not true.
Did you talk to about this?
Just about the, question of its truthfulness so that I could deny it to reporters so that they did not print something that was untrue that would have defamed her.
Did you believe?
Yes, absolutely.
But you did not have any personal knowledge of this?
No, again, I was not there at any pool party where people were in the pool. I'm sorry, pool house party where people were in the pool.
What did you hear about?
Just that she was in the pool. I don't think that reporters had suggested she was, I think they had suggested she was fully clothed or, in the appropriate clothing.
Did the reporter say anything about whether the governor was present?
I don't believe so.
Did you ask?
I can't recall. I think they would bring that to my attention if that was the allegation.
Are you aware of anyone leaving the executive mansion either wrapped in a towel or not fully dressed?
No.
On any occasion?
No, nothing that I was present for.
Have you heard anything about such an occasion?
Sorry, I don't recall. I imagine it's the same night in question, but I don't recall.
And what's the reason you say you imagine it's the same night?
Because you're asking about somebody skinny dipping and then using a towel if they weren't fully clothed.
I'm not asking about anyone skinny dipping. My question was whether you're aware of anyone who left the mansion wrapped in a towel or not fully dressed.
No, not that I can recall.
Did you ever hear that left the mansion in a towel or not fully dressed?
Not that I can recall.
Is that something you would recall?
Yeah, I mean, I said to you that to the best of my recollection, it was a retelling from a reporter who was checking with me about the accuracy of the incident, and I was told it was false. So I just can't. I don't know. I don't remember hearing the anecdote about the towel, but again, I can't recall hearing the anecdote about the towel.
Have you ever spent the night at the mansion?
No.
Are you aware of any senior staff who spent the night at the mansion?
Yes.
Who?
I believe during COVID, Larry Schwartz, Melissa DeRosa, and Stephanie Benton would stay at the mansion on a certain night.
What did you understand about Larry Schwartz staying in the mansion?
Just that he was sleeping there in a spare bedroom.
Do you know what floor he was sleeping on?
No, I don't.
And do you know how much time he was spending at the mansion?
No.
I think you said
a lot of time in the office. I mean, that's where I interacted with him most.
Did you understand whether Mr. Schwartz was staying at the mansion full time?
I don't think he was working for us full time. If I remember correctly, it was a portion of the week. Or maybe, I'm sorry, I don't know. Don't want to speculate.
And what do you know about Mr. Rosa staying at the mansion?
That's about it, that she was staying over there. I don't know if it was every night or on occasion, but COVID, that whole period, basically, we were getting to the office at ungodly hours in the morning and staying very late, and it's pretty close to the office.
Do you know where in the mansion Mr. Rosa was sleeping?
No, I don't. You mean which floor?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I don't know.
And Miss Benton, what do you know about her staying in the mansion?
I think the same thing. Steph lives pretty far from the office. And again, the hours were really brutal. And I believe she, was staying there to be closer to the office.
Okay. And do you have any understanding as to why these three people moved into the mansion and not others?
No.
Okay.
No.
Did you consider moving into the mansion?
No.
And what's the reason is there a reason you did not consider moving into the mansion?
I did not want to stay there. I preferred to stay elsewhere.
What's the reason you did not want to stay in the mansion?
Just preference. I mean, I stayed at a hotel.
If you'd been asked to stay at the mansion, would you have?
I would have considered it. I probably, just from a personal preference, obviously, I didn't, it's not my first choice.
Appreciate that's not your preference. Would you have said yes if you were asked?
Are you asking if I would have felt pressure to say yes?
Would you have felt like you should say yes if you were asked?
I would have it would have been my decision.
Yes, and what would your decision have been?
To not stay there, as I said.
Were you asked?
No.
Do you have an understanding as to whether Mr. Rosa, Ms. Benton, and Mr. Schwartz could have also stayed in a hotel?
You mean sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. So you said earlier in discussing your preferences that you stayed at a hotel and that is what you would have preferred, correct? Or that what you preferred?
Yes.
Okay. My question is, do you have an understanding as to whether or not the option of staying in the hotel was also available to Mr. Rosa, Ms. Benton, and Mr. Schwartz?
I'm not sure about Stephanie, because you have to live within a certain distance you know, there's obviously like per diem laws. I don't know if that's the right word for it, but there's things that govern who can stay out of the city that they live in. And I think it's by miles, if I'm correct. So I'm not quite sure. Stephanie might not have been able to stay in a hotel, but I mean, sure, if that was their prep, you know, I can't speak to their motivations as to why they wanted to stay at the mansion.
What is the basis for your understanding that the per diem laws would apply differently to the mansion in Albany as opposed to a hotel in Albany?
That's not what Ms. Lever said.
Sorry. You know what, withdraw.
Did you ever speak with Ms. DeRosa about her staying at the mansion?
Not that I recall.
Do you ever speak with Ms. Benson about her staying at the mansion?
Not that I recall.
Did you have a view about Ms. DeRosa and Ms. Benson staying at the mansion?
Not particularly.
Say not particularly, how about generally?
Sorry, no, I mean, I did not have an opinion one way or the other. It was not, you know, for me to have an opinion on it, I don't care.
And what's the reason you say it's not for you to have an opinion one way or the other, you don't care?
I didn't, you know, we didn't talk about it. I didn't have an opinion about them staying there.
Are you aware of any potential romantic or sexual relationships the governor may have had at any time with an executive chamber member?
No, not that I recall.
Did you ever hear any rumors about any potential romantic or sexual relationships the governor may have had with an executive chamber member?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Did you ever hear any rumors about potential romantic or sexual relationships the governor may have had with members of the executive chamber?
After the allegations were made, I had heard from reporters that there was one of the women who had made the allegations that they, you know, were asking if it was potentially a consensual relationship with the governor.
And other than that, had you heard any rumors or statements?
Oh, sorry. I also had been asked in my time working for the governor if any relationships with the governor.
Who asked you that?
I certainly recall the New York Post asking us, you know, the office for a reaction. I'm sure other reporters, it was obviously something, you know, that we denied.
And when you say it was obviously something that you denied, what do you mean by that?
Denied it, and we denied it. That rumor was true.
And what was
I'm
your
so
understanding?
sorry, just say that last part again. You said about.
We denied that the rumor was true.
And did you understand whether the rumor was true?
I was told by one of the participants that it was not true. So that's my understanding.
Did you hear from the governor about whether the rumor was true?
I don't remember speaking with the governor about it.
Did you fact check whether the denial was true?
How would I fact check that?
Did you do anything to verify whether the denial was true?
I was
Come on,
confident.
this is really getting ridiculous. I mean.
Ed, we can speak off the record, but I'm going to continue asking my questions. Ms. Lever, did you do anything to confirm?
Getting your answers, and then you keep pressing in areas where you know that you've exhausted Ms. Lever's recollection. And, you know, we're wasting a tremendous amount of time this morning going over issues and repeatedly asking the same questions.
And we're going to waste a lot more time if you continue speaking during my interview.
On the part of Ms. Lever to do more when deny that she had any kind of intimate relationship with the governor.
Ed, this is the last time I'm going to hear from you in this way during this interview. Melissa, can you repeat my question?
The way to fact check that was to ask, and she denied it, and so I denied it.
Okay. Did you consider asking the governor?
No,
What's the reason you did not consider asking the governor?
had already told me that it was false.
And so why was that enough?
Because I trusted her response. And she was one of the participants in the alleged rumor.
And how many times did you hear this rumor?
I'd say maybe 3 times. One of them being, very recent. I think there was a that came out more recently. But, less than a handful.
Did you hear any rumors about having a potential relationship with the governor?
Not that I recall.
Did you hear any rumors about having a potential relationship with the governor?
Not that I recall.
All right, let's turn to tab 150. You recognize this document, Ms. Lever?
No, but I'm reading it.
Okay, and we'll mark it as an exhibit.
Okay.
Okay, so let's scroll down. Okay. And let's go to Annabelle's statement. I'm in such an awkward heli with Melissa and Gov. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Okay, and you say what, why, going where? She says New York City. And then let's scroll further about what how Miss Walsh found herself there. And she said, you asked, so you just took a ride? She says, no, they said I had to because and Caitlin aren't there. All of my stuff is still in Albany and I'm so annoyed that I'm awkwardly third wheeling it. What did you understand by Miss Walsh's statement that she's so annoyed that she's awkwardly third wheeling it?
I have no recollection of this.
Okay. Sitting here today, what do you understand by that?
I don't know. I don't know if I don't interpret it sexually.
How do you interpret it?
Melissa and the governor are incredibly close. They like speak their own language, I think at times that that's how we felt. And I don't know. I obviously can't speak for Annabelle in this moment. But no, it wasn't, yeah, I don't know if I could speak to it from 2017.
And what do you mean when you say they speak their own language?
They're just, both, they're very, very close. She's his top aide.
And how does that closeness manifest itself?
They, spend a lot of time together. They do a lot of things together. They think the same way on many issues and policies and, standard, like, I'm not suggesting it's unprofessional, just saying that they are very close. But again, I can't speak to the motive behind Annabelle's text.
I'm not asking about the motive. I'm just asking how you understand Annabelle's statement that she's the third wheel with Melissa and the governor.
Yeah, I don't feel like I can do that. Could have,
What?
I'm sorry, I don't feel like I can, just come up with a plain reading of this. I don't know. I think I would have needed context or a recollection of what happened around it.
Your response was, I mean, who cares, ride home. What did you mean by that?
To not be annoyed that she had to, go down and staff him. You got to ride home in the helicopter.
Did you ever feel like you were a third wheel between the governor and Melissa?
No, not that I can recall.
Are you aware of the governor ever using the term mean girls?
He would, occasionally jest about the name.
What
Most
would he-
often to say we should stop being mean girls.
What did you understand by that?
He, wanted us to be inclusive. Again, though, I would dispute the characterization. I think I obviously treated everybody I possibly could with a tremendous amount of respect, and hope that I was and treated people inclusively.
So did you think it was inaccurate that the governor was saying you should stop being mean girls?
Yeah, I mean, I think, it was just in jest.
Did you ever tell the governor to stop calling you a mean girl?
I don't recall. I think, I don't recall.
Did you ever hear the governor use any other nicknames?
Yeah, he used to call me Dani girl. He sometimes referred to. He had, nicknames for people. It was mostly endearing.
Was it anything other than endearing?
No. Not that I can recall.
Did you ever hear the governor speaking Italian?
Yes.
In what context?
He would just sometimes, jokingly speak Italian.
To whom?
I can't say. I was not present every time the governor spoke Italian, but he was leaving the office, he could have said finito, or it was just sort of part of his dialect.
Did you ever hear the governor making a joke with a sexual innuendo?
Possibly. I don't recall specific instances.
What's the reason you say possibly?
Because sometimes, there were light moments at work. We would joke around, but I can't recall anything specifically.
Did you ever hear the governor joke about the size of his hands?
Not that, not that I can recall.
Did you ever hear the governor comment on someone's appearance?
Yes, I've seen him comment on, random occasion. He would comment on people's ties, shoes.
Did you ever hear the governor comment on someone's weight?
Yeah, I mean, I actually would speak to him at times. Is supportive in those instances. Yeah.
What do you mean when you say you would speak with him? Did the governor ever comment on your weight?
Not, not in any derogatory word, in a derogatory way.
Okay, I'll ask the question again. What comments, if any, did the governor make about your weight?
None. It was not about my weight.
Did you ever hear the governor comment on anyone's tattoos?
Not that I recall.
Do you ever hear the governor asking about anyone's sexual or romantic relationships?
Romantic, yes. I can't recall, I don't think they were ever sexual in nature, but I spoke to him. I spoke to him about my,
Did the governor ever ask you about your romantic relationships?
We were personally close. He asked how I was doing. He asked often how I was doing. In terms of my partner, he would ask after him on occasion.
Did he ever ask you about your sex life?
No, not that I can recall.
Is that something you would recall?
I think so.
Did you ever see the governor flirting with anyone?
He was outwardly friendly to men and women. I don't recall seeing him inappropriately, flirting with somebody in the office.
So you said inappropriately flirting. Let's take out the inappropriately. Did you ever see the governor flirting with anyone?
Not that I can recall. He was, he is jovial. He's gregarious. He can be, he's friendly. So if there's a definition of flirtation, I'm happy to hear it. But for, can be friendly. I have not seen any instances that I interpreted to be flirtatious.
Did you observe any differences in the way the governor would be friendly with men and women who worked in the executive chamber?
Not particularly.
And what do you mean when you say not particularly?
I've seen him, hug women in the office. I've seen him hug men in the office, sort of like that.
Okay, and is there any differences that you can recall?
No, not that I can recall.
Did you ever see the governor ask anyone to sing or memorize song lyrics?
We used to sing Danny Boy together, which is how I got the nickname Danny Girl. But it was all in good fun.
When you say you used to sing Danny Boy together, how did that come about?
I don't recall. The governor might have been singing it and I might have, joined in. It was just it was totally in jest.
Did the governor ever ask you to sing Danny Boy with him?
I don't recall. It was, sort of it was just a joke. Sometimes when he would see me, he would start singing the lyrics.
Did you ever ask the governor to sing Danny Boy with you?
I don't recall doing that, no.
Did you ever see the governor ask anyone else to sing with him?
I don't recall.
Did you ever hear the governor threaten anyone?
Could you be more specific?
Did you ever, on any occasion, see the governor threaten anyone?
I think I need more context.
When you were working in the executive chamber, did you ever see the governor threaten anyone? Let's start with in the chamber.
I can't recall, I can't recall.
Is there a reason you were struggling with the question?
I was just trying to think of instances in which a threat could be perceived. In what context it could have been perceived as a threat. I think it's just broad. I'm happy to answer if you could give me a little bit more specifics.
Specifics about what?
what kind of like, what constitutes a threat or, you know, and the reason I paused just because I was going through scenarios in which I could have imagined it, but I, you know, can't with any sort of detail remember anything like that.
So you can use threat in the same way you use threat when you were talking about Lindsay Boylan's text message to you. So I'll ask the question again. Did you ever see the governor threaten anyone?
Then probably on occasion.
Okay. What were the circumstances?
I don't recall specific circumstances, but if you were using it in the way that you would, you know, presented it to me regarding Lindsay, of saying things like that, then I don't want to say no, but I can't think of anything off the top of my head.
Who did you see the governor threaten?
I've seen him have pretty, you know, tough discussions with reporters. I've seen him have tough, just, you know, discussions with elected officials. Like again, no, I'm not suggesting all of these tough discussions were threats. It's a really wide net you're casting.
Have you seen the governor threaten people on multiple occasions?
I can't recall. You know, I've seen like, so for example, with a reporter, he might say, we're not going to speak to you anymore, or we're not going to give you access. Like, but that is a very standard thing that you do when you're interacting with reporters. So I don't know if that's not a threat, or you might interpret it to be a threat.
I'm asking you to tell me from your perspective, on what occasions have you seen the governor threaten reporters?
I cannot recall specifics around that.
But you have seen the governor threaten reporters?
Probably in my 6.5 years there.
And you have also seen the governor threaten elected officials?
I know I had used that as a term. I can't recall if I've ever seen him. Obviously, I've read about, you know, the more recent stuff with Ron Kim, but I can't recall specifically a time where he, you know, threatened someone in front of me.
Have you ever heard of the governor threatening an elected official, other than recently with Ron Kim?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. Melissa, can you read it back?
Have you ever heard the governor threatening an elected official other than recently with Ron Kim?
Thank you.
Not that I can recall, or was, you know, not in front of me.
Have you ever heard of the governor threatening an elected official?
Not that I can recall.
Is that something you would recall?
No, not necessarily. You're asking me for examples that I can't provide.
And you don't have to provide examples. I'm just asking if you have ever heard of, from your time in the chamber, the governor threatening an elected official.
But then if I say yes, then you're going to ask me who, and I can't answer that.
And that's your answer.
Never seen or heard of him. You know, budget negotiation, maybe? That's not a threat, right? It's negotiating over what ends up in the budget. But again, with specificity, I can't recall the time of hearing that.
Okay, so I want to be clear, because I think you might be answering a next question, the next question that I'm not asking yet. The question I'm asking right now is, have you ever heard of the governor threatening an elected official? Yes or no?
We're excluding the Ron Kim reported story?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. The next question is, Do you recall anything about what you heard about the governor threatening an elected official?
No.
Have you ever heard of the governor throwing anything at anyone?
Not that I can recall.
Has the governor ever touched you?
I can't remember if there were recent reports of that. Has the governor ever touched me? Not in a way that was unwelcome.
Okay. In what way has the governor touched you?
We've hugged, we've kissed on the cheek.
Has the governor ever kissed you on the lips?
No.
How would you react if, how would you have reacted if the governor kissed you on the lips?
He never has.
And how would you have reacted if he had kissed you on the lips?
Objection calls for speculation.
You can answer.
I don't think he ever would, because that would not have been appropriate.
Did you ever see the governor kiss Annabelle Walsh on the lips?
No,
Did Annabelle Walsh ever tell you about the governor kissing her on the lips?
not that I recall.
Is that something you'd have recalled?
I think so.
What's the reason you think so?
I think it's pretty specific.
Is it also because you think you would think that was inappropriate?
Yes.
Have you ever seen the governor asking anyone if he could kiss them
On the cheek?
anywhere?
I think at events, I probably have seen him ask women if he can, you know, shake their hand, give them a hug. Men too, by the way.
Have you ever seen the governor ask anyone if he could kiss her?
Not that I can recall specifically, but at events, you know, most events, he would be shaking hands or hugging or kissing on the cheek, you know, multiple people, because they all sort of come to greet him.
Have you ever seen the governor? Sorry, please finish.
Not that I, you know, not that I can recall, nothing remarkable.
Have you ever seen the governor massaging anyone's shoulders?
No, not that I can recall.
Are you aware of any instances where a staff member sat on the governor's lap?
Not that I can recall.
Are you aware of any instances where on the governor's lap?
There was, again, a rumor that I heard from a reporter about that.
What did you hear?
They'd asked if it was, you know, that they had heard a rumor that that sat on the governor's lap at a party.
And what's the reason they were telling you?
Well, they were basically asking me to, you know, confirm it or deny it. That's what reporters do. They come to you with rumors and speculation, and then they hope that you confirm something for them that they can then report, because you need multiple sources to report on certain, you know, depending on the standards of the paper that you come from. But for the most part, you would need sources to confirm things for you before you can print them. So in that instance, they were coming to me asking if it were true.
And how did you respond?
I said that it was not.
And what was the basis for your statement that it was not true?
I asked
And what did she say?
that she had no recollection of that happening. So I said that there was no recollection of that happening.
And just now you said, you told the reporters that it was not true.
Sorry,
What
I
is it?
said that there was, you know, there was no recollection of it.
So you said to reporters, has no recollection of whether she sat on the governor's lap?
I don't know if those were my exact words, but I, you know, never ran. So obviously they did not have a confirmed version of that occurring.
But what did you say to reporters about whether it occurred or not?
I would have said off the record that I had checked with the source in question, you know, the subject in question, and that they said that she had no recollection of that. It's not like a combative, you know, instance with a reporter. That's their job, is to basically come at you fishing with information, and your job is to confirm or deny it.
And that's not what I'm asking about. What I want to understand is whether you told the reporter that the information was not true or that you did not recall.
Ms. Lever, answer the question. You can answer it again.
Yeah, I believe I said to the reporter that no recollection of that being true.
Which reporter was that?
I don't recall. There was, again, it was, there was a few rumors circulating amongst the reporters during this whole time period.
Was it a reporter from the Washington Post?
Oh, the Washington Post, I think, asked, and then Politico asked, but I can't remember if Politico asked. I can't remember which asked about the pool versus the lab.
And who from Politico asked?
I don't remember the reporter.
Which reporter from the Washington Post asked?
I believe it was Josh Dawsey. There were a lot of reporters, sort of circling. But I do believe it was Josh. I can't recall with 100% certainty.
Have you seen or heard of anything on the governor's lap?
No, not that I can recall.
Did you observe any differences in the way that the governor greeted female employees versus male employees?
No.
Did you observe that the governor kissed female staffers with the same frequency with which he kissed male staffers?
I don't recall kissing being an incredibly frequent thing. So I don't know.
Okay.
It wasn't, like this. Yeah.
Are you aware of the governor ever expressing an interest in or hiring a woman after meeting her at an event?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Are you aware of the governor ever expressing interest in hiring a woman after meeting her at an event?
Yes.
What are you aware of?
There was one woman on my team named, who I think the governor met at an event. She worked at Kivett. And her boss had highly recommended her, and the governor, had alerted me to her, and we hired her.
How long did she stay in the chamber?
We actually only overlapped about 2 weeks. I don't actually remember the day that she left, but she did not stay for a significant period of time.
Did she stay for a year or more?
I don't think so. I think it was maybe 6 to 8 months. But again, I wasn't working in the chamber, so I can't say with any certainty.
What did it look like?
She's young. I think she's maybe a year or two younger than me. Not that I'm calling myself young, but flattering. She's blonde hair. She's lovely.
What position did you hire for?
A deputy communications director.
And what work did she do at Kivett before she joined the chamber?
Oh, I'm sorry. She actually, before Kivett, had worked for Michael Bloomberg's campaign. She handled the women's, issue advocacy portfolio. And we had hired her to come in and also do, I think she was deputy communications director for, I don't know if it was issue advocacy, but similar, where she would basically run campaigns around the sort of initiatives that we were prioritizing for the year.
My question was, what was the work that she did at Kivett?
Oh, I think she was an account manager. I don't have her resume in front of me.
And what's your understanding of when the governor decided to hire?
It was actually at a time when I was leaving, so I anticipate that he felt the need to staff up the comms shop.
I'll ask my question more clearly. Do you understand that Governor Cuomo decided to hire after meeting her at an event?
I think that's where he first met her at an event, and then she had worked for Rich Bamberger at the time, who recommended her highly both to him and to me.
And did you decide to hire her based on your discussion with Bamberger?
No, I decided to hire based on my discussion with the governor.
What impression did you have about?
Seemed to be, you know, hardworking, and was obviously very lovely. Again, she came highly recommended, and my impressions, you know, from the 2 weeks that we overlapped was that she was hungry and wanted to work hard.
What position did you hire her for?
Again, Deputy Communications Director for Issue Advocacy, I believe was the final title.
Did you have a vacancy for that role before speaking to the governor about this role?
It was actually a role held a few years before. I think her name was, I might be mangling her last name, but that was a position that had existed in the past. And before, it had been vacant for many years, and yeah.
Had you been actively recruiting for someone in that role before speaking to the governor about this potential?
No.
When we get to a convenient point, it's coming up to 1 o'clock. I think it would be good to take a lunch break.
Yep. Did you consider?
I had not been recruiting for the job.
Did you consider not hiring?
Yeah, but because I was transitioning out, you know, I obviously knew the needs of the team given my departure, and I did not think that that job was necessarily a priority.
Did you tell the governor that?
I think I did.
What did he say?
He said to hire her anyway.
So you did?
I did. By the way, it's my understanding that she did a great job even in the short time she was there.
What's the basis of that understanding?
Just talking to people who had still worked with her. I, again, only overlapped with her for about 2 weeks, but according to other people in the office, they thought that she was well qualified, you know, and was a hard worker.
Which people?
I believe both and Peter and Jamian had said that to me.
Is this the only incident or instance you recall the governor hiring somebody after meeting them at an event?
Obviously, I recall, and especially, you know, given recent reporting about Caitlin being hired after the governor meeting her at an event.
Anyone else?
Not that I can think of.
And I'm correct, that also a woman, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Caitlin is her first name, yes.
And what do you know about the circumstances of Caitlin's hiring?
I actually was not involved at all in her hiring.
And that's not my question. My question is, what do you know about the circumstances of her hiring?
I don't have any great detail about the circumstances of her hiring. I was not involved.
Again, not asking for great details or about your involvement. What do you know about the circumstances of Caitlin's hiring?
Asked and answered.
Understood. Go ahead, Ms. Leber.
What was the question?
Melissa, can you read it back when you have a chance? Thanks.
Again, not asking for great details or about your involvement. What do you know about the circumstances of Caitlin's hiring?
I believe, to the best of my recollection, is that the governor met her at an event and wanted to hire her. Oh, and that she apparently also came, you know, recommended from prior positions she'd held.
And who did you learn that from?
I can't recall. I imagine it was some people on her team, you know, which would have been Annabelle or Stephanie. But again, I can't recall.
Did you ever witness senior staff in the chamber yell at other staff members?
Yes.
Are we
What
getting
did you
into a new
witness?
topic? If we're getting into a new topic, it's after 1 o'clock. You've been going since 9 o'clock.
Ed, I'm going to take a break when I'm ready, and it'll be shortly. I didn't say I would do it after the next
Reasonable
topic.
conditions on this examination going forward. It's 1 o'clock. We've been going for 4 hours, and the witness is entitled to a lunch break. And
No one is disputing that. Let's,
Minutes ago that when
you're making this go longer. Please stop right now.
issue, we would continue, we would stop for lunch. You had that opportunity. You're moving on to a different topic, and you're not treating this witness with respect and in a fair and appropriate way.
I've heard you. Ms. Lever, we'll stop in a couple of minutes. So please tell me what you witnessed.
What was the question?
We can repeat the question and your answer.
Question, did you ever witness senior staff in the chamber yell at other staff members? Answer, yes.
And then my next question was, what did you witness, Ms. Lever?
I myself have been yelled at. And I've also seen other people yell.
Who yelled at you?
Melissa's yelled at me. You know, again, high stress environment. There's often, you know, there's been yelling, and then you make up, you know, pretty shortly after. It's a, as I've said, very intense place to work.
Did Melissa yell at you every week?
I don't think every week. Again, it's really hard to quantify over 6.5 years of time spent. But her style is pretty aggressive.
Is her style to yell at staff members?
No, but it's to act aggressively. I mean, she's, you know, a crazy hard worker. She eats, sleeps, and breathes the job, and she is just a very intense person.
And what do you mean when you say her style is to be aggressive?
She's just aggressive in her style of working.
What do you mean by aggressive?
She's tough. She's in, you know, she's a really tough boss. She was secretary to the governor.
And did
I don't remember being yelled at, you know, once a week, but she just her standard operating procedure is to run at a high level.
And was her standard operating procedure to yell?
No, but it was just to be, you know, she's a tough boss.
And when you say she's a tough boss, what do you mean by that?
She's very demanding.
And that includes yelling at staff, correct?
On occasion.
Frequently, would you say?
I can't, you know, recall the level of frequency, but it's not, you know, certainly happened.
And you mentioned that you witnessed other staff members being yelled at. Who yelled at other staff members?
I can't recall with like specificity. Yeah, I'm sorry. There's others, though. I mean, it's not just Melissa. It was just, you know, I can't really think back now.
Did Melissa yell at other staff members other than you?
Yeah, I'd assume so.
Did you ever see Melissa yell at other staff members other than yourself?
Yes.
Do you remember any of them?
No, not with enough detail. No, I don't recall specific times.
Did you ever hear Melissa yell at Annabelle Walsh?
Probably. In
Did you ever?
the years that I worked there.
Did you ever hear Melissa yell at Jill DeRosier?
Probably.
Did you ever hear Melissa yell at Stephanie Benton?
I wouldn't rule it out. It wasn't as if I was her only, you know, as I said, she was a tough boss. She was really demanding. She had incredibly high standards, and she expected them to be met. And when they weren't, you know, she reacted similarly to the governor. I don't think her reaction was her standard reaction was to yell, but on occasion, I have been yelled at, and I've seen her yell at others.
And earlier you were starting to say just now, you don't think you were her only, what were you saying?
I was going to say I only am the only person she yelled at. She yelled at Rich. She yelled at, you know, I've seen her. she reacts again, on a spectrum, but I've seen her yell. Again, she's a pretty, intense and tough boss.
We can take a break now.
Thank you.
Stand by. The time is 1:09 p.m. We're going off the record, and this will end media unit number 3.
Recording stopped.
Time is 1:56 p.m. We are back on the record, and this will be the start of media unit number 4. Media unit number 4.
Ms. Lever, when you worked in the chamber, did you yell at any staff members?
Not that I recall. I treated, my team members with respect.
Did you ever curse at any staff members?
Not that I recall. Again, there could have been moments of frustration, but for the most part, no.
Did you see any staff members in the chamber treat anyone in any way other than with respect?
We were under a tremendous amount of pressure. It was really high stakes. I think I'd seen people, again, there's been moments of frustration, as I said. So yes, on occasion.
Which staff members in the executive chamber did you see treat others not respectfully?
I can't think of specific situations. But again, as I said, there are obviously moments of very high stress, and people are reactive, and in moments I think they weren't treated with respect. I don't think that was the standard operating mode.
Did you see the governor not treat staff members with respect during your time in the executive chamber?
On occasion.
And you also saw Melissa DeRosa not treat staff members respectfully during your time in the executive chamber, correct?
Again, on occasion. I'm speaking from my own experience, but.
Did you see Stephanie Benton not treat staff members respectfully in the executive chamber?
Not that I can recall.
Are you aware of staff members in the executive chamber telling jokes of a sexual nature?
Not that I can recall.
Are you aware of any bullying behavior by staff members in the executive chamber?
In what, can I have more context?
Do you have an understanding of the term bullying?
What, could you define that for me?
Do you have I'm asking you, do you have an understanding of the term bullying?
Probably a general sense.
And what is your general sense of what bullying means?
That people are treated in a derogatory way repeatedly.
Did you ever see any staff members in the executive chamber bully anyone else in this chamber?
I can't recall, specific instances.
Generally speaking, do you know of any staff members in the chamber bullying other staff members in the chamber?
Again, I don't think that's the consistent posture, right? There obviously were moments of very high intensity, high pressure.
Ms. Lever, I'm not asking about the consistent posture. I'm asking if you are aware of any incidents of bullying by members of the executive chamber.
I can't think of any off the top of my head.
Are you aware of any?
I can't be aware if I can't think of them.
I don't know if you're distinguishing between, well, if I say yes, then the follow-up question will be which ones. So that's why I'll ask the question again. Generally speaking, are you aware of any incidents of bullying by members of the executive chamber?
I think people could have felt bullied. I can't think of the times where I witnessed bullying occur.
Did you ever hear about staff members in the chamber bullying others?
No, not that I can recall.
Did you ever hear about any incidents involving,
Yes.
what did you hear?
Somebody who worked for me named felt like was being incredibly aggressive with her over a presentation we were working on, either for the state of the state or for the budget. I believe it was state of the state.
How did you become aware of how it felt?
She came to me and talked about it.
What did she tell you?
That you know, was calling, who was under a tremendous amount of pressure from the governor, was, you know, projecting that pressure onto, and she had told me that he called her, you know, a ridiculous amount of times and was very demanding for her to produce, I believe they were graphics that he had been waiting for, or that the governor was sort of waiting for.
Did you understand from your discussion with that she felt like was bullying her?
She was incredibly upset. I don't know if she used the term bullying.
And even if she didn't use the term bullying, did you understand from what she said that she felt like was bullying her?
You know, as I defined it, it was being treated in a demeaning way repeatedly. I don't know if that was like a consistent thing. I think that instance, which by the way was not okay, but I don't think she described it to me as bullying. It was not an okay thing for him to be doing or treating her properly or professionally.
What did you say to?
I apologized. I, you know, consoled her. I told her she was doing a great job. I said I would handle it.
Did you handle it?
I reported it to Jill, who was the chief of staff at the time, you know, one of my supervisors. And, you know, we talked about what we should do. And Jill told me that she would talk to him about it and counsel him on it. And I believe it, to the best of my understanding, I think it did stop.
When did she tell you about her negative interactions with?
I believe it was after, again, I had said to you that it was either state of the state or budget, which are traditionally a few weeks apart. I believe it was state of the state, and it, you know, was obviously following that.
What year was this?
I guess 2019, because 2020 we didn't really have state of the state, I don't think.
Did you report what I told you to Gore?
I reported it to Jill.
My question was, did you report it to Gore? Did you consider reporting it to Gore?
No, I considered reporting it to my supervisor, which I did.
And do you know if Jill reported it to Gore?
I don't.
Did you ever discuss with Jill or anyone reporting complaints to Gore?
I don't.
Sorry, is the answer no?
I don't recall. You asked if I recalled speaking to anybody about it, and I don't recall.
Did you speak with anyone about referring what I told you about to Gore?
I don't recall.
Would you recall if you had done that?
If I had spoken to somebody about reporting it, I'm not
Objection
sure.
calls for speculation.
I'll ask the question again. Would you recall if you had spoken with anyone about referring complaints about Gore?
I don't know if I would recall that.
Did you ever consider reporting anything to Gore during your time in the executive chamber?
No, not that I recall.
And you said that talked to you about on one occasion. Did anyone else talk to you about treatment of?
I believe either friend or boyfriend at the time was somebody who worked in the office, and if I recall, he had also mentioned it to me in another conversation.
What did he mention to you?
That was particularly hard on.
And was this in connection with the presentation you referenced or separate from that?
I don't recall the specific time period of that. I believe it was around that.
And what's boyfriend's name?
I don't think they were boyfriend at the time. I only found out they were dating after they left. And I have no idea when they started dating.
And other than, did anyone else tell you about interactions with?
Not that I recall.
You were supervisor, correct?
Correct.
And based on the, okay. What's the reason you talked to Jill about what he told you?
I thought it was inappropriate, and she was really upset by it.
What did you think was inappropriate about it?
That she felt like she was in that position, that he was treating her unprofessionally.
Did you see anything wrong with what described to you?
Yes, absolutely. That's why I reported it.
And what did you think was wrong with what he told you?
That was being too hard on her and aggressive.
Did you talk?
I spoke to Jill, and Jill spoke to.
The question, did you speak to, is that a yes or no?
No, I don't recall speaking to him about it.
You've described other people's behavior as aggressive. You've described the chamber environment as tough. What was different about what he was doing?
Sorry, I don't understand the question.
You said that Melissa DeRosa acted aggressively. Did you report Melissa DeRosa to anyone?
Oh, I mean, this was a specific case that brought to my attention.
Can you elaborate on that? I'm not understanding that point.
When I said that people were aggressive in the office and it was tough, that's, people were under a tremendous amount of pressure. The office operated at a very high clip. Like that was, general. This instance that brought to my attention was specific.
Okay.
And I had not, I had never witnessed that exact behavior happening at another point.
So are you saying that because this was an isolated incident versus something pervasive, that's a reason to report it?
No, I'm saying that somebody who worked for me came and made a very specific complaint about an interaction that she had with somebody who worked in the office. And I took it incredibly seriously and I reported it.
You didn't report it to GOER though, right?
I reported it to my supervisor.
When the process was for you to report protected workplace discrimination issues to GOER, correct?
I thought that original document said supervisor or GOER.
Let's go back to that document. Okay. And just so I understand it, how did you perceive a complaint against? Did you see a gender aspect to it?
No, not particularly, but I was troubled by it.
You say not particularly. Did you see a gender dynamic to it at all?
No, I just meant I could probably see, I think if there was a male in her position that was responsible for producing the same material, he probably would have been treating him the same way. But again, I can't speak for or his motivations behind the treatment.
And I'm not asking you to do that, but the way was treating, according to, raised red flags for you. That's why you went to jail, right?
Yes, but I don't think my flags were raised necessarily because it was gendered.
So why were the red flags raised?
Because he was acting inappropriately.
Inappropriately under what standards?
Professional standards.
Workplace standards.
Yes.
And you know what, we don't need to look at the document. You said that the memo said any report could go to a supervisor, but that a supervisor had to, do you agree that the process was for a supervisor to refer reports to GOER?
I don't have the document in front of me, but
We'll put it back up then.
sure, I mean, I accept take your word for it.
And you don't just have to take my word for it. But again, did you have any discussion with Jill about whether she was going to report to GOER?
No.
Are you aware of pushing a staff member into a urinal?
No.
After you spoke with Jill, did you follow up in any way on what she told you?
I recall having a, second conversation in which I said did you speak to me? And I believe Jill said yes.
Did you have any discussions with after that? First discussion you had with her?
I don't recall. She worked for me, so we talked all the time. I believe the work that had stopped. I don't recall.
What's the reason you believed it had stopped?
I never heard about it again.
Did you ask?
I don't recall asking.
Okay.
But we had daily, if not, we checked in with each other a lot. She was on the team.
So we have the exhibit back up, and I'm going to direct you to the bottom of the first page going into the second page, and it says you may also file a complaint with your supervisor, manager, executive staff, counsel's office, or human resources. Each of these individuals is required to send your complaint to GOER so that it will be investigated. Do you see that?
Yes.
Doesn't provide for the supervisor to then tell her supervisor. Do you agree with that?
I don't understand the question.
The process is for a supervisor who receives a complaint to send the complaint to GOER, correct?
Yes.
The process is not for the supervisor to refer any complaint to her own supervisor, right?
I'm sorry. I'm a little confused with all the supervisors. I reported it to my supervisor, and your suggestion is that my supervisor was required to report it to GOER.
No, I'm saying that you as a supervisor were required to report it to GOER, at least under this process, correct?
Sure. I'm sorry. I'm not, well steeped in it.
Okay, you can take it down. But you got training on it. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Did you receive any other complaints about workplace issues when you were a supervisor in the executive chamber?
Not that I recall.
Why did you decide to leave the executive chamber?
I was ready for a new job. I had never worked in the private sector, and I wanted, I was seeking a little bit more work-life balance.
Was your decision to leave influenced in part by the culture in the executive chamber?
Influenced in part by what?
The culture, the yelling and aggressive behavior that you described?
No, it's time for a change.
Why did you decide at that point that it was a time for a change?
I've just been considering it for quite some time, actually. As I said earlier that even after the campaign, I was unsure if I wanted to go back. So it was just time for a change. I've been there 6.5 years.
Did you speak with anyone as you were considering a change?
Sure.
Who?
I spoke to, you mean about people within the office?
People within the office, correct?
Yeah, I spoke to Jill, I spoke to Annabelle. At certain points, I alluded to it to Melissa. I spoke to Peter, I spoke to Rich. These people were obviously very close friends of mine. I was very open about the fact that, I wasn't planning on staying much longer. I'd actually wanted to leave before COVID. And then obviously once COVID hit, I felt like I had to, help get the state through it. But it was not a secret. I think even the governor, I've even had discussions with the governor about leaving.
What discussions did you have with the governor about leaving?
Just that I wanted work, life balance. I wanted to have a family. I wanted to do a lot of things that I was ready for in my personal life. I wanted to get married.
You said you alluded to it to Ms. DeRosa, correct?
Yeah, I shouldn't have said that. The reason I said that is because I definitely spoke to her about it in 2018, like definitively. I just can't remember and months before I left, but I just can't remember if, throughout my period of the 2 years that I stayed, how overtly I was speaking to her about it. But it was not a secret in the office that I was trying to transition out.
And you said a couple of times you wanted to do things like get married and have a family. Did you not think you could do those things in the chamber?
I could have gotten married, but when you basically spend half your time in Albany, it's sort of hard to get a guy to propose, to put it mildly. I think you could get married. I think you could obviously have children, but it's as I've said, many times, it's a really tough place to work. And the time commitment is really tough. So it would be hard to start a family.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I believe you testified earlier that you had spoken to Mr. Rosa sometime in 2018 and then another time some months before you ultimately left the chamber, correct?
Correct.
What do you recall about the conversation with Mr. Rosa in 2018, if anything?
The original conversation?
Yep.
It was a tough conversation. Melissa and I were really close personally. I'd known her for many years. She taught me a lot about, dealing with the press and communications. And it was frankly bittersweet for me to leave too. It was a tough conversation to have.
Do you recall anything that Mr. Rosa told you during this conversation after you expressed your desire to leave?
Yeah, she tried to get me not to leave.
And how did she try to get you not to leave?
She said that I, was making a mistake, that I should stay in state service, that the governor, there's no job like it. And, that Facebook is, like it would be better to stay here than to go work at Facebook.
Gotcha. Was there any other way, is there any other way in which she tried to convince you not to leave?
Could you be more specific?
Sure. So you said she told you there's no job like this, that you're making a mistake. Is there any other way in which she conveyed to you that you should not leave?
Sorry, that was the same question.
Okay.
It was a long conversation. It was a tough conversation. Just trying to think. I ended up pushing it back a few months. I didn't leave right away. I think I explained to her the trade-off I was making, and I think she thought that it wasn't like that I shouldn't be leaving.
Okay. And now for that second conversation that you said was months before you left?
That conversation was months before I left.
Okay,
That was, I believe, maybe in April or April, and then I didn't leave until August.
gotcha.
But I had also, that was what I was saying in the past, that she had known that I, my desire to have more balance in my life.
Gotcha. And so then I guess I'll go back to the conversation you recalled from 2018. What do you recall about that conversation, if anything?
That was actually more focused on, what role I would take if I were to come back to the chamber, and my desire to only stay for a very short amount of time, that I hadn't fully decided if I wanted to come back. But, just general.
Okay.
And you said that you delayed your departure by a few months. How did that come about?
It was the height of COVID. I mean, I think they wanted me to stay longer. I felt like I had to stay longer. Facebook completely understood that I had to stay longer. It was, it was obviously like probably the most critical period. March, as you know, March was the height. And so I got the offer like at the end of March, early April. So you can imagine that would not have been a great time for the communications director to leave.
So you got the offer at the end of March, early April, and you ultimately left the chamber in August.
Correct.
When did you tell Melissa DeRosa about your offer to join Facebook?
I don't recall specifically. I believe it was sometime in April.
Before you got your offer, well, how did you get your position at Facebook?
I interviewed.
Did you tell any of your colleagues in the chamber that you were interviewing with Facebook?
Yes, I think I did.
Who?
I believe Jill, Annabelle, and possibly Peter. Maybe.
Did you tell Melissa?
Pretty open. No, I did not tell Melissa.
Is there a reason you did not tell Melissa?
I think it's, sort of different when you're talking to your friends versus talking to your boss.
And how's it different?
I just think it's different.
In what way?
I wasn't ready to tell her.
Was she angry when you told her?
She was upset. I was upset. It was upsetting. We'd spent a lot of time together. We were close. It was.
How did you know she was upset?
Have you finished your answer?
No.
How did you know she was upset?
Can you let Ms. Lever finish your answer?
Ms. Lever, I think my question was, how was she angry? And you said she was upset. How did you know she was upset?
Because we had conversations about it where she told me she was upset.
Did she express in any way physically that she was upset?
Physically? Like, did she physically?
Did she yell?
Oh, no.
Was she angry?
I think she was a little bit surprised. She wasn't in that initial conversation. I don't believe she was angry. It was an upsetting conversation for both of us.
Was she angry in any other conversations?
There were other points where it was, she was angry that I was leaving. Yes.
Okay. How did you know that she was angry that you were leaving?
Because we continued to talk about it.
Did she say anything that showed you that she was angry that you were leaving?
Yes, many things.
What did she say that let you know she was angry that you were leaving?
It was over the course of multiple conversations. I don't recall specifics, but that she didn't want me to leave. That I think the office. It was that I was abandoning the office.
And how did that make you feel?
Awful.
Did you think that was fair?
It was at a time when we were under tremendous pressure, so I actually, in this instance, I could understand why, you know, it was even more upsetting than anyone just generally leaving.
But did you think it was fair for her to tell you you were abandoning the office after you had served
I don't
for
think
6.5 years?
I just want to say, I don't think she specifically used that term abandoning. I don't recall the actual words she used. I think that is how she felt.
Okay. Did you think it was fair for her to convey that she felt you were abandoning the office after you had served in government for over 6 years?
I mean, I left, so, you know, I chose the right thing for me.
But did you think it was fair for her to convey that you were abandoning the office?
I think fair is too general of a term to use after, you know, I've spent so much time and effort under so much pressure, and, you know, we had a really close personal relationship and professional relationship, and so it wasn't just a standard departure. You know, I felt, of course, I've given my time, and eventually I left, and it was fine.
When did you first tell the governor? Sorry, go ahead, Yannick.
Oh, I was just going to ask, and this maybe had been covered earlier, but was one of the reasons that you did not tell Ms. DeRosa that you were interviewing because you were scared of what her reaction would be?
I think I wanted to get the job before. I think that's very normal in any workplace, that you secure a job and, you know, make your final decision. You know, even if I was offered, I don't know if I was 100% taking the job, so I didn't think that it was necessary to tell her.
Did you have any concerns that she may interfere with your getting a potential offer had you told her before that you were interviewing?
No.
Have you ever heard of anyone, of Melissa DeRosa interfering in a potential job offer to a executive chamber employee?
I don't recall specifically to Melissa. I know that in, you know, I think there was obviously instances where Joe Prococo did that. But I don't recall Melissa doing that.
Do you recall anyone besides Mr. Prococo?
No, I mean, I think, you know, what you hope for is that you get more than 2 weeks, but I don't know if I've heard of anyone, you know, trying to stop a job.
That's
When did you speak with the governor about your plans to go to Facebook?
I called him in May. I believe it was, I'm sorry, I'm not quite sure of the date.
But you think it was in May?
Yes.
Is there a reason that stands out to you?
Only because in my very foggy memory, I thought it was Memorial Day, but I'm sorry, I don't have a clear recollection.
So that would be the end of May, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And you got the offer at the end of March or in early April, correct?
Again, I believe, I can look back at my records later, but I believe.
So what did you tell the governor when you spoke with him?
That I got a job offer and I was taking it.
How did he react?
It was a very short conversation. He said, I think he even said, "That's great." And then we sort of ended it abruptly. And then, you know, it was maybe a minute and a half. I think he was surprised.
Sorry. Can you repeat?
I said, I think he was surprised.
Okay. What's the reason you say you think he was surprised?
Just based on his reaction.
And what was that reaction?
You know, I don't know. I don't recall exactly.
Okay. You say you think the governor was surprised based on his reaction. I'm trying to understand what about his reaction let you know that he was surprised?
He said things like, wow.
And did he end the conversation abruptly?
He just said, let's talk about it, tomorrow or this weekend.
And then did he hang up?
We both hung up. He didn't hang up on me.
Has he ever hung up on you?
Not that I can recall, but not that I can recall.
But you wouldn't be surprised. Is that a yes?
I cannot recall.
Okay. But you would not be surprised?
I can't recall.
So did you have a follow-up conversation with the governor about your plans to go to Facebook?
I think we spoke a few times over the next, couple of months about my leaving, about the team, about, just general things that you would talk to your boss about before you go.
Did the governor ask you to stay?
No, not that I recall.
Is there a reason you waited until the end of May to tell the governor that you were planning to leave?
No. Probably had to work up some courage.
What's the reason you had to work up some courage?
Whenever you're leaving a job, it's a high stress thing. I was upset. I was sad. I'd spent a lot of time there. And, as I said, it was a bittersweet reason for leaving. I also think, my start date, given that it was in flux, I didn't feel the need to give anybody a ton of lead time, like months of lead time.
When did you accept the offer from Facebook?
I don't recall.
Did you accept it in April?
I don't recall when I formally accepted or signed.
Did you accept whether?
I mean, there was a negotiation period. I negotiated it. I actually think I told the governor very soon after I finally finalized the contract. I went back and forth with Facebook a lot on, the job.
What did you go back and forth with Facebook about?
Why is that relevant?
You can answer, Ms. Lever.
No, before you answer, why is it relevant what the terms of her contract with her current employer?
Ed, I'm not asking about the terms of her contract with her current employee. We can take this discussion offline. Ms. Lever, in the meantime, please answer the question.
And we'll discuss this offline.
Ms. Lever, what did you go back and forth with Facebook about?
You're not going to answer that question now. Ask your next question.
Ms. Lever, what did you go back and forth with Facebook about?
Same direction.
I'm going to sit here until I have an answer to the general question. What did you go back and forth with Facebook about?
The parameters of the job, the level, things like that, and very standard things when you're negotiating a contract with a future employer.
Did you go back and forth with Facebook about your start date?
Yeah, but that was less of a negotiation.
Okay.
As I
What were your, please go ahead.
I was saying, as I said, they understood that it was a hard time to leave.
When were you initially due to start at Facebook?
I don't recall. The start date, maybe June. I don't recall though.
Since you joined Facebook, have you done any work for the executive chamber or the governor?
In my personal time.
In connection with your work for Facebook, have you done any work for the governor or the executive chamber?
Oh, no, absolutely not. I have, no.
So what do you mean when you say that in your personal time you've done work for Facebook or the, sorry, start again. What do you mean when you say in your personal time you've done work for the governor or executive chamber?
I think I misunderstood the question. Could you actually re-ask the original question?
Sure. Melissa, can you read back the question that got the response in my personal time?
Since you joined Facebook, have you done any work for the executive chamber or the governor?
So I was
Your
asked about that question.
I'm sorry. I didn't hear you.
So that was the original question. It wasn't if I've done work for Facebook with the governor's office, right?
That was a separate question I asked later. So the question on the table right now is, since you joined Facebook, have you done any work for the executive chamber or the governor?
But not on behalf of Facebook, to be clear.
Correct.
Right. I, had been part of various conversations regarding the recent allegations.
And how did you get involved in those conversations about the recent allegations?
Melissa called and asked, my advice and thoughts on how to respond to some of the recent allegations.
Did Melissa ask you to take on a role in responding to the allegations of sexual harassment against the governor?
No, there's no formal role.
And when did you have that conversation with Melissa?
It wasn't a specific conversation. She called and asked me what did I think about certain things, and it wasn't asking me for a specific role.
When did she call you?
I believe, I can't recall specifically, but we started talking in December.
And since then, have you continued to help the executive chamber and the governor respond to allegations of sexual harassment against the governor?
Not in many months.
When's the last time you did that?
I'm not sure. I don't recall. Many months ago.
January?
Maybe March. I'm really not sure.
And how is it that you stopped helping out with the response to sexual harassment allegations against the governor?
How is it that I stopped?
Jen, is there a question?
No.
Can you rephrase the question?
So I think before I said, when is the last time you helped respond to the allegations? And you said, you think in March. So,
but I said, I don't know. I really don't.
Okay. You don't know, maybe in March.
I just know that it's been a long time since I've spoken to them about this.
Okay. Is there a reason that it's been a long time since you've spoken to them about this?
Not particularly. I think some of the coverage stopped. I think, there's obviously an ongoing investigation, and that continues to be the response of the governor's office.
Has anyone from the executive chamber called you since March to ask for your help in responding to the sexual harassment allegations?
Again, I don't want to be tied to March as if I'm, misstating something.
Since March or whenever is the last time. But
and the question is, has anyone called me to talk about the sexual harassment allegations?
Has anyone called you to ask for your help in responding to the sexual harassment allegations? Since the last time you remember being involved?
Not since the last time I remember being involved.
Was there a conversation you had? Do you recall having a conversation with anyone around the time you stopped assisting in responding to the allegations?
No, not that I recall. I also, I'm sorry, I don't fully understand the question.
Sure, it was a bit mangled. Let me start over. So you recall that there was some point where you no longer were assisting in the response that the executive chamber was making to the allegations of sexual harassment, right?
Yeah.
Okay, my question was, at around that time, did you have a conversation with anyone related to stopping?
Oh,
Are you excluding conversations with counsel?
Yes.
not that I recall.
Okay.
Did you speak with anyone at Facebook about your involvement in responding to the allegations of sexual harassment against Governor Cuomo?
I did.
Who?
I spoke to my supervisor before sending out a statement regarding the initial allegations made by Lindsay Boylan. And I, in terms of having conversations regarding the subsequent allegations, that was really done on my personal time.
So I think you're referring to the statement that Caitlin Girard issued in February 2021, talking about the plane. Is that the statement that you're referring to just now?
Yes, but
And you're saying,
yes.
please go ahead.
No, that's the right one.
And you're saying that you spoke to your supervisor before you put your name on that statement?
Correct.
Okay. Other than talking to your supervisor before you put your name on the statement that was issued publicly, did you speak with anyone at Facebook about the fact that you were helping the executive chamber respond to sexual harassment allegations against the governor?
As I said, I was doing that on my personal time.
So the answer is no, because you are doing that on your personal time, correct?
Correct.
I didn't hear you.
Correct.
Did you have any concerns about whether anyone at Facebook would approve of you being involved in the response to the sexual harassment allegations against the governor?
I think that there would have been a problem if I, was speaking on behalf of the governor's office, which I was not, obviously, as I speak on behalf of Facebook now, but, no, I was obviously, as I said, doing this in my personal time.
So you didn't have any concerns about any potential repercussions in terms of your employment at Facebook?
Not in terms of, helping on the response effort. Obviously, as I said, if it were an on the record statement, I would not have put my name to it, given that I currently was a spokesperson for another company. And that would have been a problem.
You heard over time about articles and possible reporting on your involvement in helping the governor's office respond to the sexual harassment allegations, right?
Can you repeat?
You heard at various times about possible stories discussing your involvement in the response to the sexual harassment allegations against the governor, correct?
Sure. Yeah,
and you had,
I think by USA Today or, Journal News that had heard that I was part of the response.
And you didn't want any articles to be published saying that you were part of the response, right?
I was doing something on my personal time, so no, I did not.
And part of the reason you did not want your role to be publicized was because of possible concerns about your employment, correct?
I think I'd, one of, but not because I was, it did not impact my work at Facebook.
But you were worried that it could impact your work at Facebook if your role in the response were publicized, right?
Something that I was doing on my personal time, and I would have preferred Facebook not to know about it.
And what's the reason you'd have preferred Facebook not to know about it?
Because I was doing it in my personal time.
Is it the case that you don't want Facebook to know about anything you do in your personal time?
I think for the majority, they're, you should keep things, yeah, I would say. I can't speak to every single thing, but in this matter, it was my personal time.
And did you have any concerns that your employment at Facebook might be jeopardized by your role in helping to respond to the sexual harassment allegations?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Did you have any concerns that your role at Facebook, let's start again. Did you have any concerns that your employment at Facebook might be jeopardized by your involvement in helping to respond to the sexual harassment allegations?
No.
When Melissa called asking for your help in responding to the sexual harassment allegations, did you consider telling her no?
It wasn't, again, like a general role on a team. She called after Lindsay had tweeted the original tweet, which, you know, had no details about allegations, and it was before the other women came forward. And it was just sort of, what do you think? What do you think? How do we respond? It wasn't like a formal process.
At any point between December and March, did you consider saying no when you were asked to help respond to sexual harassment allegations against the governor?
Yeah, I mean, there were also times where I, was busy and I didn't, pick up a phone call, and I was focused on my job at Facebook. I was new, and I had a real job.
Sorry, I'm trying to understand that answer. You had a real job, and so so what?
You had asked me if there was any time when I thought about saying no, and I was saying there were times when I did say no, right? Like I was just maybe too busy to help.
Was there a time that you considered ever telling Mr. Rosa that you no longer wanted to receive any calls related to responding to the allegations of sexual harassment that have been made against the governor?
Yes.
When was that?
I can't recall specifically.
Generally speaking, when was that?
I can't even give a general time period. It was, thoughts that I was having in my head.
But did you ever tell her that?
No, and the question was if I ever thought about it.
And why didn't you tell that to Mr. Rosa?
It was unnecessary.
Why was it unnecessary?
I think I bet towards, I don't know the month again, but towards the end, I just stopped helping as much as I had been in the beginning.
Okay.
How did you first learn about Lindsay Boylan's complaints of sexual harassment against the governor?
Twitter.
And how did you learn about them on Twitter?
I believe Melissa sent me the tweet, but I think, other people saw it too.
And when was this?
I believe December.
2020?
Was it? Yes.
What did you learn about Ms. Boylan's complaints of sexual harassment by the governor in December 2020?
Nothing, because there was no detail provided.
What was your reaction?
I was surprised.
What's the reason you were surprised?
I had never heard of her making those allegations. She started obviously on the parental issue, and then I think she had then talked about it being toxic. And then she had jumped to sexual harassment. So I didn't know really what to think, except that her story kept changing.
And how was her story changing?
I just laid that out.
So you're saying that she talked about being a parent. She also talked about the toxic work environment, and she talked about sexual harassment. So are you saying that the additional details she was adding to her story meant that her story was changing?
Yeah, it's just in my time spent with her, she'd never mentioned anything like that. As I said we were, pretty friendly. First, she had obviously texted about the executive order. Then she had talked about how toxic the workplace was, or actually, I think the parental thing came before that. She was throwing a lot out there. A lot out there.
When you heard about Ms. Boylan's complaints about, let's start again. When you heard of Ms. Boylan's sexual harassment allegations against the governor, did you think back to what you had heard from about Charlotte Bennett's interactions with the governor?
No.
Did you discuss Ms. Boylan's sexual harassment allegations with anyone?
Yes.
Who?
But again, they weren't, you're just talking about the original tweet where she alleged sexual harassment. She was not the details, correct?
Correct.
Right, so there wasn't so much to discuss. It was more, do we, say anything? Is this worth saying? Are people reporting on it? What should the response be? It was not, we didn't have any detail to discuss about the specifics of the allegations because she had not made the claims yet.
And by we are talking about the executive chamber, correct?
Correct.
Not sure you said this, but with whom did you discuss the tweet?
There was a group of people from the chamber. I believe it was Melissa, Rich, I'm not sure about Peter, maybe Josh Lasto and Rich Bamberger.
Okay, thanks.
Was the governor part of those discussions?
I spoke to him at one point about it, yes.
Okay. When did you speak with him about it?
I believe that was a Sunday afternoon. I'm not quite recall the time.
Was this in December?
It was the day that she tweeted that.
Okay. And what did you speak with him about?
I just, how he thought we should respond to it.
What did he say?
I don't recall the specifics of what he said. I think, we were all talking just about how best to respond.
I want to hear everything about what he said. So even if you don't have the specifics.
I don't recall.
Do you recall anything that he said?
No.
Who else was on this call?
Melissa, I believe, again, to the best of my recollection, Melissa, Rich, possibly Bamberger and Blasto.
And this was on December 13th when Lindsay Boylan tweeted about sexual harassment by the governor, correct?
Correct.
And during this conversation, the group spoke about disclosing Ms. Boylan's personnel information to the press, correct?
I don't know if that's true. I can't recall if it was that conversation.
Okay. Was there a conversation about disclosing Ms. Boylan's personnel information to the press?
Yes.
Okay. Who was part of that conversation?
Again, I think that same group, maybe plus or minus a few other people.
Okay. Melissa?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Rich Azzopardi?
Yes.
Peter Ajemian?
I don't recall.
Okay. Rich Bamberger?
I believe so.
Josh Blasto?
There were a few different calls that day, I believe.
Okay. Josh Blasto?
Yes.
The governor?
Again, I don't know if he was on the call where we specifically discussed that.
Okay. What was discussed on the call about Lindsay Boylan's personnel file?
I don't really recall. I think, she had made these accusations and suggested details around her departure from the office that, I think the governor's office felt was not accurate. And so they wanted to provide the facts around her departure, and that's the basis of the discussion.
What did Lindsay Boylan say about, start again, what details did Lindsay Boylan give about her departure that the governor's office wanted to correct?
I don't recall. I just know that it was not, I don't think that the governor's office felt like it was the full picture.
What was a full picture? That Lindsay Boylan had accused the governor of sexual harassment?
No, that she'd left, 3 times or 4 times. I don't recall the contents of her tweet. But in reality, I think the governor's office, obviously felt that she left after being counseled for her own behavior. And so it wasn't accurate for her to suggest that she, left under the circumstances that she tweeted.
But how did she, under what circumstances do you think she suggested that she left?
I don't recall. Can I pull up the tweet?
Yes, let's pull up the tweet.
Do you have it handy?
I'm not asking you to do that. I'm working with my team to get the tweet up.
Oh, okay, great. Thanks. What?
While we're getting the tweet up, one question. I know you said earlier that you couldn't remember the specifics about what the governor may have said in the one call in which he participated, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall anything generally about the subjects that he discussed?
Sorry. So sorry to cut you off.
No,
I
no,
didn't hear the end of the question. Maybe if we could just slow down just a little bit.
I'm sorry.
Do you recall anything generally about the subjects that he?
That the governor discussed during the call. Meaning if you don't necessarily recall specific phrases or specific words, but generally what were the subjects that he was discussing?
I think we were discussing, what reporters were saying, which reporters were going to cover the story.
Okay.
I mean, speaking to a bunch of communications people, so that would have been the contents of the conversation.
Gotcha. And during the call, in which there were, or during the conversations during which you discussed potentially releasing Ms. Boylan's personnel file, I recall you said you don't remember whether or not the governor participated in those conversations, correct?
Correct. I don't recall even myself being on the calls discussing that.
Gotcha. Okay. Do you recall if anyone during those calls said that they were relaying information made during the call to the governor? Meaning, for instance, did Mr. Rosa say she was going to speak to the governor about these issues?
Sorry, I don't recall.
Okay.
Again, I don't recall myself being on calls where that was discussed, so.
Earlier, you testified that you remember the purpose of releasing Lindsay Boylan's personnel file. So how did you hear about that?
I definitely did not say the purpose of any call was to discuss releasing the personnel file.
And that's not what I just said. You said you remembered that the governor's office wanted to correct facts about the details.
Yeah, I
of her
just
departure.
don't know. I don't know if it happened on, specific calls, if that was later relayed to me, if I just don't recall.
Okay. All right, we'll put the tweet up.
Thank you.
Okay, so you can take your time and look at the tweets, and when you're ready, please get back to your seat and let us know which tweets the governor's office was trying to correct.
Okay. Could you scroll down? Sorry, stop. You can keep going. Okay. Sorry, is this when she actually said the sexual harassment and the departing, or this is, looks like it predates that? Okay, you could keep going, please. Can you stop? You can keep going.
So do you see the tweet alleging sexual harassment? Do you see that on the
Yes,
page?
yes,
Okay.
and why Cuomo sexually harassed me for years. Yeah. I was asking about, I can't regard my whole life. Sorry, can you stop? Okay, keep going. And then what about when she spoke about her departure?
What are you referring to?
It's further up where she says 3 times.
Oh, sorry, could you go back up to that?
It's on December 6th.
This. Oh, I tried to quit 3
Yeah,
times.
December 5th, right there.
Okay. Thank you for doing that.
Of course. So I think you were explaining earlier that that you understood that the governor's office released Ms. Boylan's personnel file to the press to try to correct details about the circumstances of her departure.
Yes.
What information was the executive chamber looking to correct?
I believe that, you know, she was obviously counseled about her own behavior and that she had wanted to not quit. I don't have a tremendous amount of detail on it.
What did you learn about Ms. Boylan being counseled about her own behavior?
That there were complaints made against her from subordinates, multiple complaints.
When did you hear about multiple complaints being made against Lindsay Boylan?
I think around this time.
How did you learn about that?
Someone from the governor's office told me, I'm not sure who.
And did you get any documents from Lindsay Boylan's personnel file about those complaints?
I don't recall.
Rich as a party sent you memoranda about complaints against Lindsay Boylan, correct?
I don't recall receiving them, but yes, I guess.
What do you mean by you don't remember receiving them, but yes, you guess?
You're telling me, you just told me as a fact that Rich as a party sent them to me, so.
Okay, I'll ask you as a question.
Oh, I'm
Did
sorry.
Rich as a party send you memoranda from Lindsay Boylan's personnel file about complaints against Lindsay Boylan?
Okay, I don't recall.
You're saying now that you don't recall, but you were prepared to say, but you guessed yes. Is there a reason for that?
Well, I thought that you had told me I had received it, so
I'm asking you, did you receive it?
She answered the question. Ms. Lever obviously misunderstood what was your leading question to be a statement of fact by you.
Ms. Lever, did you receive information from Rich as a party about complaints against Lindsay Boylan?
I don't remember receiving the documents.
All right, so let's refresh your memory.
Before we refresh, a couple of questions. The tweet that you were hoping to correct the misinformation in was dated December 5th or December 6th, correct?
Mm-hmm.
But you only decided to start discussing correcting this misinformation after the tweet a week later or so about sexual harassment, right?
I had already left the governor's office. It wasn't a decision that I was making. And I don't know when those discussions began. I don't recall, but being, a part of them, as I said, but again, that was up to the governor's office. I'm not sure when they decided and why they decided.
Understood, and sorry for making it seem as though you were independently making that decision. But I guess my real question is, you weren't looped in until after Ms. Boylan's tweet about sexual harassment, right?
I can't recall if, there were other conversations about the initial tweets, but there was no press coverage of the initial tweet. So I don't think anybody was, I don't know if anybody called me on it. I cannot recall. I do remember seeing the initial tweets, but I think, I remember the December 13th date.
And perhaps I'm misremembering your testimony from earlier, but I recall that in your earlier testimony, you said that part of the discussions you had about Lindsay Boylan's earlier tweets about the toxic environment, the discussion was like whether or not we respond, because sometimes when you respond, you end up creating news you didn't want to create, right?
Right.
Okay, so was there any discussion about needing to correct the misinformation at that time? Do you recall?
That predated December 13th?
Yeah.
Yeah, not that I recall.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so let's put up tab 153.
And let me just ask you, that last document that was put up, we are marking that as an exhibit?
We are, thanks, Melissa.
Okay, you're welcome.
You said 153?
Correct.
Okay.
Do you recognize this document?
No, but I'm reading it right now.
Let me know when you're ready.
Okay, I see the documents. I have not finished reviewing, but in the interest of time, I see them here.
Do you recognize these documents?
I what?
Do you recognize the documents?
Some of them are labeled.
Let's start with the first page. Do you recognize that?
No.
The very first page. This is a text message from Rich as a party
Oh,
to a group of people. Do you recognize,
the next one.
do you recognize that document?
No, but I see it here.
And your name is included, right? Let's stick with the first page.
Yeah,
Is that your number?
yes,
Okay, so you received this text message from Rich as a party on December 13, 2020?
yeah.
Do you still have this text message?
I don't know.
Okay, we'll follow up separately about that. So this is December 13th at 12:03 p.m. It's from Rich as a party, and it goes to Rich Bamberger, it goes to you, it goes to Josh Blasto, and it goes to Steve Cohen. Do you know why Rich as a party sent this text message to you on December 13th?
I imagine he wanted to show us what was in the file.
And do you know what preceded Rich sending you that text message?
No,
Was there a discussion about Lindsay Boylan's personnel file?
I don't recall if I was on, calls about that. I imagine, yes, there was a call.
And you imagine you were part of the call, correct?
No, I don't recall if I was part of the call.
Okay. Do you recall if you had any discussions, whether they were by phone or text or any other way, about Lindsay Boylan's personnel file on December 13?
Specifically on December 13th, I don't recall.
Okay.
I
So
know
you
the
said-
governor's office was discussing them. Really,
Were you part of discussions at any time about information in Lindsay Boylan's personnel file?
sorry, one more time.
Were you part of discussions at any point, not just December 13th, about Lindsay Boylan's personnel file?
I believe I was on calls discussing them. I cannot recall in detail.
When do you believe those calls took place?
I don't know.
Did those calls take place in December of 2020?
I had assumed so if I received this in December.
Do you recall any of those calls taking place before December 13th, 2020?
I don't recall.
Do you recall the governor being part of any of those calls?
No, I don't.
Do you recall Melissa DeRosa being part of any of those calls?
Yes.
What do you recall about the discussions regarding Lindsay Boylan's personnel file?
That, the governor's office felt that they wanted to provide additional facts as to why Lindsay actually left the office, and that she was making these claims about toxic workplace and that she herself had complaints made against her about toxicity.
And what did you think about this plan to provide information from Lindsay Boylan's personnel file?
I think the governor's office had, it was reasonable that they would have wanted to make sure that the reporters and the public had all of the facts when they were reporting. Lindsay obviously had presented this on a very public stage on Twitter. And it's, makes total sense from a response perspective that they would want the records, the other additional facts and context reflected in the reporting.
Did you agree with the plan to release information from Lindsay Boylan's personnel file to the press?
Again, I think it's entirely reasonable that the governor's office would have wanted the facts out there when it comes to Lindsay. She obviously is a public figure. She had been tweeting about the governor in various different forms. When she originally left the office, she had tweeted positively about the governor. Then obviously, her tune had changed when she talked about not being able to be a mom. Then she talked about it being a toxic workplace. Then she went to sexual harassment. And then there was also this suggestion that she left the office at the third time it stuck, which makes it seem that, she had quit, when I think it's totally fair that the governor's office wanted to provide that context around it.
Did you understand that Lindsay Boylan quit the executive chamber in September 2018? I thought that's what you testified to earlier. Is that right?
Could you say that one more time?
Did Lindsay Boylan quit her job in the executive chamber?
I believe I testified that I did not know what happened to Lindsay. The July messages that you showed me, you know, I know that I had reached out to her. I don't know the final time that she left the office, which I believe is what I said the first time.
Was Lindsay Boylan fired from the executive chamber?
I don't know. I was not in the office at that time. I had left for the campaign and was not involved.
So it sounds like what you're now saying is you don't know whether or not Lindsay Boylan quit. Is that correct?
At the time of her departure, I did not know the reasons behind her leaving.
I'm not asking about the reasons behind her leaving. I'm asking, do you know if she quit or was she fired?
Do you know if she quit? I mean, according to this document that I just read, she asked to come back.
After what?
After being counseled or having complaints made against her by women in her office.
And then she quit, correct?
And then she asked to come back.
She quit and then she asked to come back, correct?
Based on this note that I'm reading right now in front of me.
Okay, but she quit, correct? Is that a yes or no?
Sure, yes.
And my earlier question was, and I'm not asking for the talking points, my question was just, did you agree with the plan to release Lindsay Boylan's personnel information to the press?
I obviously was not working for the governor at the time or for the governor's office. It was not my call. I understood why the governor's office would have wanted the facts out there.
You were helping out with the response to the allegations against the governor, correct?
This was not, again, not a formal, you know, this was December 13th. That was the first day before she had made any actual substantial allegations. And it's completely within reason that the governor's office would have wanted the facts out there.
And my question is just, did you agree or did you disagree? Yes or did you agree? Yes or no?
I don't think it's a yes or no answer.
And why is that?
It wasn't up to me to decide.
Did you think it was a bad idea to release Lindsay Boylan's personnel file?
No, I think it was perfectly reasonable for people to understand the facts and circumstances around her departure.
And in fact,
given that she had made these allegations.
And in fact, you thought it was okay for the governor's office to victim shame on the record, right?
Objection. I mean, you know better than to frame a question like that. First of all,
Ms. Lever, you can answer the question.
And second, it's your conclusion that there was victim shaming, and you're trying to put words in Ms. Lever's mouth.
Ms. Lever, did you think it was okay to victim shame for the governor's office to victim shame on the record when it came to Lindsay Boylan?
What's on the record?
I'm just using your words, Ms. Lever. Did you agree that it was okay for the executive?
When did I use the term on the record?
We'll get to that next, but I just want your answer now. Did you think it was okay for the governor's office to victim shame on the record?
I don't understand what is on the record.
Okay.
These documents were not provided on the record to the best of my knowledge. Having not provided them, my understanding is that they were not provided on the record. What I was saying is to set the record straight, meaning provide the facts. In terms of on the record as a response, that's a different story.
Do you know whether or not it would have been possible, or sorry, I should go take a step back. Do you recall if there were discussions about how to disseminate this information to the press?
I don't recall.
Okay. Would it have been possible to correct the misinformation in Ms. Boylan's tweets without disseminating the personnel records themselves?
I can answer just from a perspective of, working in communications.
Sure.
It would be much more helpful to provide, I'm sure similar for you guys in court, right? It's more helpful to provide documentation to back up your claims whenever you're making an argument. So, you know, if I think that's why the governor's office decided to release the documents.
And would it have been possible for the governor's office to give a statement, including the facts, without necessarily releasing the personnel file itself?
I don't know if that statement would, again, this is now just from my experience professionally, that statement would have carried the same weight.
Sure, but it would have been possible to do so, correct?
Yeah, I think the goal was to just provide the facts.
Okay, and do you recall if there was do you have any recollection as to how this material was given to the press?
I don't. I did not provide it to the press, so I don't know.
Do you recall, or do you know?
I don't know if it was read to people or, you know, email. I don't know how it was provided.
Do you know whether or not the governor or the governor's office attributed the information to itself when it disseminated the information?
I'm not really sure. That would be very easy to find out, though, if you look at the stories, how it was sourced.
Okay. And would there be a particular reason why the governor's office would not want to attribute the information itself, but rather simply disclose the personnel records?
I don't know if I could speak to that judgment. I'm sorry, I can't speak to the reason behind the sourcing.
Sure. And in your professional experience, would the story carry more weight if the governor's office, in addition to releasing the records, actually attributed the release of the records to itself?
I think the governor's office probably just wanted it out there. I don't know if it mattered. I think it was probably a strategic decision not to put a statement out, but again, I think, you know, the stories would have been, if they were using the documents, then it would have sort of amounted to the same point being made to the public.
Sure. So did you think there was or do you think there is a potential strategic advantage to leaking the documents without attributing the release of the information to yourself, or without the governor's office attributing the release of the information to itself?
Yeah, I mean, it's cleaner to, you know, sort of gets the facts out there, but then doesn't get into a back and forth, which, as we discussed previously, sometimes can actually, you know, sort of breathe more oxygen into things.
Okay.
So it's always, you know, I think in this case, again, not speaking on their behalf, but the interest was to get the facts out there.
Thank you.
What is your understanding of whether the governor had approved the disclosure of Lindsay Boylan's personnel information to the press?
I have no insight into that.
What is your understanding of whether the governor's office would have moved forward with disclosing Lindsay Boylan's personnel file to the press without the governor's approval?
Again, I don't know. It could have been a decision made without him. I'm not sure. I don't want to speculate.
Did Melissa DeRosa approve the disclosure of Lindsay Boylan's personnel information to the press?
I believe so.
Based on Melissa DeRosa's approval of the disclosure of Lindsay Boylan's personnel information, would you expect that the governor also approved of that?
I can't speak to that. I don't know.
Earlier, you said that Melissa and the governor spoke their own language, correct?
Yes.
You said they thought the same way about issues and policies, right?
Yes, but I did not say that it was in every single instance that they've ever, had.
And that's not what I'm suggesting. Would you expect any deviation between Melissa and the governor about whether the governor's office should disclose Lindsay's personnel information to the press?
I don't know, but it's not out of, the realm of possibility that she discussed it with him. Given that I obviously was not in the room or party to those discussions, I can't say either way.
Did anyone say anything about whether disclosing Lindsay's personnel information could be considered retaliation?
Not that I recall.
Did you consider that?
No, I think, these allegations weren't being made in, a courtroom or in confidential documents. She was making these allegations on Twitter. And there were various allegations of which, I said the story changed. You said she continued to add more detail. There was just such a lack of consistency. They were, somewhat out of left field. Obviously, since her departure, her feelings on the office had changed and she was running for office. So she was in, a public figure in a very political arena. She was making these allegations publicly. And I think the governor's office felt like they had other facts that they could provide that gave more context. And so, in this instance, I don't think that, obviously not being a lawyer, so I don't know the definition of retaliation, but I don't think in this case, that it was reasonable for them to want to disseminate this information.
Did anyone say anything about the information that was disseminated being confidential?
I don't recall.
What are your expectations about confidentiality of your personnel file from the executive chamber?
I don't know if I have a personnel file.
What do you mean by that?
I've never been counseled for my behavior. I don't know if I have a personnel file.
So is it your understanding that only people in the executive chamber who have been counseled for their behavior have personnel files?
I don't know, and I would not want to misspeak on that. I just said I have no idea if I have a personnel file.
Okay. The information that Rich as a party sent to you from Lindsay Boylan's personnel file was confidential though, correct?
I see that there is a privileged and confidential sign on it. Although it says attorney work products, I don't know what the privilege is for, but.
At a convenient point, can we take a short break?
Sure. Let's go for a little bit and then we'll take that break. Let's go to tab 27.
$27?
27, yes.
Okay.
And let's look at message 296. This is from you to Rich as a party, Melissa DeRosa, on December 13. And you say, I think we can victim shame on the record. What did you mean by that?
Are there additional texts from that conversation that I could look at?
You're free to look at other texts on that page.
12/13/2020. Is this all the same conversation?
Ms. Lever, these are your texts, so I would ask you.
I don't know when they were spliced and provided to me. So I'm just asking if this was the entire conversation.
Let me know when you're ready.
Okay.
Okay. And you were looking for additional context. I think the message before, in which you say, I think the disgruntled former employee needs to come from a source or other Cuomo employee. Truth is, she stormed out over allegations of her own misconduct to female employees, beg to come back. I think we can victim shame on the record.
Honestly, I think I meant, I think we can't.
You're saying that when you wrote, I think we can victim shame on the record, you actually meant, I think we cannot victim shame on the record?
I'm suggesting that based on the texts above, where it says, I think the disgruntled former employee needs to come from a source, which means that I would have said it should not come from an on-the-record spokesperson.
Okay. So what did you mean by victim shame?
I imagine I meant attacking somebody who comes forward with an allegation of sexual harassment.
And at this point, were you aware of the complaints against Lindsay Boylan from her time in the chamber? Can we presume that based on the chats?
I don't think at this point she had alleged her claims, right? She just made the one comment, one like broad comment, not the details, correct?
That's not my question. My question is whether when at the point when you said, truth is she stormed out over allegations of her own misconduct of female employees, whether at that point you were aware of complaints against Lindsay Boylan from her time in the chamber.
I'm sorry, I don't recall. Is this after the her tweet thread? I'm confused on the timeline.
Sure, if it would be helpful, we can put tab 25 back up.
I just don't know yeah, that would be great. So that was at 8:50 in the morning. So this was after that, right? So I think I knew of her allegations just from the tweet the tweet thread, I would assume. I don't remember or recall knowing about, I don't recall knowing about the allegations against Lindsay because again, I was at the campaign by then and I had nothing to do with, the surroundings of her departure.
Sorry, I lost my connection, so I missed your answer. Happy to ask Melissa to read it if that's easier.
Probably makes the most sense. Thank you.
Okay. Melissa, do you mind? Thank you.
Sure, no problem. I just don't know if oh, sorry, that was, okay. So that was at 8:50 in the morning. So this is after that, right? So I think I knew of her allegations just from the tweet thread, I would assume. I don't remember or recall, knowing about the allegations against Lindsay because again, I was at the campaign by then and I had nothing to do with, the surroundings of her departure.
Thanks, Melissa. But at least according to these tweets, as of 10:15 a.m., you were aware of Lindsay being counseled.
Got it. Sorry, I was confused. You meant that I was aware that she had been counseled before leaving.
Correct.
I guess maybe I found out that morning, or again, I told you I didn't recall exactly when I found out about that. It could have been between the December 5th or 6th when she talked about her reasoning for leaving, and now, as I said, I really don't recall.
Did you speak with anyone outside the executive chamber about the information in Lindsay Boylan's personnel file regarding alleged misconduct by her?
Sorry, I am going to answer this, but can we take a break after?
Absolutely.
Okay, sorry, do you mind repeating the question?
The question was, do you remember, the question is, did you speak with anyone outside the executive chamber about Lindsay Boylan, about complaints regarding Lindsay Boylan's own conduct in the executive chamber?
I believe I spoke to a few reporters about it off the record.
Okay. We can take the break.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Stand by. The time is 3:36 p.m. We're going off the record. This will end media unit number 4. The time is 3:50 p.m. We are back on the record. This will be the start of media unit number 5. Council?
All right. So Ms. Lever, before we took the break, you explained that you spoke with reporters off the record about Lindsay Boylan's personnel file.
I don't recall if it was about the file, but it would have been around the circumstances of her departure.
Okay. Which reporters did you speak with about the circumstances of Lindsay Boylan's departure?
New York Times reporter.
Who?
A New York Times reporter.
And what's the name of the New York Times reporter?
Dana Rubenstein.
What did you discuss with Ms. Rubenstein?
Just that there was, additional facts that the governor's office wanted to make sure that the press was aware of, and that was it.
And did Mr. Azzopardi send the information from Lindsay Boylan's personnel file to Dana Rubenstein?
I'm not sure. I don't recall.
Did anyone send Dana Rubenstein the information from Lindsay Boylan's personnel file that Rich Azzopardi sent to you?
I don't recall. I don't recall. I don't think I was the only person that spoke to her, so I just don't know.
So going back to tab 27, looking at message number 6, this is a chat from Rich Bamberger, and I imagine you'll want to look at.
Sorry, what number was it?
Number 6. You scroll down.
Okay, sorry. Okay.
Actually, you should look at 5 and 6. In 5, you say this just mentions them, but doesn't explain what they. Start with 4. You say, do we have additional details of complaints made against her? This just mentions them, but doesn't explain what they were. And then Rich Bamberger asks, Dani, are you calling Dana with these?
I don't know what the these is referring to.
Is that referring to the information about Lindsay Boylan's personnel file that Rich Azzopardi had texted to the group?
What was the number for Rich Azzopardi's text?
Number 153, tab 153, and he sent his text at 12:03 p.m. And these other texts are at 12:06 p.m. same date.
I honestly don't recall what they were in reference to. I did not send Dana the personnel records.
I'm not asking if you sent Dana the personal records. I'm asking if anyone from the executive chamber or otherwise sent Dana the personnel records that Rich sent you.
I don't know, and I don't believe the Times, I don't recall if the Times reported on the records.
And I'm not asking you that either. Based on the timeline, Rich sends you the information from Lindsay Boylan's personnel file at 12:03. At 12:06, you're discussing with Rich and others who received the personnel files complaints made against Lindsay Boylan. Rich Bamberger asks if you're calling Dana with these. So my question is, did you speak with Dana Rubenstein about the personnel information? First question, did you speak with Dana Rubenstein about the information in the personnel file for Lindsay Boylan?
As I said, I already answered that. I did not, provide the documents. I believe we spoke about the circumstances of her departure. I don't recall if I specifically, spoke about the documents themselves.
And do you know if anyone sent the documents to her?
Again, no.
And to be clear, is that an I don't recall or no?
No,
Or
I don't
did-
know. You said, do you know if anybody sent them to her, and I don't.
Okay. So flipping to the third page, this is the last text message. It's message 208. And you say to Dana Rubenstein, the docs prove that just isn't true. Is that a reference to the information from Lindsay Boylan's personnel file? You can look at the text message before, which I think is the defense that you were presenting earlier.
Well, yeah, I think so, because it had been reported in the Associated Press story that I sent, which is right below that.
Okay. So when you say the docs prove that just isn't true, you're referring to the information from Lindsay. You're referring to the information from Lindsay Boylan's personnel file that Rich Party had sent you, correct?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yes. When you say to Dana Rubenstein, the docs prove that just isn't true, you are referring to the information from Lindsay Boylan's personnel file that Rich Party had sent you, correct?
I think the matter that's actually in discussion is that she tried to quit 3 times before it stuck, is what I was saying the docs prove isn't true.
Yes, and when you said the docs, you were referring to the information from Lindsay Boylan's personnel file that Rich Party had sent you, right?
I just can't say if it was from Rich Party sending them to me, or is it from the Associated Press story that I sent below that, you know, points to the personnel memos.
Okay, but you're referring to the personnel memos, right?
Yes.
Did you send any information to Dana Rubenstein about Lindsay Boylan?
I think we spoke on the phone. I sent her, obviously that Associated Press story.
Did you send her anything else about Lindsay Boylan?
I believe I had sent some positive tweets that Lindsay had, or spoke to her about positive tweets that Lindsay had tweeted, you know, after she departed. And that was just an effort to make sure this, you know, the story was balanced, because she was referring to tweets where Lindsay was being critical, and I felt that it was important that she also see that there were tweets where Lindsay applauded the governor's office.
And you sent her those tweets too, correct?
I definitely, again, I just can't recall if it was over the phone. We definitely discussed it, or if I sent them to her.
Okay, so let's look at the top of the page, message number 54. You say to the group sent to Dana.
I'm sorry, what page are we on?
We're still on the third page of tab 27.
Got it. Okay, I was on the 4th page.
And then Dana asks you, do you have a link would like to embed?
Oh, so then that was the tweet.
Let's go to tab 31.
Okay.
Who are and
I'm so sorry, I lost my download of the main file. I'm just going to re-download it. Maybe I exited.
Or you can look at my, here.
Oh, thank you. There's,
I'll work on this.
okay, thank you. There are some of my friends, personal friends.
how do you know?
We worked together, actually all 4 of us worked together on the Obama campaign in 2012.
Did any of them work in the chamber?
No.
And you said, guys, I spent the weekend defending the governor against sexual harassment allegations. What did you mean by that?
Exactly what I said.
Which is what?
That I was frustrated that I had to spend the weekend defending the governor against sexual harassment allegations.
Is that what you said? That you were frustrated that you had to spend the weekend doing that?
I did, well, when I first said what I said, and then you questioned that. It appears that I, you know, was complaining.
What were you complaining about?
That I had to spend the weekend defending the governor against sexual harassment allegations.
Why do you say you had to spend the weekend doing that?
I didn't say had, I said, guys, I spent the weekend defending the governor against sexual harassment allegations. Sorry, I misspoke.
Did you feel like you had to spend the weekend defending the governor against sexual harassment allegations?
No.
And why did you do it?
No, I had worked there a really long time. I was very close to the governor. I was close to people that still worked there. And I was, you know, assisting in terms of the, thank you so much. Sorry, we're switching computers. What number was that?
31.
I was providing, you know, my strategy for response.
Understood. I think this maybe circles back to Abhina's earlier question, but I know that you're describing what you did. My question is, why did you do it? You no longer worked for the executive chamber, right?
Correct.
Okay, so you're not on the payroll, you're not an employee, and I imagine that the executive chamber has a press department, correct?
I do.
Okay, so why did you defend the governor through the weekend in a way, and I believe you said earlier that it was frustrating, correct?
The office, you mean?
No. It was frustrating having to spend your weekend.
You know, as I said, I was personally close with the governor and the people that worked there, and it's not uncommon that, you know, folks who have departed the office continue to help the governor. We have been through a lot together as a team.
Okay.
And lower down, you say in message 974, but she also treated women of color horribly, so she did worse. What did you mean by that?
I don't recall.
Excuse me?
I don't recall.
Were you suggesting that Ms. Boylan's allegations could not be taken seriously because she'd also done something?
I don't recall. I'm trying to read up to get a better sense.
All right, let me know when you're done.
I could have been alluding to worse than just telling me that I was too poor to have a baby and stay working for the governor, but I don't recall. If you see in text 947, but again, you know, I don't want to speculate. I just don't recall.
Was it your understanding that to the extent Lindsay Boylan harassed anyone, that she herself could not be a victim of harassment?
No, I don't think, I'm not outside of Lindsay Boylan, but generally speaking, I don't think that those two things are mutually exclusive.
And what about specifically with respect to Lindsay Boylan?
I think Lindsay had, you know, real credibility issues. Not just about this, but obviously again, about the, you know, being a woman in the workplace, about her, you know, coming out of the office and praising the governor, including for things like his work on women's rights, to then later saying that it was a toxic workplace, to then saying she was sexually harassed, to saying that she left under different circumstances than she actually did, and, you know, that she was running for office. I think that it was, there was a lot of context around this.
Is it your understanding that someone who accuses another person of harassment is not credible if she previously praised that person?
No.
Okay. Did you take any, sorry.
I was just gonna say, she hasn't provided any details.
Okay. Did you take any other actions in relation to responding to Lindsay Boylan's December 2020 complaints of sexual harassment?
Did I take any further action?
Yes. Did you do anything else to help with the response to the allegations?
Well, we discussed the statement that Caitlin Gerard put out, but that was, I believe, after her additional details were provided.
Before that time, did you do anything else to help respond to the allegations Lindsay Boylan made?
Not that I recall, no.
Did you speak with any reporters other than Dana Rubenstein?
A handful of reporters called me to ask my thoughts. I don't recall the specific dates, but a bunch of reporters called me asking me my thoughts on this stuff.
Now, had anyone asked you to speak with Dana Rubenstein about Lindsay Boylan's allegations?
Yes.
Who?
Melissa and the governor.
When did Melissa and the governor ask you to speak with Dana Rubenstein?
That day that, we were on the call with the governor and he was asking what reporters were talking about, what stories, who was writing, what the plan was.
And what did the governor say?
Just who's who's talking to who.
Did he assign you to talk to Dana?
No, I think Melissa had said Dani, can call Dana. I don't recall specifically, but I believe that is what happened.
Was there any discussion about what you should tell Dana?
I don't recall if, no, I don't recall specifically.
What about generally?
I think, again, as I said, just making sure that the reporters had all the facts.
About what?
About Miss Boylan's time at the governor's office and the way that she left.
So there's a discussion with the governor about making sure the reporters had the facts about the circumstances of Lindsay Boylan's departure from the chamber, correct?
No, I'm sorry. I want to retract that. I don't recall the specifics of what was discussed with the governor more than, things were, who's writing, what are they writing, what are they including? But obviously, that was the governor's office desire, was to get those facts out.
Quick question.
I had said earlier that I did not recall what, the contents of that one conversation that the governor was on.
I know what you said earlier. I don't know if maybe you recalled more as we were talking about it. I think Yannick, you had a question.
Sure, thanks. I believe earlier today you described the executive chamber work environment as being difficult at times, correct?
Yes.
And earlier today you described positive aspects to working in the executive chamber, right?
Yes.
So it's possible to have both positive feelings about a work environment as well as negative feelings about a work environment, correct?
Definitely.
Okay, so why do you think Ms. Boylan's favorable tweets of the governor undermined her credibility, the credibility of her sexual harassment allegation?
I think it was, a confluence of things, like the idea that her tweets obviously were sort of lobbed from all over. The fact that she was running for office, that she was doing it so publicly. I mean, on these tweets, she was hashtagging her campaign. So this is not, a normal circumstance of somebody making allegations in this way. And at that point, she also had provided no detail.
Gotcha, thanks.
So other than talking to reporters, were you involved in any other way in responding to Lindsay Boylan's allegations before February 2021?
I don't fully recall. Could you be more specific?
Are you aware of a draft letter responding to Lindsay Boylan's allegations?
Yes.
Tell me what you know about that letter.
There was a draft letter that the governor's office wanted to release from former employees of the governor.
What else do you know about the letter?
It did not go out.
And is there a reason you're looking off camera as you're answering?
No, not at all, sorry.
No.
Okay. What else do you know about the letter?
Can you ask more specific questions?
I'll start with broad questions. What do you know about the letter?
There was a letter drafted that the governor's office wanted people to put their name on who had used to work for the governor's office. I was asked to sign it. I declined, and the letter never went out.
What were the origins of the letter?
I'm unsure. I was sent it by, I believe, Melissa. There were a few drafts of it. I believe she'd sent me the original letter. Yeah.
Before Melissa sent you a draft of the letter, had you been involved in any discussions about it?
There were discussions about potentially like having somebody sign, an op-ed or a statement, and which would be a standard form of, responding to things like this. But the contents of which I don't recall discussing.
And who was involved in that initial discussion?
I believe Melissa, Linda, Steve, maybe Bamberger and Blasto. I don't fully recall the list.
Was the governor involved in those discussions?
I do not recall having any discussions with him regarding the letter specifically.
And are you aware of whether the governor was involved in any discussions about the letter?
No. Oh, sorry, can you repeat the question?
Are you aware of whether the governor was involved in any discussions about the letter?
I was told that he had the desire to put the letter out.
Who told you that?
Sorry, I thought you had asked about myself having discussions. Melissa.
When did Melissa?
Stephanie.
And Stephanie, you said?
I said maybe Stephanie a little. I don't fully recall.
Okay. When did Melissa or Stephanie tell you that the governor wanted to put the letter out?
When they were trying to find people to sign it.
And when was that?
I don't know. I don't recall the specific date of the letter, but it was around, I think it was like, 2 days time. Like the whole thing lasted about 2 days, the discussion around sending it out.
And do you remember over which 2 days the discussion around sending out the letter happened?
No. Do you have the email that I could pull up?
Yeah, we'll get to the email in a minute. Do you remember if...
I have the date on it.
Okay. Do you remember if the discussions about the letter took place after Lindsay made her allegations of sexual harassment against the governor?
I believe so.
And what's the reason that you did not want to sign on to the letter?
The draft of the letter I thought was much too aggressive. I did not think it was appropriate to put something out that, was that forceful. As we said earlier, I think you don't want to put something out that amounts to, victim shaming. And I did not think it was the right strategy, frankly.
In the first draft of the letter that you saw, was it drafted to come from you and other people?
I was asked if I would sign it amongst other people, which I said no to because I did not agree with its contents, and I also did not think it was the right approach.
What about its contents did you not agree with?
I did not think it was the right way to handle the situation, to be, so direct about all of the issues in Lindsay's allegations. Oh, I'm sorry, all of the issues in, around what was going on.
What do you mean by that?
Can we pull the letter up so I can refresh my memory?
Sure. Did you ask anyone to sign the letter?
So we still can't pull it up?
We'll get to the letter. Did you ask anyone to sign the letter?
Okay, but you're asking me really specific questions on things that I can't remember, so it's helpful.
I appreciate that. Did you ask anyone to sign it?
I had made one call to somebody, not necessarily this version, but asking if she would be willing to put her name on a statement in support of the governor.
Okay. Were you involved in drafting the letter?
No.
Who was that person you asked to sign the letter?
Her name was.
And your testimony is that you don't recall reaching out to anyone else?
Specifically about signing the letter or signing a version of the letter, I don't recall.
And that would include.
I did not reach out to her asking her to sign the letter.
Okay.
I don't recall doing that. I did speak to her, but that was more just about, what she was hearing, and she used to work for the governor's office and then worked as a, so we were just sort of chatting. I don't recall ever asking her to sign on to the letter.
Gotcha. And when did you reach out to her?
I don't remember.
And what was the purpose of you reaching out to her?
Just to see what she was hearing. As I said before, she worked in the governor's office a long time. We were on the same team, and she now works for a news organization. So we were sort of just shooting the shit. Wanted to see, sorry. Can I retract that?
It's okay.
It's fine.
I'm sorry, that was inappropriate.
Don't worry, I'm not perturbed.
Do we strike from the record, as they say on Law and Order?
Yeah, that's okay.
We were just, I just sort of just calling to see what was up, and just, it was more of like a catch up.
Had anyone asked you to call her?
Yes, I mean, I think at that point the governor's office wanted people just to know what people were hearing and seeing, and I was asked to call a person, which made, total sense since we used to work together.
Gotcha. And when you say the governor's office, who in the governor's office directed that you reach out to people?
I think it was, I don't recall specifically, but I believe it was either Melissa, Stephanie, or Linda.
Okay, thanks.
We can pull up the letter, and we'll need your help in figuring out which versions of the letter you may have gotten earliest.
That sounds good.
Okay, so let's start with tab 155.
155?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is this the first version of the letter that you saw?
I don't know. This was one of the, earlier versions, though, because I think they were all quite similar. Or the two that I received maybe were quite similar.
Okay.
Um, did you also attach the other letter, or did you just do the one?
We have other versions that we can pull up.
Yeah, I mean, I would honestly have to know by the timestamp.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Nope, no worries.
I am very sorry for cursing. Feel badly and embarrassed on that one.
So let's go to tab 35. That's another version of the letter.
By the way, do you have an understanding as to who was involved in drafting the various iterations of this letter?
I don't know with specifics. I imagine the governor had something to do with the drafting of the letter.
Anyone else besides the governor?
No, I think the majority of people did not think that this was the right approach.
But my question, sorry, do you recall anyone besides the governor?
No, I obviously also wasn't like present in the office if, you know, drafts were being written, so I don't, but I think, you know, the majority of people, again, did not think this was the right approach, so I would be hesitant to think that they had involvement in the letter drafting. Does that make sense?
Yep.
And what do you mean when you say the majority of people did not think this was the right approach?
You know, I don't think Melissa or Stephanie thought that this was the right thing to put out. I think putting out a standard statement, you know, in support of the governor makes sense, but something of this nature does not. And I think most people agree that it does not.
Do you recall specifically if Ms. DeRosa ever said she disagreed with sending any of the iterations of this letter?
I think the conversation would have been more about how there's absolutely no way, you know, people will sign this, and that she agreed. I don't recall those specifically, those conversations.
And do you recall any conversations with Ms. Benton in which she expressed that she did not think the governor's office should send any iterations of this letter?
I think it was, you know, similar conversations.
Gotcha.
I don't recall a specificity, I'm sorry.
No worries, I'm sorry.
So we put up another version of the letter. This is tab 35.
Okay, great. They're at the same time. Oh, no, sorry. 459. So I guess, yeah, the Melissa, Linda, Judy must be the first version that came earlier. Unless this is PM, but I highly doubt it.
There are many versions of this letter, so don't speculate.
Okay.
If you have a recollection, that's fine. but
I don't.
Don't speculate.
And I don't even know the differences between the drafts, frankly.
Did you provide any comments on the letter?
Specific comments or my overall thought?
Start with specific comments.
Well, one is I, you know, had a problem with them referencing my texts with Lindsay. And then separately, my overall thoughts was that this absolutely should not be sent and that I would not sign it.
What was your issue about? What was your issue with them referencing your text with Lindsay?
I mean, I did not think any of the contents of this letter should go out. I think they, you know, they were personal texts and I did not want them shared.
Did you share your texts with Lindsay with anyone?
At the time, I certainly did because I was working for the governor's office and I believe I refreshed people's memory of them, you know, in and around the time of the allegations.
What's the reason you refresh people's memory of the text around the time of the allegations?
I don't recall specifically why. It certainly wasn't to be included in a letter.
So did you ask for the references to your text with Lindsay to be taken out of the letter?
I did.
And were they taken out of the letter?
I believe so. I mean, the letter never went out.
Who did you speak with about removing references of your text with Lindsay from the letter?
I don't recall. Maybe Stephanie and Melissa?
Did you speak with anyone else about the letter?
Obviously not this version specifically, but I did speak to, as I said. And I'm not sure who else. I may have asked, if other people were signing it, but I don't recall.
What's the reason you agreed to reach out to?
She used to work for me, and she had also worked for with Lindsay at ESD, and I think we were sort of talking to people that had left the governor's office, and she was on that list of people.
Did you have any qualms about reaching out to me about the letter?
Do I have any qualms about reaching out to her? Again, this would have been a standard, press approach to ask people to sign on to types of documents like this, not this one specifically. And it's up to people's choice. I called her and asked if she would be willing to put her name on a statement of support. Not necessarily this letter, obviously. I said that, other women and men who formerly worked for the governor's office was being asked. I said that I personally did not think I would put my name on any sort of statement, but, if she wanted to, that option was available to her, and to see if she would be willing, and that I said she should talk to her current employer and make sure that they would be okay. And that it would be totally fine either way, what she decided.
Do you recall whether or not you spoke to before or after seeing an iteration of this letter?
I don't recall exactly. I don't recall.
Okay.
And she actually did end up speaking to her employer, and I think they said it was okay, but the letter no version of this letter ever went out.
Did you comment on, did you ever see versions of the letter including you as, and naming you specifically at the beginning of the letter? I think we saw earlier in tab 155, one of the versions did.
Oh, I don't remember seeing that. I see it now. As I said, I said that I would not sign the letter, so I assume that my name was taken out of it.
Did you ever speak with Alfonso David about the letter?
We did not actually connect. I believe I asked if he was serious, if he was considering signing it, and I'm not quite sure. I don't actually recall if he responded.
What's the reason you asked if he was considering signing it?
Just to see.
Would that have influenced your decision whether to sign?
No.
Did you ask Mr. David to help you with outreach to people about signing a statement in support of the governor?
I might have asked if he could either join a call with me or, help me, but not for any particular reason that I recall. And that did not happen. I spoke to myself.
What would you have been asking Alfonso David to help you with?
I don't.
Objection? Rules for speculation.
You can answer, Ms. Lever.
I was just going to say I don't recall.
Okay. Let's go to tab 36. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
What is it?
It appears to be a text from Melissa to a group of people. Oh, maybe to me and Annabelle, asking us to sign on to the letter. I imagine this is the same op-ed in question. I don't know if there was, another draft or version at that point.
And you're referring to tab 35?
Yeah, I would assume. I mean, is this the same day, right?
Right.
I'm going on timestamps here.
Okay. Did you ever have a conversation with Melissa DeRosa following on these text messages?
I don't recall. I had no intention of signing the letter, so that must have been communicated, but I don't recall.
Did you speak with Annabelle Walsh about the letter?
I don't recall.
Did you try to speak with Annabelle Walsh about the letter?
I don't recall.
All right, let's go to tab 33. Does this jog your memory about whether you tried to talk to Annabelle Walsh about the letter?
Annabelle reaching out to me to say, I need to talk to you about this letter. So I did not reach out to Annabelle Walsh about the letter.
Okay, did she reach out to you about the letter?
It appears.
Did you speak with her?
I don't recall. I didn't even recall getting this text, so.
Okay. Go to tab 40. And these are messages between you and Linda Lacewell, correct?
I'm just pulling it up. Yeah.
And earlier you referred to Linda, you were referring to Linda Lacewell?
Earlier in our conversation?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. What did you mean by, I still don't know why we are talking to Gov Lowell?
I don't recall. And maybe we were getting on a phone call.
Okay.
Sorry, I don't recall with any detail.
What do you understand by Linda Lacewell's statement trying to support MDR?
I don't recall.
Sitting here today, what do you understand by that statement?
I could not say one way or another. Pretty general statement.
Is a reasonable interpretation of the statement that Linda Lacewell was saying, we are here to try to support Melissa DeRosa at this time?
Sure, but I don't know what the support refers to, is what I was saying. Or why the support was required.
Well, this is coming after Lindsay Boylan's sexual harassment allegations against the governor, correct?
Yeah, Yes.
Is it fair to say that this exchange with Linda Lacewell is about the sexual harassment allegations against the governor?
No, I mean, maybe in and around that topic, but I don't know for certain.
Do you recall whether there were any other issues in or around December 17, 2020 that Melissa DeRosa needed support with?
Yes, I don't know that specific date, but there was also the issue with the nursing homes happening.
Anything else?
Nursing homes, I don't recall. I don't even recall, by the way, if nursing homes was December 17th, but I think in and around this time, obviously, there was a lot going on.
Okay. My question was just, can you recall any other issue that you would need to show support from Melissa DeRosa about around December 17, 2020?
No, not that I can recall.
Okay, and do you recall whether or not you were involved in any discussions about the nursing homes issue?
What do you mean? Is the nursing homes relevant to this?
I'll get back to this later.
All right, let's go to tab 46 in the meantime.
$46, you said?
Yes, 46. You can take a minute to review it. It's from earlier this year.
Okay, I see it. I've reviewed it.
Okay. What did you mean when you said, is Dean Chang or Cliff Levy coming for me? I've lost it on them multiple times.
I think there were stories at this time, maybe about Melissa, like a reporter had written an op-ed about, her. I believe this was around this time. I don't recall specifically, but I think I was making a joke that the editors of the New York Times put out me for, prior head-to-head battles I'd had with them in the past.
What head-to-head battles were you referring to?
I mean, there were many over time.
And then you reference at 74 and 75, a quote that you say from the Dawsey Valensky original Jesse story from 2016. What were you referring to?
It must have been another story where we responded about the workplace.
This is an earlier story from 2016 about the workplace environment in the chamber, correct?
That looks to be right, yes.
And your statement then, as it is now, was that everyone in the administration works extremely hard, right?
What do you mean then versus now?
At the time, your statement was everyone in the administration works extremely hard, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in our meeting today, when we've talked about the environment in the chamber, you've told us that everyone works really hard in the chamber. It's a tough job, right?
I don't know if I use those words exactly, but I do think that people are incredibly hardworking and it is a tough place to work.
And what was the reason you were sending your talking points from 2016 in your chat to Peter Jemian? in February 2021?
I think I had thought that it was a statement they could reuse for the more current workplace harassment stories. Sorry, I should say workplace, environment toxic stories.
Did you become aware of the more detailed complaints Ms. Boylan made about the governor in February 2021?
Yes, when she posted them on Medium.
Is that when you learned about them?
Yes,
What was your reaction to them?
I was surprised. I'd obviously never heard them before.
Did you have personal knowledge of any of the allegations she was making?
No.
Did you have personal knowledge of her allegations about the strip poker comment?
Did I have personal knowledge that she had said that that he said that to her?
Correct.
No, I don't believe he did say that to her.
Okay, what's your basis for saying you don't believe he said that to her?
I have zero recollection of him ever saying that. And, she had talked about it being on a flight that either myself or a number of other employees could have been on, and all of us did not remember him ever saying that. And that's what we put in that statement.
Okay. So is it more accurate to say that you are not aware of the governor ever making the strip poker comment to Lindsay Boylan?
Yes, I could obviously only speak for the flights that I was on.
Do you have any personal knowledge of Lindsay Boylan's allegation that the governor suggested that she looked like a former girlfriend of his?
No, only that I had read that in the piece.
Did you ever hear anyone referring to Lindsay Boylan as Lisa when you were in the chamber?
I'm sorry, as who?
Lisa.
No.
Did you have personal knowledge of of Lindsay Boylan's allegation that the governor kissed her on the lips?
No.
Did you discuss her more detailed allegations with anyone?
I was alerted to them by the governor's office. I read the Medium post that outlined them, and then we had further discussion about their response.
Who in the governor's office alerted you to the more detailed allegations?
I believe it was a combination of Rich, Melissa, and Peter. I think there was a call.
And did you ask those who alerted you whether Ms. Boylan's allegations were true?
I imagine at some point, because I think the governor's office denied them.
But you don't specifically remember if you asked anyone if Lindsay Boylan's allegations of sexual harassment were true?
I don't remember if I had time to ask, or I was immediately told that, the governor's office said it was not true.
Did it matter to you whether or not Lindsay Boylan's allegations were true or not?
In what context? I obviously only can speak to the one incident where she had mentioned that there were people on the plane, and I can only speak to the times that I was on the plane. I'm not sure that the comment was even made on the flight that I was on, but I felt confident that I could say that I had no recollection of him ever saying that.
Did it matter to you as you were helping respond to Lindsay Boylan's sexual harassment allegations, whether her allegations were true?
Sorry, one more time?
As you were helping with the response to sexual harassment allegations against the governor, did it matter to you whether or not Lindsay Boylan's allegations were true?
I was told they were not true.
And who told you they were not true?
The governor's office.
Who from the governor's office told you?
I don't recall specifically, but obviously there was they put out a statement vehemently denying the allegations.
Did you ever speak with the governor about whether or not Ms. Boylan's allegations against him were true?
I don't recall.
Were you involved in and after February 2021 in the executive chamber's response to sexual harassment allegations against the governor?
Somewhat, again, you know, offering my advice on how they should respond.
Did you do anything else other than offer your advice on how they should respond?
Maybe talking to a few other reporters off the record, but it was more that reporters were reaching out to me than the other way around.
Anything else?
Not that I recall.
Did you work on any press statements or responses to press inquiries?
Oh, yeah, I thought that would have been covered by the how to respond. You know, again, I think I advised on responses to the allegations for the press, I should say, if that's what you were not talking about.
How much time did you spend helping the governor's office respond to sexual harassment allegations between December and March?
I don't think I could quantify it. It was some time. I was also pretty busy with my other, you know, work. So it was more in my personal time, weekends, nights.
Sarah, please go ahead.
I just said nights.
Say nights?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a reason you're spending your nights and weekends helping your former job deal with the situation?
We covered this about 3 or 4 times.
Yeah, we talked about the support.
You can answer, Ms. Lever.
It's the same answer. I worked there a really long time. And, you know, I was helping them strategize on how best to respond.
Let's go to tab 48. You recognize this document?
Yes.
Okay, what is it?
Text between Annabelle and I.
Okay. What's your understanding of Annabelle's statement? Oh God, the medium story, I'm sorry, they obviously know, right?
I think she meant did the governor's office know that the story was out.
And you asked, do you follow Charlotte? What's the reason you asked whether she followed Charlotte?
I don't recall.
Charlotte refers to Charlotte Bennett, correct?
I would assume.
You asked, how bad is it that I put my name to that? Are you referring to the Caitlin Girard statement that mentions you?
Yes.
What's the reason you asked that question?
You know, again, I didn't want my name on the, I didn't want to be involved in this way.
So what's the reason?
Said the same thing about the letter.
So what's the reason that you included your name in that statement?
I was asked to.
Who asked you?
Melissa.
What did Melissa ask you?
You know, there was a group of us, whether or not this happened, and if we would put a statement out saying it didn't, which by the way was true. I just didn't want my name out there.
So why didn't you say no?
I don't recall why.
Let's go to tab 49. So let's focus on the chat, starting with message 1267 from you to Liz Smith. Who's Liz Smith?
I'm sorry, I don't see, what number are you in? 49?
Tab 49
Yeah.
and message 1267.
Oh, did you see the Lindsay?
Yes.
Okay.
So who's Liz Smith?
Liz is a political consultant.
How do you know her?
I've known her for years. We're friends, good friends, and she worked on the governor's 2018 re-election campaign with me.
What's the reason you reached out to Liz Smith and asked if she'd seen Lindsay Boylan's post?
I don't recall.
Was Liz Smith at that time helping with the response to sexual harassment allegations against the governor?
I don't recall when Liz got involved. She did help, but I don't recall when.
Okay. How did Liz get involved?
I'm not sure.
Do you have any sense?
I'd imagine, Melissa called her, but they're also close friends. But I don't recall. Or, I'm sorry, I don't have details into that. He's a friend that used to work for the governor. He now works at.
And was he involved in the response to sexual harassment allegations against the governor?
No.
What's the reason you reached out?
What's the reason he reached out? I obviously can't speak to it. He's clearly, I've seen the news, I guess, reached out.
Did you have any other? Please go ahead.
I just said we're friends.
Did you have any other discussions with him about the sexual harassment allegations against the governor?
No, not that I recall.
So let's go to the next tab, tab 50.
Okay.
Specifically message 6175, where you tell Peter Ajemian, tell her to call Liz.
Sorry, 6175. Okay.
Does her refer to Melissa?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, what did you mean when you said tell Melissa to call Liz?
Can I scroll up for a second?
Sure.
I imagine I was advising him to tell Melissa to seek Liz's advice on this statement that I obviously disagreed with them sending.
And was it your understanding at that point that Liz was helping with the response to the sexual harassment allegations against the governor?
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. But again, I'm not sure when I'm not sure.
And then later on at 6182, let's start with 6180. Peter Ajemian sends you a post with a link to Charlotte Bennett's tweet.
Mm-hmm.
And then Peter says, but we can't attack Lindsay if Charlotte is backing her up, or it's much harder. And you say, no, also it's the wrong move. What do you understand by Peter's statement?
Sorry, I'm so sorry, I lost the.
I'm sorry. So I'm looking at 6180 going down to 6184.
Okay. I accidentally X'd out of 50. He says, but we can't attack Lindsay if Charlotte is backing her up, or it's much harder. It's also the wrong move. I mean, I'm clearly saying that I don't think attacking women is the right thing to do. My advice was focused on contrition and being apologetic. Sorry, was that the question about no, it's the wrong move?
Thank you. Another question I had was, what did you understand by Peter's statement, "We can't attack Lindsay if Charlotte is backing her up"?
Oh, I don't, I obviously can't speak for Peter. I'm sorry, I can't speak exactly for Peter. I imagine he's talking also about a, press response.
So earlier you talked about hearing about Charlotte Bennett having an uncomfortable interaction with the governor, correct?
Yeah.
At any other point, did you hear more information about Charlotte Bennett's interactions with the governor before her allegations became public?
It was around the same time, but there was a conversation where some of us were provided a summary of some of Charlotte's allegations against the governor, yes.
Okay, let's break that down. Who provided the summary of Charlotte's allegations against the governor?
Judy Mogul.
Okay. Who did she provide that summary to?
The folks that were assisting in responding to the governor, responding to the allegations.
And who was that?
I believe, Melissa, Rich, Peter, Liz, maybe Jeff Pollack, Josh Lasto. I don't, Steve Cohen. I'm not exactly sure who was on that call.
Okay. And what did Judy say on that call?
She summarized Charlotte's, a conversation that she had with Charlotte around allegations she was making about the governor.
And how did she summarize that conversation with Charlotte? What did she say?
She talked about a few of the, again, a little bit of the details of what Charlotte was likely to have alleged in, the New York Times story in her interview.
And when was this?
I don't recall.
Was it before Charlotte's?
I believe it was before the story came out. I just don't recall if it was before the governor's office had the inquiry or not. I'm sorry, I don't know.
To your understanding, what prompted Judy providing the summary of Charlotte's allegations?
I don't recall.
Just now you referred to an inquiry that came in. What inquiry were you referring to?
The New York Times, but again, that's why I said I'm not sure. I think it was in and around the time of that story coming out.
Okay. And what inquiry did the governor's office receive?
That Charlotte had sat down for an interview with the paper.
Did the New York Times seek any information from the governor's office?
They asked the governor's office to respond to the allegations Charlotte was making.
Do you remember anything from Judy's summary of what she heard from Charlotte about Charlotte's interactions with the governor?
Just wanted to make the point that I don't think I recall what I heard from that conversation, what I read in the Times, and what I saw in Charlotte's, television interviews. So I might be conflating. I could probably generalize though. But it would have been around the governor speaking to Charlotte about her dating life. The governor speaking to Charlotte around being a victim of sexual assault, and the governor asking Charlotte or watching Charlotte do push-ups in front of him, among maybe other things. Again, I don't know, what I've learned from which entity.
You remember hearing from Judy about the governor asking Charlotte whether age differences matter in relationships?
I don't recall if it was from that conversation or from the newspaper or from the media, but obviously I know that is an allegation that Charlotte has made.
Do you remember Judy saying Charlotte felt like the governor was grooming her?
I don't know if Judy had said that in her conversation, or that was, again, something that Charlotte had said either in the press or on television.
When Judy provided this summary, did you have the sense that she was reading from a document?
I think she was taking us through, I don't know how she memorialized her conversation with Charlotte, but I think she was taking us through that conversation.
I think she was taking you through her notes of her conversation with Charlotte.
It was over the phone, so I don't know, but it was deep, yes, it was, I imagine it was either from notes or from very good memory.
Did anything did you find anything that Judy shared about her conversation with Charlotte disturbing?
I thought it was troubling, yes.
What's the reason you thought it was troubling?
Those interactions were not appropriate.
What was not appropriate about those interactions?
Can you be specific?
You just said those interactions were not appropriate, and I'm trying to understand what about those interactions was not appropriate.
I just meant depending on which interaction. Obviously it was an upsetting thing to hear. All of it, without saying if it was from that, the conversation, from the paper, from the TV interviews.
Did Judy say anything about whether she believed what Charlotte said?
At no point was Charlotte's credibility questioned by Judy or anyone on the call.
Did you believe what Charlotte was? Let's start again. Did you believe what Charlotte told Judy?
I had no reason to think that Charlotte would ever not tell the truth about something. Yeah, I did believe it. And I don't think anyone, Judy certainly didn't dispute or question her credit. I don't think anyone on the call, I should say, questioned that whether or not it was true.
Was the governor on the call?
No.
All right, let's go to tab 51. And on the second page, message number 24, this is February 24th, 2021.
Yeah.
And this is after you had posted a tweet from Charlotte at message 22. You say, also, we have issue with her real or imagined, but it's a problem. What did you mean by that?
That chart, I had obviously, as we talked about earlier, known that Charlotte had the uncomfortable interaction with the governor, and even without detail, which I think is why I used the, real or imagined, I just had no insight into what it was at the time.
So at the time of this chat with Bliss, is it the case that you hadn't heard the details from Judy?
Yeah, I would assume.
And
I'm sorry. To my best of my knowledge, yeah, I did not know that. I did not know.
okay. And what's the reason you were describing what I told you earlier as a problem?
That was a flip. I would think I was being flip. I just meant that it could be another issue for the governor's office to handle.
Did you speak with anyone?
No, I didn't have any details at that point. I don't believe I had any details at that point.
Okay, I'll just finish the question. Did you speak with anyone at that point about what I told you previously?
Not that I recall.
Did you give Liz any detail beyond saying we have issue with her real or imagined, but it's a problem?
I don't think I had any details to share at that point.
Did you connect Liz Smith with, get more details?
No. Not that I recall.
Were you involved in any discussions about conducting an independent investigation into sexual harassment allegations against the governor?
Not meaningfully. I might have been on chains where it was being discussed.
Okay. And what was discussed?
I truly wasn't involved. I think it was determining, you know, I know the governor's office had originally put out a statement that they wanted to call for the independent investigation and select the investigator. And obviously that changed to the Attorney General's office. I wasn't at all involved in decision making around any of that though.
Were you part of any discussions about Robbie Kaplan conducting an independent investigation?
Again, not in a meaningful way. I might have been on discussions where it was, I might have been on, in conversations where it was discussed, but I did not speak to Robbie and or, come up with that idea.
Let's go to tab 55. Do you recognize it?
From Jimmy?
Yes.
Yeah, I see it here.
Okay. So at message 278, Jimmy says, nobody ever really leaves. You say, you're telling me. What did you understand by Jimmy's statement?
The reporters, and everyone sort of jokes that the governor's office is like Hotel California. You never really leave.
Meaning what? I'm not familiar with this analogy.
Just that you could, when you leave the office, you're still like in the family. You are still in the governor's, family, basically, of people.
Is that consistent with your experience?
Yeah. To an extent.
Is that why you said you're telling me?
Yeah, I imagine. I honestly don't specifically recall having this conversation, although it's cute.
Let's go to tab 58.
Yeah.
Do you recognize this?
I do.
What is it?
It's a statement that Melissa and I had discussed. It was the day that obviously there was a lot of news coverage. And I believe we were talking about what we could give to the New York Times to sort of just explain that, the governor, is the same person in private as he is in public. And I believe Melissa, obviously drafted something and sent it to me.
And was this meant to be a response to Lindsay Boylan's Medium post?
I don't remember what it was specifically in response to. I think the governor's office had already responded, obviously, with that, statement of denial that Caitlin had put out. I think this was just probably something separate that they wanted to give to some press. Or they wanted someone to give to press.
But also responding to Lindsay Boylan's Medium post, correct?
I don't think so. This could have been like, for example, someone else in a story saying, oh, the governor is X or does X. And so you might want to respond like to the specific allegations. I don't It was for that news cycle, but I just don't know if it was directly for the Medium Post, which I believe the governor's office had already responded to.
Was it in response to Charlotte Bennett's allegations?
No, I'm not sure when the New York Times story came out about Charlotte. I don't think it was the 24th. I think the 24th was, can you refresh my memory of when the Times story came out?
Sorry, I can't right now.
Okay. No, I think, I don't recall, but I believe this predates that.
The 24th was Lindsay Boylan's Medium Post, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Do you know if Melissa DeRosa sent this draft statement to anyone else?
I know it appeared in the paper with Ashley Cotton's name on it.
How do you
Was
know that?
Ashley, did you say?
Yeah.
Ashley Cotton,
Cotton? Thank you.
COTTON.
Did Melissa DeRosa ask you to put your name on the statement?
She may have. I said no.
What conversation did you have with Melissa DeRosa about attributing the statement to yourself?
I don't recall, but I do remember saying that I, was not going to put my name on any additional statement. Or,
How did she
or could not. Obviously, I would have to run it by my current employer, and I also had no interest.
What's the reason you had no interest?
I just don't want to be involved on the record.
And how did your supervisor respond when you said you were putting your name on the Caitlin Girard statement?
I asked for permission. I didn't tell her I was doing it.
Okay. And how did your supervisor respond?
She was okay with it.
How did Ms. DeRosa respond when you told her you wouldn't put your name to the statement? Meaning the statement in exhibit or tab 58.
Sorry, one more time?
Sorry. How did Ms. DeRosa, I believe you testified that you told Ms. DeRosa you wouldn't put your name to this statement, correct?
Yes.
What do you recall about Ms. DeRosa's response to you saying no?
I don't know if she ever responded. I don't think, it wouldn't have been a detailed conversation.
Was she angry?
I don't believe so. She never said.
Did you worry about?
She was.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Could you repeat your answer?
She never said that she was.
Were you concerned about whether she was angry with you?
I might have been. I don't really recall.
Do you agree with the statement?
Yes.
Okay.
That's how I know him.
Excuse me?
That's how I know him to be.
Okay.
Accurate.
So it's accurate based on your experience with the governor.
Correct. Which is all I obviously can speak for.
And the statement says at the end, he can be direct, but nothing that ever crosses the line. What would cross the line?
Objection.
I don't know.
Well, earlier we talked about kissing a staff member on the lips. Would that cross the line? If the governor kissed a staff member on the lips?
I would say. I think it's any, if that person felt, sorry.
So would it cross the line if Governor Cuomo kissed a staff member on the lips?
Yes.
And, okay. Let's go to tab 61.
One more question, sorry. And what do you mean when he said, where it says he can be direct? How do you understand the governor to be direct?
I don't know.
And do you have an understanding as to how the governor is playful?
Yeah, I mean, he jokes around, you know, certainly makes bad jokes. You know, I said earlier, he can be jovial and friendly and, you know, playful.
Okay.
And what was the tab you had requested?
61. Does this jog your memory about whether you worried about Melissa being mad at you for not putting your name on the statement we were just looking at?
Yeah, now it does. I said I may have been.
Yes, you did. And what's the reason you were worried about whether Melissa was mad at you?
No, it was a very high stress time, obviously, and I, you know, still wanted to help in my own ways, and I would not have wanted her to be disappointed, and she wasn't.
Why would you be concerned if Mr. Rosa was disappointed?
I don't know. Again, you know, we had a really close personal relationship.
Do you think there's anything that Mr. Rosa would do if she were mad at you that you wouldn't want her to do?
No, and I don't know.
Okay.
I think it was a personal thing.
All right, let's turn to tab 62. So, do you recognize this document?
I don't. It's pretty long. Do you want to
Sure.
bring my attention somewhere, or do you want me to read the whole thing?
So I'm going to ask you in the first place about your first exchange with Annabelle Walsh. So you can end at not a today combo.
Not a today combo. Oh, okay, sorry. Do you know if that first message is her to me or me to her?
First message is you to her. Your name is at the very top. You see that?
Like faded?
Like faded, exactly, right here. So it's Dani Lever, and then I spent over 6 years. Okay.
I fight constantly. Don't put that in. Sorry. Okay. That's where I should stop, right?
That's right. So was Annabelle saying she feels badly for Melissa?
I don't know who she was referencing. I don't see Melissa anywhere in the conversation.
Okay. Let's go up in the statement. Earlier in the chat, you paste the statement that you had discussed with Melissa, correct?
Yes.
And then you say it's not about the statement, they got Cotton to do it, right?
Yeah, I think maybe because later down I think she was saying that she called, maybe Melissa had called her.
Right. And so, and Annabelle saying Melissa had called her just to ask if she was hearing anything, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. And Annabelle was also saying she feels badly for Melissa, right?
Again, without certainty, but
based on the context?
Yeah, maybe that would make sense.
Okay. And what did you understand by that?
I think this is a tough situation for anyone working in the office at the time.
And then later on, so we're on the 4th page, you reference a conversation that you had with Andrew Ball about getting him to unlike Charlotte Bennett's tweet, correct? This is starting at.
He did it by accident?
Yes.
Yeah.
What's the background of that discussion?
You know, at the time, I think reporters were sort of circling, and I believe Melissa had alerted Annabelle and I to the fact that Andrew had liked Charlotte's tweet. And I just called him to ask, you know, did you mean to do that? If so, that's fine. But if not, you know, reporters are definitely like scouring Twitter to see who's interacting with the tweets to call as sources, which I, you know, explained to him that it would look like he would be somebody that they could call. And he actually said that he had done it by accident and that he was going to unlike it.
So who first brought up Mr. Ball unliking Charlotte Bennett's tweet? Was it you or him?
You mean Andrew and I?
Yeah.
I think I brought it up to him and said, you know, pointed out that he liked, I had assumed it was done by accident. But it was also to just tell him that reporters would be reaching out, and I don't know if Andrew wanted that.
Okay. But looking at your chats with Annabelle, suggests that you didn't believe that Andrew had liked Charlotte's tweets by accident, that you had given him that excuse, but you didn't actually believe that, right?
I don't know. I can't recall.
And okay.
Why did you care whether or not reporters would reach out to him as a source?
I didn't know if he would have wanted that. He was not in the press world, so I was just, you know, alerting him to the fact that it would look like a bigger deal.
Why were you concerned, or why did you want or feel the need to alert him?
We were friends. I think he had called, you know, I think we had already spoken about what was going on.
And were there any concerns beyond him simply getting press inquiries?
What other concerns?
I'm asking broadly. Were there any other concerns aside from the fact that he's not a press person and therefore may not have understood the implication that he would be getting lots of press because he liked the post?
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't like attempting to intimidate him from liking posts. I truly just tried to explain to him that this was going to get a lot of attention. The reporters knew who Andrew was. And I knew that, you know, that would be a very easy way for them to find people to call.
Sorry if I forget, did you discuss, how did you learn that Mr. Ball had liked the post?
I can't remember. I think Melissa or Annabelle sent me a screenshot.
Gotcha. And did Mr. Rosa or Annabelle say anything in particular about reaching out to Mr. Ball about the post?
I don't recall. I do. It was a conversation. I just don't recall.
And do you recall generally during that conversation if anyone directed you to reach out to Mr. Ball about the post?
I don't recall if I was asked or volunteered.
Okay. And do you recall if anyone during that conversation raised any concerns about the press reaching out to Mr. Ball?
I don't recall.
And do you know whether or not there were any concerns, and this is not just simply based on that conversation, but more broadly, do you know if there were any concerns about what could happen if Mr. Ball spoke to the press about Charlotte Bennett and other issues in the executive chamber?
No, not anything that I was involved in.
Okay.
Before we continue the questioning, do you have any sense as to how much longer you're going to be today?
You can take a break to discuss this off the record.
Great, okay.
Stand by. The time is 5:25. We're going off the record, and this will end meeting unit number 5.
Recording in progress.
Time is 5:33 p.m. We are back on the record. This will be the start of meeting unit number 6.
So sticking with the document that we're looking at, which is tab 62, going back to the third page, Annabelle, I think here she's talking about, she says, he's like jumping ship on him. I think she's talking about the governor because he talked to, I mean, he's not, his line is he's a single guy, so sometimes he would flirt because he's a single guy, but nothing bad. Am I correct that this is in reference to the governor?
Sorry, I'm just scrolling. 1 to 3rd page, you said?
Correct.
Oh.
You see-
Yeah, I imagine.
Okay. And do you agree with Annabelle's statement that sometimes the governor would flirt?
Sorry. Is that her statement, or is she relaying to me the statement?
How do you understand the statement? I mean, he's not, his line is, he's a single guy, so sometimes he would flirt because he's a single guy, but nothing bad.
Oh, he's jumping. Well, it says his line is, so I imagine that's the position.
Okay. Do you agree with the statement that sometimes the governor would flirt?
Not, I would not agree with the line, sometimes he would flirt because he's a single guy.
What part of that do you not agree with?
That's not how I would characterize the governor. That's not, I mean, that's like not been my, interactions with him.
Okay. Have you ever observed the governor flirting with anyone?
I think you asked me that earlier and I said, not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. Let's go back to your description of your conversation with Andrew Ball. And this is on the next page toward the bottom.
Okay.
And you say, but like why? So Melissa would see it? Question marks. What did you mean by that?
I assume I meant that sometimes Andrew likes to provoke.
What do you mean that by sometimes Andrew likes to provoke?
That's all I mean. I'm friends with him. I assume that's what I meant at the time.
Did Andrew have any issues with Melissa DeRosa?
Yes.
What were those issues?
He did. I think he felt she treated him poorly. It's hard for me to speak on behalf of Andrew, but.
And let's go to tab 64. It's a text exchange between you and Andrew, in which you asked Andrew, you liked Charlotte's tweet. Call me. You ask, was that on purpose? Can you unlike it? And he says, done. Does this capture the interaction you and Andrew had that led to him unliking Charlotte Bennett's tweet?
We spoke on the phone.
Okay.
Where we talked about the undue or potentially unwanted attention.
Okay. But is it correct that you asked Andrew to unlike Charlotte Bennett's tweet?
Yes.
And did you do that at Melissa DeRosa's request?
I don't recall.
Did anyone ask you to tell Andrew to unlike Charlotte Bennett's tweet?
I don't recall.
Why would Andrew liking Charlotte Bennett's tweet provoke Mr. Rosa?
I think she just would not have expected, people that we all work so closely with to do that.
Why? And by do that, do you mean support or give implied support to her statement by liking it, of a statement from someone conveying what they believe is a sexual harassment incident that they...
I think it's more about, bringing attention. As I said, my, discussion with Andrew was about attention.
So is it your understanding that it would provoke Mr. Rosa because it brings more attention to the tweet?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Let's go to tab 86. Let me know when you get there.
Okay.
And you asked Peter Ajemian, what if Lindsay attacks me?
Yeah.
What did you mean by that?
If she publicly attacked me or maligned me.
And what was the question?
Sorry?
What was your question to Peter?
What if Lindsay attacks me?
Yes, what's the background of that? What's the meaning of it?
Lindsay can attack people on Twitter and has. She had sent me some pretty threatening emails and messages around this time, so I just did not want her to be doing that to me in public.
Okay. When you say Lindsay sent you threatening emails, are you referring to her email saying you could have been a decent person, you are not, you have no integrity?
I think there were 2 messages that I received.
Okay.
There was another one that Annabelle and I were both sent. And the subject line I remember being, somewhat threatening.
Okay.
I think it was coming your way or coming for you. It was something like that.
Okay. Are you referring to the email that said, coming your way, Annabelle and Dani, I have often thought of you recently and what sad, depressing, and soulless people you both are.
So sorry, can you say that? You said that quickly.
Melissa.
Okay, sorry.
Are you talking about the email that says, I have often thought of you recently and what sad, depressing, and soulless people you both are? And basically just goes on about how it must be depressing to be you. Is that the email you're talking about?
That's the one.
Okay. And in what way did you find it threatening?
I think receiving an email that attacks a person that way with the subject line coming your way felt threatening. I don't know how else to interpret it.
Let's put up tab 108 just for reference. And we'll mark it as an exhibit along with the other documents we put up. And Ms. Lever, is it the subject line that you found threatening or also the text of the email itself?
Well, the text of the email I found to be, obviously defamatory and not true. But the subject line I felt was threatening.
How did you interpret coming your way?
That she was coming my way.
Did you respond?
No.
When did you first become aware of public allegations by Charlotte Bennett relating to the governor?
Sorry, we've spoken about this, right? This was either with the summary from Judy.
Public allegations by Charlotte Bennett.
Oh, in the New York Times story?
Okay. And when did you become aware of the New York Times story?
When the governor's office received the request for comment.
What was your reaction to Charlotte Bennett's public allegations?
Asked and answered.
Ms. Lever, you can answer.
As I said before, they, were obviously troubling.
Do you know Charlotte Bennett?
I do.
When did you first meet her?
Whenever she started working at the chamber, I don't know what time period.
What was your understanding of Charlotte Bennett's relationship with the governor?
That it was professional.
Have you communicated with Charlotte Bennett since she left the executive chamber?
I don't believe so.
Have you communicated with her since her allegations were made public?
No.
After Ms. Bennett's allegations became public, did you discuss them with anyone?
After they became public?
Correct.
You mean people in the governor's office or people in my life?
Let's start with people in the governor's office.
I don't know. I don't recall. We obviously discussed the response.
Do you know if anyone ever asked the governor whether Charlotte Bennett's allegations were true or not?
I don't, and I did not.
Did you learn anything different from the public reports about Charlotte Bennett's allegations that you had not heard from Judy Mogul's summary?
Without going side by side, I can't recall, but I think Charlotte had given additional detail in the stories and then later in the CBS interview.
What additional details did Charlotte provide?
Don't recall. I remember there being more detail than the initial conversation we had with Judy.
Did you take notes of your conversation with Judy?
No.
Do you remember precisely what Judy said?
No.
Let's go to tab 73.
Okay.
Is this the inquiry that you referenced earlier about Charlotte's story?
I believe so, yes.
So this is an email from Jesse McKinley on February 26th that you got on February 27th, correct?
That looks to be right.
Okay. Do you know when the conversation with Judy took place in relation to this email?
I don't recall.
Did the conversation with Judy's happen before Jesse McKinley's email on February 26th?
I believe so, but again, I don't recall.
Do you understand why Rich as a party forwarded Jesse McKinley's email to you?
I think he wanted my thoughts on how they were responding.
Did you provide your thoughts on how they were responding?
I think a group of us provided thoughts on how best to respond to all of this.
And who was that group?
The same as discussed, a combination of, Liz, Jeff, myself, Josh, Rich, and then the members of the governor's office.
Was the governor part of those discussions?
I don't believe so.
Was Chris Cuomo part of?
Sorry, not in the discussions that I, was a party to.
Was Chris Cuomo part of the discussions?
I had been on, a few calls with Chris. I don't remember if he was on specific calls about this story.
What calls were you on with Chris?
I can't recall in detail. There were a few calls, overall on the response that Chris was on.
What's the reason you were involved in helping respond to Charlotte Bennett's allegations against the governor?
I think it's the same as I had stated. I had, been with the governor's office for a long time, and the people who were working there were, close friends of mine, and I was asked to help.
But you believe Charlotte Bennett, right?
Yes. I don't have any reason to doubt Charlotte Bennett, I should say.
Did you ever speak with the governor about Charlotte Bennett's allegations?
I don't recall.
Were you ever involved in discussions that the governor was a part of about Charlotte Bennett's allegations?
I could have been, but my advice on the majority of these women outside of Lindsay was to show contrition and, be apologetic. Obviously, wait for it to be investigated, and that was it.
If you believed Charlotte Bennett's allegations, what was the point of the investigation in your mind?
I'm sure there's additional context, or the governor might have a different perspective on the conversations.
What do you remember about what Chris Cuomo said on any calls that you were part of, that he was involved in?
I don't recall in any detail. It would have been calls, that we were all having sort of, again, about how best to respond.
What about generally speaking?
About how to respond.
So you said your advice was to show contrition, apologize, and something about investigations being completed. What was Chris Cuomo's advice?
I think the general consensus of most people was that, these obviously responses and thoughts were hashed out, but I can't specify what other people's positions were. I know we landed in a place where that was the strategy.
Did you ever suggest that the governor should resign?
No.
Did you ever discuss that with anyone?
No. I think the discussions would have been others calling on him to resign, not whether he resigned.
Did you ever think that he should resign?
No, I think there's an investigation underway, and that should play out.
Do you know Anna Rush?
I don't. I'm sorry, I know of her. I don't personally know her.
How do you know of her?
Because there was a story about her in the press.
And what was the story about her in the press?
That the governor kissed her on the cheek at a wedding and she did not want him to.
Were you at the wedding?
I was.
Have you seen the photos of the governor's interactions with Anna Rush at the wedding?
I have.
What do you think of them?
You know, the governor obviously it was in front of a lot of people. I don't think he meant to make her feel uncomfortable, but if that is her position, then I, can respect that.
How are you comfortable speaking on behalf of the governor?
Can you repeat the question?
How are you comfortable speaking on behalf of the governor?
You understand?
What was my answer that prompted that question?
Melissa, can you read it back? I don't think the governor meant to.
So the answer was, the governor obviously it was in front of a lot of people. I don't think he meant to make her feel uncomfortable, but if that is her position, then I can respect that.
Do you need me to repeat the question, Ms. Lever?
Please.
How can you speak on behalf of the governor?
I shouldn't speak on behalf of the governor, but I have been to, many events with him where there's photographers and he takes photos of people in the crowd. And I think that's what he was doing in this instance too.
Have you seen multiple instances of the governor interacting with people in the way in which he interacted with Anna Rush?
No, I did not witness. I've only seen in photos, so I don't know, the exact interaction.
Based on the photos that you've seen, have you seen multiple instances of the governor interacting with people in the way that's represented in the photo of the governor's interaction with Anna Rush at Gareth Rhodes' wedding?
Sorry, can you repeat it one more time?
Yes. Have you observed multiple instances of the governor interacting with people in the way that's shown in the photos of the governor's interactions with Anna Rush at Gareth Rhodes' wedding?
I don't think I can speak to that. I just can't think of, all the times I've seen him. Is the reason you're asking because the photo is, I'm just confused about the question. I'm sorry.
You said earlier that it was in front of a lot of people. What was the significance of that?
Oh, that I don't, well, it was mistakenly that I was speaking on behalf of the governor's intention.
I think that was the next statement you made, but before that, you said it was in front of a lot of people. So I just want to understand what was the significance of the fact that the governor's interactions with Ms. Rush took place in front of a lot of people?
That I think he felt that he was just like working the room the way that he would at any other event.
Again, how do you feel comfortable speaking on behalf of the governor here?
I've been asked to speak on behalf of other people you've asked me about.
You've refused.
I don't know. I should not speak on his behalf then.
Do you think a person may feel even more uncomfortable having a lot of people around when she's involved in an unwanted encounter?
Objection calls for speculation.
Yeah, I was about to say I can't speak to that.
Personally, do you think that you may feel more uncomfortable if somebody engaged you in an unwanted interaction in front of other people?
I don't know.
Okay. And do you know how long Ms. Rush, or if Ms. Rush knew the governor before this interaction?
No, but I think reporting had said that she did not.
How personally would you make you uncomfortable if someone you met for the first time held your face?
I think it depends who the person is.
And would it make you potentially feel uncomfortable if someone you met for the first time asked to kiss you?
I think it depends on who the person is.
All right.
How would it change depending on who the person is?
I don't know. I could, see myself in a situation with friends where somebody says, "Oh, if I'm meeting for the first time, that you hug."
What about a complete stranger?
That's what I meant. Like if it was a friend of a friend. I can't speak to every time I would be in an interaction like that, was my point.
Let's go to tab 97. Who is
A friend of mine from college.
What did you mean by your statement? I've been working on it with them 24/7.
It was an overstatement, but I imagine I meant working with the governor's office.
To respond to sexual harassment allegations?
Yes.
And what did you understand by statement, OMG, just as you try and transition out, you can't escape?
That I was still helping with the governor's office. And she knew that I, was leaving for work-life balance.
But you were still part of the chamber.
No, I absolutely was not still part of the chamber.
Was that the implication of her statement? You can't escape?
I think her implication was you can't escape the governor's office, but I obviously was not part of the chamber at that time.
Do you have an understanding of what meant where it states, I feel like they'd want you badly?
I don't know. She could have been speaking about the press, given that they said, have they tried to reach you for statements?
And do you have any understanding why she would say, I feel like they want you badly if the press were reaching out to you?
I was with the governor for a long time. I think most reporters would have seen me as a good source to go to for information.
But your response was, I've been working on it with them 24/7. Does that suggest that question, I feel like they'd want you badly, refers to the chamber?
I don't know, or my 24/7 could have referred to the press. I don't recall.
And so how would that make sense then with the next statement, just as you try and transition out, you can't escape?
It makes total sense. She was suggesting that I can't escape, that world.
That world of working for the governor's office, correct?
Or just dealing, with, the governor's office, things surrounding him, the press, a number of things.
In connection with the governor's office?
Yes.
Did you talk to Gareth Rhodes about press statements relating to Anna Ruch's allegations?
I don't know if it was press statements, but I did speak to him about, oh, I'm sorry. You mean in regards to Gareth himself?
Correct.
Yes, I did.
Okay, what did you speak about?
Gareth was in a really tough position. Obviously this had happened at his wedding, and the press knew that it had happened at his wedding, and so they were reaching out to him for comment. And given that he still worked for the state, he was in an incredibly tough situation, and I was sympathetic to him. We talked about what he could do to respond to the press that was asking him questions.
And you are discouraging him from making a statement to the press, correct?
I don't recall doing that.
Okay. Let's go to tab 99.
$99?
99, correct.
Okay.
So Gareth sends a draft statement at 5136 that says, I want to just say the interaction described by Anna was not appropriate. I regret she experienced this and I'm proud of her for sharing her story. And your response is, if you comment, you become the story, right?
Yes. That was my opinion, you know, from a press or like a strategic position.
Let's go to tab 98. And I'm interested in the second page where you tell Annabelle, don't call Steph back, trust me.
Okay.
Why are you laughing?
I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm tired.
Does this jog your memory about a conversation you had with Annabelle?
No.
So Annabelle says she called me and asked about a statement and said she'd call me back and now I'm ducking. What was it? You say that, but I'll call you later to explain. What's the reason you told Annabelle not to call Steph back?
I have no idea.
It had to do with this. Did it have to do with this statement?
In a statement that they, you know, were calling around to see if people would put out, but I don't know.
So I think you talked about Caitlin earlier when we were talking about the governor hiring people he met at events. Do you know Caitlin?
I do.
When did you first meet her?
When she began to work for the chamber.
Did you observe any interactions between Caitlin and the governor?
But every, you know, day-to-day interactions, she staffed him.
What did you observe about their interactions?
Nothing of note.
Have you communicated with her since she left the chamber?
I have not.
Have you spoken about her since December 2020?
Around the recent allegations, I believe I have.
Okay. And what have you said about her around the recent allegations?
I don't recall specifically.
Okay. Generally?
I'm sorry, I don't recall generally either. I don't recall.
What's the reason her name has come up around the recent allegations?
I think there was a story that included some anecdotes that people had said might have come from her.
Were you involved in any discussions with anyone in the chamber about Caitlin since December 2020?
I think it would have just been around the allegations.
In that story specifically?
Yeah, I believe so. But I don't, you know, in and around, I'm not sure.
Do you have any personal knowledge of her allegations?
No. You mean when I was at the office?
Starting with when you were at the office?
Yeah. We had
Since
a nice relationship and, you know, we're friendly. She'd never talked about that.
Okay. And since then, other than what you saw in the article?
It would only have been what I saw in the article, and then, if there were discussions around that.
Let's go to tab 45. So asks, who did he try to fire based on not being able to transfer a call? You say, I don't know. What is this about?
I think there was a story that had included an anecdote that somebody said the governor fired them on regarding a call, if I remember correctly.
And what's the reason you suggested it might have been her?
I guess I thought it could have been her.
Had you heard that from anyone?
I don't recall.
Did you ever speak with Annabelle Walsh about Caitlin?
I could have, I don't recall.
Are you aware of any opposition research conducted regarding Lindsay Boylan?
What does opposition research mean? Like the personnel doc?
If you consider that, if you would include that within your definition of opposition research.
I don't know.
I think earlier on you testified about your understanding of opposition research. Is there a different definition you would apply in this context?
No, I don't know if I have ever discussed opposition research about Ms. Boylan.
Are you aware of any opposition research regarding Lindsay Boylan?
Not that I recall.
Are you aware of any opposition research regarding Charlotte Bennett?
Not that I recall.
Are you aware of any opposition research regarding any of the women who has made allegations of sexual harassment against the governor?
Not that I recall.
Is that something you would recall?
I'm not sure. Yeah, I would assume, but I don't know.
Are you aware of any other allegations of sexual harassment against the governor other than what we've discussed today?
There were additional names in the subpoena that I believe had made allegations against the governor.
And other than what you read about publicly, do you know anything about any of those other allegations?
No, I don't believe so.
All right, let's start with Anna Liss. Do you have any personal knowledge of any of Anna Liss's allegations?
I don't.
Have you spoken with anyone in the chamber about Anna Liss's allegations?
I might have discussed the interview that she did about Rich's party, but no, not in any meaningful way.
And what is it that you might have discussed about the interview she?
Sorry, I'm so sorry.
Please go ahead.
Just, that she had, conducted an interview where she talked about Rich.
Who did you talk about that with?
I think to Rich.
What did you discuss with Rich?
Just to check in and see if he was okay.
What was the reason for finding out if Rich was okay?
We were friends.
Were you concerned about Rich based on the interview?
Not overly concerned. I was just checking in. That's the only recollection I have of speaking about analysts at all.
What about Alyssa McGrath? Do you have any knowledge of Alyssa McGrath's allegations?
No.
Do you know her?
Yeah, just, casually.
Have you observed any of her interactions with the governor?
No.
What was your reaction to her allegations?
I don't recall my reaction. Obviously all of these were troubling, and I had advised that they should continue with you know, just being apologetic and letting the investigation play out.
Do you know who the anonymous complainant who alleged that the governor groped her in the mansion is?
I believe I do.
Who do you believe that is?
A woman by the name of Brittany Camiso.
And what's the basis for your belief?
I can't recall if I heard that from reporters or from someone in the governor's office.
Do you know her?
I do.
Have you observed the governor's interactions with her?
No.
And what was your reaction to her allegations?
Again, you know, troubling. Those allegations were obviously troubling.
Have you been part of any discussions with the governor in which the allegations about his conduct were discussed?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Have you been part of any discussions with the governor in which the allegations about his conduct were discussed? I think earlier you referred to December 13th call. Other than that?
There might have been a few other calls.
What did the governor say on the calls?
It was more, you know, the same sort of just deciding how to respond and the same as, you know, other calls without him on it.
Did he deny any of the allegations?
I did not speak to him in that, you know, level of detail about the specific allegations.
Is that a no? He did not deny any of the allegations?
I did not speak to the governor about the specific allegations.
And that was not my question. My question was whether he denied any of the allegations.
But you asked if I had spoken to him about denying it, and I told you I did not discuss the allegations with him.
I'll repeat my question. Did the governor deny any of the allegations during any of the discussions that he was part of?
Not that I recall. I've heard, you know, Melissa has told me that he had denied the allegations, but not that I recall from the governor himself.
And which allegations has Melissa told you the governor has denied?
I don't recall specifically.
Has Melissa told you the governor has denied Charlotte Bennett's allegations?
I don't recall specifically.
Have you had any one-on-one discussions with the governor in which any allegations about his conduct were discussed?
No.
Did Ms. DeRosa admit to you that, did Ms. DeRosa during any conversation you had with her about the veracity of the governor's, of the allegations against the governor, did she ever say that any of the allegations were true?
No. She also didn't say false, though, to be clear.
Okay.
I don't think there was a position taken on it.
But you did say earlier that she said that he denied certain allegations, correct?
Right, like the Lindsay Boylan allegations, which I believe they denied on the record. There might have been other examples of a denial, but I can't recall.
Do you know if there was ever a moment when Mr. Rosa said that the governor admitted to anything?
No.
Okay.
All right, let's go to tab 102. Do you recognize this document, Ms. Lever?
I do.
What is it?
It's a note to myself.
Okay. And what does it reflect?
A conversation I had with Jimmy Vielkind.
What did you talk to Jimmy Vielkind about?
I think Jimmy called me and he was writing a story. And I guess he was describing what the contents of the story would include.
And what was the reason you took notes of your call with Jimmy?
I take notes. It's how I remember things. I can't remember things without writing them down.
Did you share these notes with anyone?
I don't think so. I might have relayed, information, but I don't think I sent them. They're not really legible.
Did you relay information from these notes to anyone?
I don't recall.
Did you relay what you had discussed with Jimmy Veilkind to Rich as a party?
I don't recall, but I could have.
And is it also possible that you relayed this information to Melissa DeRosa?
Sure.
Let's go to tab 103.
Okay.
And you said to Liz Smith at the top in the first message, 1372, you refer to a story that is being written about the people, including about the people who are helping the governor respond to the sexual harassment allegations. And it mentioned apparently you and Liz Smith, and you said to her, you didn't really want to be in this type of story. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Okay. And you said later at 1375, you wanted to strategize how to get out of the story, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. What's the background of this?
I think that's it. You had asked me earlier about, there being a few times where reporters were going to report this. And that's it, that I did not want to be included.
And what's the reason you were discussing that with Liz Smith?
Because they said that they were also going to include Liz, and I was telling her that.
Okay. Let's go to tab 106. And at message 106, you tell Peter Ajemian and Rich Azzopardi that you really wanted this deployed Dani Lever thing out of the story. And you said you're nervous about Facebook knowing you've been working on this, et cetera, and naming Mean Girls bullshit. What did you mean by that?
This is a different story.
Okay. So what's the background of these chats?
Nothing. WNYC, was also similarly suggesting that I was deployed, and I did not want to be in this story either.
And what was your concern about Facebook knowing you've been working on the response to sexual harassment allegations?
I just did not want to be on the record in these stories. I think, that's reasonable that I would not want to be on the record when I have a job that I'm on the record for another company.
Did you ever tell anyone in the executive chamber that you did not want to help with the response to the sexual harassment allegations because you are working for another company?
I think we talked about this earlier, and I don't know if I expressly had those conversations. I think I just pulled back and stopped.
When did you pull back and stop?
I don't recall. We also talked about that earlier.
What I remember us talking about earlier was that there hasn't been as much coverage and you haven't been involved. I didn't hear you say that you pulled back and stopped. Is that what you're saying?
I think I had said that I, became less active, or I don't remember the exact words.
When did you become less active?
I don't recall.
Was it in January?
No, I think we did also talk about this, where I said I didn't recall when we, stopped talking about it.
Okay. As of March, you are still working on it, correct?
Yeah,
just
looking at these texts. Yeah, I don't know when it stopped though. It started in February and then March. I don't know when it stopped.
So let's go to tab 112. This is from March, so just a few months ago. Liz Smith says, "This is hell." You respond, "Beyond." She asks, "Why is Linda trying to dictate statements?" What's the background of this?
I don't know. It must have been in reference to a call.
Okay. And Linda refers to?
Late swap.
And what did you mean when you said beyond, that this was beyond hell?
I'd assume.
Meaning that the work relating to the response to sexual harassment allegations was beyond hell?
I don't recall what Liz was referring to.
Okay.
Could have been the call itself.
Excuse me?
Could have been the call itself.
Okay. And you don't understand what you were referring to when you said beyond?
No, I think I'm referring to beyond this is hell. I'm saying I don't know what the this is hell was referring to.
But your statement beyond is agreeing with Liz's statement, this is hell, correct?
Correct. My point was I don't recall what the this is hell is in reference to.
Okay. Let's look at tab 119. And it looks like the name of this group text is Rapid Response. What does that refer to?
The group of people that were helping with the response.
And is that the people listed in this thread, or is there anyone else who was also part of the group?
I don't know. I think this pretty much encompasses it.
Was Josh Blass still part of the group?
For a certain period of time.
Until when?
I don't recall.
And you refer to, there's a question from Melissa DeRosa about whether you've heard from them on this. And you say, no, you've only heard from Gormley and Politico this morning. And then you make a suggestion about how the governor's office should respond. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Do you understand well, what did you mean when you said you'd only heard from Gormley and Politico this morning?
I think Melissa or Rich had sent, if you see above on the first line, that the New York Times is working on a story. So Melissa was saying, have you heard from the New York Times on this? And I said, no, I've only heard from Gormley and Politico. I mean, Gormley works for Newsday and Politico is Politico.
And then in the next message, what were you saying there?
How they could respond. A suggestion on how to respond to the Times.
Okay. Let's go to tab 123. What's the background of that chat?
I don't know. I imagine it was regarding the Times Union story.
About the anonymous complainant, correct? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Did you have any other discussions with Liz Smith about these allegations?
I don't think so. I don't recall.
Did you have a view on the allegations detailed in the Times Union story?
I think I said, yes, they're obviously troubling.
Did you have a view about whether they were true or not?
I don't know.
Did you talk to reporters about the allegations of the anonymous complainant?
No, not that I recall. Not that I recall. The only thing would have been, you'd asked me earlier how I found out her name. And I had said I could not remember if it was from a reporter or from the governor's office, but I don't think I had any meaningful conversations with reporters about this.
Okay, let's go to tab 126. Who's Laura Namias?
She was a reporter for the Daily News, or on the editorial board of the Daily News.
And in the last message, you say, "I just cannot picture this happening." What did you mean by that?
I could not picture the governor doing that.
Okay, and what was the basis of that statement?
My 6.5 years of time spent with him.
Did you speak with Ronan Farrow about his story regarding Lindsay Boylan's allegations?
I did.
Okay. What did you speak with him about?
He called me and told me that Lindsay had talked about how people were bullied in the office by the governor, and she had given an example, a very personal example about me, and he was calling to confirm that.
What was the example that she gave about you?
That the governor used to make, fun of the fact that, and that the reason was, and by the way, she had provided names for because none of which happens to be true, by the way.
Did you speak with him about anything else?
Felt like that was enough. I obviously denied this, said that it was not my experience, that I hadn't, obviously that was not my relationship with the governor, and we were personally close, so much so that I let the governor know, and that I had, rarely felt as bullied as I had in that moment by Lindsay Boylan. And I asked him to take it out of the story as it was complete inaccuracy.
And did he agree to do that?
He did, but asked if I would be willing to say something else in order, basically, dealing with the press can sometimes be transactional. And he asked me my general thoughts about Lindsay, and I gave them. Not on the record. I gave them on background as, either someone who had worked with her or a former employee who had worked with her.
And is that what's reflected in the notes of your call with him?
Could you tell me what link you're talking about? What PDF?
This is tab 136.
These would have been notes, yeah, of my conversation.
Okay.
But it would have been how he was describing the story. Like I obviously, I didn't provide any of these details from Lindsay.
Okay. There's a reference to the governor making repeated comments about weight. Did you ever hear the governor make comments about weight?
Not that I can recall.
Do you recall hearing the governor comment on any executive chamber employee's weight?
No, not that I recall. I had said earlier that, I had discussed with him, but that was obviously welcomed as I was the one that instigated the conversation.
Let's go to tab 137. So do you know what the message at the top is? This is message number 1.
I think it's Ronan asking me what he could use from our conversation.
Okay.
And then I responded with what I felt comfortable with, which, by the way, is incredibly accurate. That I have seen Lindsay do well at her job, and I've also had experiences where I felt belittled or bullied by her, which is exactly, by the way, case in point in the anecdote that she provided to him on the record about.
Did you say anything to Ronan about whether everything the governor did was appropriate?
I don't recall. I mean, I think the story was really about Lindsay because I think she had done an interview, if I remember correctly. So I don't know if he had asked me about other things. He was obviously focused on confirming this anecdote that, Lindsay gave him, which obviously I was only focused on because I was so deeply offended and upset by it.
So what I'm focusing on is in the statement that Ronan sent you, in the second to last sentence, I guess the third to last sentence, it says, is everything he did appropriate? Obviously not, but is there room for nuance and explanation for a lot of this? I think so. Is that something you said to Ronan?
I don't recall. It was obviously something that he had said he wanted to use, but I don't recall the specifics of the conversation. Again, I was much more focused on what Lindsay had said about me.
And going down to 287, now this is a message between you and Jimmy Fielkind. And you say you're going to make it look like to readers that I wrote the letter. Is this a reference to the op-ed Lindsay letter that we were talking about earlier?
Yes, I think Jimmy, had seen a version of it that obviously included my text messages in it. And I was providing additional context. He understood. He did not end up including me in the story. I was suggesting that by including my name, it would have made it seem like I wrote the letter, which he knew I did not. And so he took my name out of the story.
Let's go to tab 140.
Can we go off the record for a minute?
Sure.
Stand by. The time is 6:36 p.m. We're going off the record. Stand by. Wait. Time is 6:37. We are back on the record.
Okay, so tab 140 is an email from Eric Lack at the New Yorker to you with an attachment. What's the background of this, Ms. Lever?
Eric is a reporter at the New Yorker, and he was inquiring to me about a matter involving DCJS. And similar to what you had shown me earlier, I believe he thought I would have some sort of knowledge of it, given that I had put out that letter to the editor, to the Times Union regarding the matter.
And do you know why it was coming up 3 years after this article?
I think Eric was, trying to basically write a story that looked at, I guess, historically the other allegations made of sexual harassment in state government. I believe the story was published regarding this.
And you spoke with Eric, right?
Yeah, just the same as I said to you, and I really didn't have any details. I wasn't involved in the matter, and that was essentially it.
Let's go to tab 144. These are your notes of your call with Eric?
Yes.
Okay. And you say, we heard about it after and then referred to Gore right away. You see that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Again, as I said, I have a very unfortunate habit of taking notes when I'm on calls to remember things. And so again, this would have been, him sort of explaining to me what the issue was that he was writing about or inquiring about.
Have you taken notes of any of the calls that you've had regarding the response to the sexual harassment allegations?
No, I don't.
Is there a reason?
My memory doesn't work like that. This is more about, like specific details about something from like a reporter that I would want to make sure to remember.
You know Sherry Bell?
Who?
Sherry Bell, B-I-L-L.
I don't think so.
Have you heard about the woman who alleges that the governor interacted with her inappropriately when he visited her home after it was flooded?
I might remember reading about that. I don't recall.
Do you have any personal knowledge of that woman's allegations?
No.
Other than your attorneys, have you spoken with anyone about our investigation?
No.
Let's go to tab 143. Ms. Lever, do you recognize this document?
Before you go further, this document was inadvertently produced in that a portion of it includes a conversation that Ms. Lever and I had shortly after Ms. Lever received a call from Jen Kennedy Park. So we will provide you with a redacted version of the document, but I think we can identify the portion which includes the notes of Ms. Lever's conversation with Jen Park. And then if you would not question on any of the privilege portion, we would appreciate it.
Got it. So just so I'm clear, other than the notes of Ms. Lever's conversation with Jen Park, the rest of this document is privileged.
Correct.
I think it
Okay.
ends with her phone number and email.
Okay, got it. Let's take it down. Ms. Lever, are you aware of any opposition research conducted into members of the investigative team that's looking into sexual harassment allegations against the governor?
Not that I know of or recall knowing.
Are you aware of any other potential or actual allegations of sexual harassment against the governor that have not been made public?
No.
All right, I'm looking over my notes to see if I have any other questions. In the meantime, my colleagues may.
I'll just say nothing from me.
Thank you.
Have you given any advice to the governor or the executive chamber about what to do at the conclusion of this investigation?
No,
Do you know if anyone else has given advice to the governor about what to do at the conclusion of this investigation?
I don't, not that I'm aware.
Are you aware of any non-disclosure agreements you were asked to sign regarding the executive chamber?
No.
Have you given any advice to the governor or anyone about the governor seeking therapy?
No, not that I recall.
Have you given any advice about the governor changing his behavior?
Not that I recall.
Have you given any advice about a change in the office culture of the executive chamber?
Providing advice to the governor's office if they should change?
Yes.
Not that I recall.
Have you heard anyone give any advice about the governor seeking therapy?
Not that I recall.
About the governor changing his behavior?
Not that I recall.
About the governor in the executive chamber changing the office culture?
No, not that I recall.
All right, no further questions. Thank you both. I think thanks everyone really.
Yeah, thank you all. I really appreciate it, and I hope you have a great weekend.
Is there anything you would like to add or any answers you wish to clarify before we finish?
Not at this time.
Anything else that you can think of that's relevant to our investigation?
No,
If you would like to make a brief sworn statement, you may do so now.
I'm okay, thank you.
We're now going to conclude this examination. Thank you for speaking with us. I'll remind you, you have continuing obligations under our subpoenas. If we need you to come back to answer additional questions, we will contact you through your attorney. Also, if you have additional documents that are responsive to our subpoena, you have a continuing obligation to produce them to us.
Of course, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Anybody else? Stand by while I close the record. This concludes today's deposition. The number of media units used is 6. They will be retained by Veritex Legal Solutions. We are going off the record at 6:46 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Everybody stay safe and have a good weekend.